Chapter 3169. I didn't expect the power of the third level of the Four Spirit Saint art to be so powerful. It's indeed a cultivation technique from the Shenluo world. Ning Qi felt a little emotional. Then, he didn't have time to think about anything else. He used the 8-9 mysteries and transformed into an ancient giant ape. His body suddenly expanded, almost as big as the mountain under his feet. After the transformation, the pressure on Ning Qi was greatly reduced. His current physical strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. It was equivalent to strengthening the reservoir by 10 times. However, if he didn't find a way to deal with this power, it would collapse sooner or later. Oh, right. How could I forget about the confinement dragon elephant sacred art? Ning Qi couldn't help but ridicule himself. He immediately began to circulate the confining Dracophant Saint art. Half of the terrifying energy produced by the Four Spirit Saint art was instantly absorbed by the confining Dracophant Saint art. While the confining Dracophant Saint art was circulating, the absorbed energy would be fed back to Ning Qi's cells. It constantly strengthened Ning Qi's physical strength. He couldn't improve his immortal cultivation anymore. He could only use the power to strengthen his physical body. After all, immortal cultivation had bottlenecks and limits, but the physical body was an endless treasure trove. Ding! After an unknown period of time, the system notification suddenly sounded. The confinement dragon elephant sacred art had broken through to the 14th level. Ning Qi's basic physical strength had almost doubled. The extent of the increase was even more impressive than when he advanced from the 12th level to the 13th level. After that, the pressure on Ning Qi decreased again. However, the power brought by the Four Spirit Saint art was still flowing in continuously. Ning Qi didn't know how long he had been in the meditative state. He only knew that the confinement dragon elephant sacred art had broken through to the 18th level, which was 5 levels higher than the 13th level. The strength of his physical body had also reached a level that Ning Qi didn't dare to imagine. If the confinement dragon elephant sacred art reaches the 99th level, my physical body would probably be able to become a sage. My strength would definitely not be weaker than a 4th step existence. Ning Qi took a deep breath and stood up. As he examined his current state, he thought to himself with a sigh. The terrifying energy of the Four Spirit sacred art had been completely absorbed by him. Not only had his cultivation base risen from the intermediate Immortal Lord stage to the Great Circle Immortal Lord stage, but the confining dragon elephant sacred art had also risen by 5 levels. Ning Qi didn't know that after he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, to what extent would his physical strength reach? Even though I'm still a long way from becoming a sage of the fleshly body, I'm afraid my current body is already strong enough to fight against an emperor. Becoming a sage of the fleshly body. However, there was one point that Ning Qi pondered for a long time. The demonic path's cultivation was judged by the physical strength, but his physical strength had improved so much now. Without opening the 9 inner hidden gates, he was probably similar to the early stage of the demon overlord who had just advanced. However, the property column still showed that Ning Qi was only a Tai true demon. He asked the system, but the system did not reply. Ning Qi guessed that it might have something to do with the fact that he did not use demonic energy to increase his physical strength. System, the Four Spirit Saint art can no longer be derived? Ning Qi asked. Insufficient data, unable to derive. The cold voice of the system replied. Insufficient data? Ning Qi nodded with a slightly strange look in his eyes. The power of the Four Spirit Saint art far exceeded Ning Qi's expectations. Using it as a supplementary art would allow him to quickly raise the level of the confining dragon elephant saint art. If the system couldn't calculate it, Ning Qi wasn't sure how long it would take for him to reach the 4th layer. However, the benefits he gained from this closed-door cultivation were still great. If Ning Qi did not use any trump cards before and purely relied on his own combat power. He could at most fight an early-stage immortal emperor. But now his physical strength was comparable to an early-stage immortal emperor. If he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, how strong would his strength be? Even Ning Qi was not sure how strong he would be. It seems like I've stayed here for 1 or 2,000 years. 4 or 5 years have passed in the outside world. Ning Qi recalled the process of this closed-door cultivation. With a thought, his figure immediately disappeared from the top cultivation training ground. As soon as he walked out of the door, Ning Qi saw Lin Zio with a trace of anxiety on his face. "What's wrong?" Ning Qi asked. "Great Wilderness King, you've finally come out." Lin Zio breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw Ning Qi. He hurriedly said, "Recently I heard some rumors that the Heavenly Bull clan is looking for trouble with us. Is that so? Have they come?" Ning Qi smiled. "Recently, there have indeed been some cultivators from the Heavenly Bull clan in the Great Wilderness. However, their purpose is not clear. I have sent people to quietly approach them to find out some information, but they are very vigilant and we could not get any information." Lin Zio smiled bitterly. "Apart from this news, has anything happened in the Great Wilderness during the years I've been in closed-door cultivation?" Ning Qi asked indifferently. In order to avoid being ambushed by the Heavenly Bull clan, he had sent Wang Yuting and the other women to the Fortune Domain. Only then could Ning Qi peacefully enter closed-door cultivation. Nothing major has happened. However, apart from the soul-refining demon sect, the other 2 first-rate sects with ancient transformation realm experts have left the Great Wilderness and moved to the Heavenly Eagle dynasty. There are also a dozen second-rate forces that have left. Now, there are less than 80 sects in the Great Wilderness. Lin Zio said, "It is human nature to seek fortune and avoid calamity. It seems they have also received some news. What is the attitude of the sects that have not left towards me, the new queen of the Great Wilderness?" Ning Qi smiled. "Their attitude is naturally very good. The leaders of those sects have already handed over their visiting cards and countless gifts. They have been waiting for you to summon them, including Taoist Soul Refiner." Lin Zio smiled. Speaking of which, the worry on his face seemed to dissipate. Over the past few years, all of the great emperors who had been at odds with him treated him with the utmost respect and didn't dare to mock him. Even Taoist Soul Refiner treated him as if he were a peer. Lin Zio knew that. It was all because of Ning Qi. Without Ning Qi, how could a great emperor like him have caught Taoist Soul Refiner's attention? "All right, find some time to call them over. I have some instructions." Ning Qi smiled. "Understood." Lin Zio hurriedly bowed, then hesitantly said, "The Heavenly Bull clan. As long as it is not the patriarch of the Heavenly Bull clan, why should we be afraid of the leaders of the other tribes?" Ning Qi said indifferently. Lin Zio felt that this made sense. In fact, even if the patriarch of the Heavenly Bull clan personally came, as long as he knew what had happened in the Saint Virtue dynasty, he would probably be afraid and not dare to make a move. With this thought in mind, Lin Zio happily went to notify the major sects in the Great Wilderness. "Miss, since you have come, why hide?" Chapter 3170. Jinwu Zhiga looked at Ning Qi with a strange gaze. A hint of uncertainty flashed across her eyes. She was a cultivator at the intermediate stage of the Tao, Querying Realm, and the Valkyrie of the martial God Hall. Her combat strength was one of the best among all the intermediate stage Tao Querying Realm cultivators in the God Luo Mystic Realm. However, her concealment technique was completely ineffective before Ning Qi. Was he really just an intermediate heavenly high immortal? Thinking of this, Golden Wu Zhiga could not help but look at Ning Qi's cultivation again. Heavenly high immortal? He was only at the heavenly high immortal realm a while ago. It seems like he has been concealing his cultivation. Late-stage Tao Querying Realm? A bone-chilling guess rose in Jinwu Zhiga's heart. Could it be that she had always been facing a late-stage Tao querying realm existence? Ningqi didn't know that Golden Wujiga had thought so much in an instant. Just now, when he came out of seclusion, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. It was a feeling that a terrifying existence was spying on him. Before he went into seclusion, perhaps Ningqi's physical body wouldn't be so sensitive. His body was extremely sensitive to the aura fluctuations of the outside world. Even if a gust of wind blew over, Ningqi's mind could instantly tell what elements the gust of wind was made of, and which elements occupied a larger proportion. In this way, his ability to capture hostility was even clearer. Ningqi felt that perhaps this was an innate divine ability that was bestowed upon one's fleshly body after reaching a certain level. Perhaps in the future, when one's fleshly body became stronger and reached a new realm, this divine ability would become even more powerful and even give birth to other gods. Tong, I thought you had returned to the demon clan. I wonder what brings you here so suddenly. Ningqi cupped his hands towards Golden Wujiga and smiled. Oh, I did make a trip back to the demon race. It was the Lord Priest who asked me to come here again. Jin Wujiga collected his thoughts and asked Ningqi. Lord Priest? Ningqi's gaze flickered. For the Golden Crow Jiga to address him as Lord, his position in the Golden Crow race was probably very high. He should be at the late stage Tao querying realm. The demon race has a total of 4 priests. 2 are from the Golden Crow race, while the other 2 are from the Sky Fox race and the Xian Turtle race. These 4 priests are all at the later stage of the Tao querying realm. Their cultivation levels are unfathomable. Jin Wujiga saw that Ningqi was confused and explained. Oh, so that's how it is. May I know which priest sent you here this time, and for what reason? Ningqi smiled and nodded. He had a general understanding of the strength of the demon race. He did not know how many initial stage and intermediate stage Tao-seeking realm there were, but it was obvious that there were quite a number of them. There were 4 late-stage Tao-seeking realm and a clan leader at the perfected Tao-seeking realm. It was no wonder that they could become one of the 3 sacred tribes in the god Luo mystic realm. The humans and the 3-eyed race were obviously not weak either. As for the humans, when compared to the demons, they were too pathetic. They didn't even have a single middle stage Tao querying realm cultivator. There were only 20 or so beginner stage Tao querying realm cultivators. Actually, it's like this. The 4 priests and the patriarch already know about the saint's arrival in the divine Luo mystic realm. They specially sent me here to invite the saint to the clan for a chat. During this period, Jinwu Jiga hesitated slightly. I'm in charge of serving the saint. As a Valkyrie, she also served the 4 priests and the patriarch. Even though she said she was serving them, she was actually in seclusion most of the time. Occasionally, she would break out of seclusion to settle some matters. However, the 5 most authoritative higher-ups of the demon race had all requested for her to serve the saint. They even asked her to invite the saint to the clan for a chat. In that case, wouldn't she become a servant girl? The most important thing was that the saint had signed a contract with a human. It meant that she had to serve Ningqi at the same time as serving the fire Qilin. Serve the saint. Ningqi looked at Jinwu Jiga with a strange expression. Jinwu Jiga's face turned slightly red, and anger surged in her eyes. She thought that Ningqi was mocking her. Don't misunderstand, Mississippi. It's just that with your strength, you're also a top-notch expert in the god Luo mystic realm. I'm afraid that serving the saint isn't suitable for you. Ningqi said sincerely. If it was in the past, Ningqi would definitely make a trip to the demon clan if he had the chance. But now that the fire Qilin had been exposed to the demon clan and was even called a saint by them, Ningqi couldn't help but be wary. What if the other party acted respectfully on the surface but attacked him in the back? Even though the Qilin clan seemed to have a very high status in the other party's heart, even a mid-stage Tao querying realm like the fire Qilin was valued by the other party. Ning Qi had seen many cases of people offending their superiors. What if there was a late-stage Tao-querying realm demon who wanted to devour the Fire Qilin's bloodline? Resist? Therefore, Ning Qi was truly unwilling to let Jinwu Zhiga follow him. Jinwu Zhiga's expression instantly became better when she heard that. She laughed bitterly and said, "As the Valkyrie of the Martial God Palace, my duty is to guard the Martial God Palace. I can't reject anything that benefits the Martial God Palace. Moreover, this is a decision that the clan leader and the 4 high priests have unanimously approved. I see that you're a reasonable person. Why don't you follow me to the demon clan's sacred ground now? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll go to the demon clan's sacred ground, but not now." Ning Qi laughed. Jinwu Zhiga did not hear that Ning Qi was stalling for time. She asked, "What matters? I can help you resolve it." "Really? For example, helping the human race rise and enter the top 20 of the 100 races ranking?" Ning Qi said. Jinwu Zhiga frowned. "I'm afraid that even the clan leader will find it hard to resolve this matter." She glanced at Ning Qi and seemed to be organizing her words. She did not want to be too direct. "The strength of the human race, I'm just joking. Sorry for making a fool of myself. Oh, right. How long have you been waiting here?" Ning Qi laughed and changed the topic without batting an eyelid. He could tell that Jinwu Zhiga did not seem to be the scheming type. Instead, she was a little pure. "A few years." Jinwu Zhiga thought for a while and said, "Have you been here for the past few years?" "I've been impolite. Since you've come to the Great Wilderness, as the Great Wilderness Queen, I have to entertain you." Ning Qi smiled and gestured for him to begin. This. Chapter 30-171. After the banquet, Jinwu Zhiga was dragged by Wang Muting, Little Yu, and Zuoling, to the small courtyard where they were staying. Normally, with her cultivation, she would not even bother with Wang Muting and the others. However, after knowing that Wang Muting was Ning Qi's mother, Jinwu Zhiga's attitude changed. He had always been wary of Ning Qi's identity and background. This time he had to invite Ning Qi to the demon race's holy land. The key was that he could not use violence. A few days later, Jinwu Zhiga found that as long as she mentioned going to the holy land of the demon race, Wang Muting and the other girls would deliberately change the topic, and Ning Qi would also talk about other things. She suddenly understood, knowing that it would not be easy to invite Ning Qi to the holy land of the demon race in a short period of time. Mission accomplished. Another 7 days passed. Lin Zio sent a message back, saying that he had already passed on Ning Qi's message to all the sects in the Great Wilderness. In 3 days, all of the sect lords would gather to listen to Ning Qi's teachings. During this period of time, the Heavenly Bull clan cultivators that appeared in the Great Wilderness didn't seem to make any movements. 3 days later, Daoist Soul Refiner was the first to arrive, followed by Wang Chao and the Duke of England. In the main hall, Wang Chao said solemnly, "Brother Ning, the Heavenly Bull tribe has made a move. However, the Heavenly Bull tribe leader seems to be in seclusion, trying to break through the bottleneck. He won't be able to come out anytime soon." This time, a few Heavenly Bull tribes with middle-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators started to move secretly after learning of Long Shurdua's death. My subordinates have also found traces of the Heavenly Bull race in the Great Wilderness. However, they're just some juniors at the level of Grand Unity Immortal Lord. As for how many mid-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators they will send, I don't know yet. The British Duke slowly nodded. "That's right, I also received the news, so I came with the brave God Marquis to warn the great, desolate king." Daoist Soul Refiner thought that they would talk about other things. He didn't expect the divine Courage Marquis and the British Duke to talk about the mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the Sky Bull race. He was stunned and didn't know what was going on. "The two of you, what exactly happened? Why would the heavenly bull race's middle stage, Tao querying realm existences surround and kill the great wilderness king? And there was more than one at the mid-stage, Tao querying realm? With such strength, let alone the great wilderness, I'm afraid that even the entire human race wouldn't be able to withstand it. Taoist master soul refined was dumbfounded. Perfected soul refiner did not receive any news about what had happened in the imperial capital a while ago, which was why he was so surprised and shocked. Wang Chao casually explained what had happened. When Taoist soul refiner looked at Ning Qi again, he no longer had the slightest disdain that even he himself hadn't noticed. Ning Qi actually killed an early stage, Tao querying realm sky bull race cultivator some time ago. Venerable soul refiner was in disbelief. He didn't expect Ning Qi's spirit beast to be so powerful, and even more so, he didn't expect Ning Qi to be so decisive and ruthless. It could even be said that he didn't care about the consequences. Although cultivators like him were rare, there were many in the Shenluo mystic realm. He was an existence that they avoided like the plague and did not dare to offend lightly. But if that's really the case, then why are we still here? Venerable soul refiner looked at Wang Chao and the Duke of England. Shouldn't they escape the great wilderness and lie low for a while? Brother Wang, Duke of England, if the Sky Bull race's leader is in seclusion to break through a bottleneck, then this matter will be easy. You don't have to worry too much. It just so happens that all the sect masters and sect masters in the great wilderness will be here today. You too can join in the fun. Ning Qi smiled nonchalantly. The Golden Crow Zhiga was currently in the great wilderness. How could the mid-stage, Tao querying realm of the heavenly bull race compare to her? Moreover, she was from the Golden Crow race. If the Fire Qilin and the Golden Crow Zhiga joined forces, even if all the mid-stage, Tao querying realm of the heavenly bull race came, they might not be able to win. Ning Qi felt that he would have another influx of merit points. After he advanced to Immortal Lord, he hadn't gone to the Merit Tower to take a look. Perhaps there were better things worth exchanging for with merit points. All right. Wang Chao and the Duke of England looked at each other. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't seem worried at all, they heaved a sigh of relief. They believed that Ning Qi wasn't a fool or a rash person. Since he wasn't worried, he must be confident. Venerable soul refiner watched the three of them leave in a daze. It wasn't until 5 breaths later that he reacted. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. What are you hesitating for? Follow me. I'll talk to you about that soul later. The Duke of England's voice exploded in Venerable soul refiner's ears. Taoist soul refiner gritted his teeth and followed. He really wanted to leave the great wilderness as soon as possible. But when he thought about how Ning Qi could remain so calm after killing a Tao-seeking cultivator from the Sky Bull tribe, he was immediately curious. He wanted to know what kind of trump card Ning Qi had to be able to remain so calm. The Blood Feather Sect Master of the Great Wilderness has arrived. The 100 Beasts Institute Master of the Great Wilderness has arrived. The Great Wilderness Massacring Sword Sect's Grand Elder has arrived. The Great Wilderness, outside the main hall, an immortal Lord Elder of the ancestral Nether Yard was calling out names. The leaders of the major sects who had already arrived were nervously walking into the main hall. Soon, all the leaders of the major sects in the Great Wilderness had arrived. There were more than 100 cultivators in the hall. Apart from Venerable Soul Refiner, Wang Chao, the Duke of England, the 3 ancient transformation cultivators, and Ning Qi, the immortal lord, the other 80 were all martial emperors, ranging from early-stage martial emperors to perfected martial emperors. If this force was brought to the immortal world, it would be enough to contend with the heavenly Tao clan, although there was still a gap in numbers. Ning Qi sat on the main seat, while Wang Chao and the other 2 sat beside him. The rest of the leaders of the second-rate forces were also given seats. Everyone's gaze swept over Venerable Soul Refiner. After all, he was the only ancient transformation cultivator in the great wilderness. The other 2 ancient transformation cultivators had already fled with their sections. Next was Wang Chao. Because Wang Chao was extremely famous in the Saint Virtue dynasty, many of the martial emperors present had seen him from afar. Many of them had even followed Wang Chao here before, so when they saw Wang Chao present, they were shocked. Venerable Soul Refiner, the Marquis of Divine Courage, and the Duke of England. Looks like the great Wilderness King is indeed worthy of her name. The rumors should be true. She has the battle strength of a Tao querying cultivator. In that case, the great wilderness will have someone to rely on. But I wonder if the great Wilderness King's appetite is big. If it's too big, I'm afraid. Everyone looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other. Today, I called you all here because I have one thing to say. Ning Qi looked at everyone and said slowly. Chapter 3172. Ning Qi was not angry at being interrupted, because he was already prepared. He looked out the door, quietly. Wang Chao and the British Duke looked at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. Venerable Soul Refined, on the other hand, was pale with fright. Although he was in the ancient transformation realm, he was still a long way from the early stage Tao querying realm. There was a huge gap, let alone the middle stage Tao querying realm cultivators. There were 4 Heavenly Bull clan cultivators leading the way outside. Which one of them wasn't stronger than Shengda? Behind the 4 of them, there were more than a dozen figures, all of them at the early stage Tao querying realm, with such terrifying strength, not to mention the Saint Germain dynasty. Even the entire human race could be annihilated 100 times without any injuries. Not to mention the Heavenly Bull race had more than a dozen middle stage Tao querying realm cultivators. Those who came today did not even make up half of them. This was the power of the 17th great race on the 100 races leaderboard. The 4 figures led the remaining dozen people in. They stood at the entrance of the hall, their gazes all landing on Ning Qi. The dozen Heavenly Bull race, early stage, Tao querying realm cultivators all had unusual hostility and anger in their eyes. The 4 in the lead were slightly better. They looked at Ning Qi calmly. Their expressions were neither angry nor murderous. However, the dozen or so figures just stood there quietly, causing the people in the hall to almost be unable to breathe. A trace of fear gradually appeared in the eyes of the leaders of the major sections. A while ago, many Heavenly Bull race members came to Great Wilderness. I thought they had their eyes on a treasure that was about to appear in Great Wilderness. Who would have thought? These dozen people's auras are all stronger than Venerable Soul Refined and the rest. Could they all be at the Tao querying realm? SSS. The various sect leaders kept thinking, but still could not understand why there would be more than a dozen terrifying Heavenly Bull race cultivators here. You are the great wilderness queen of the Saint Virtue dynasty? Among the 4 mid-stage Tao seeking realm cultivators in the lead, one of them looked rather ferocious. He had a pair of white jade-like horns on his head that were pointed forward like blades. At that moment, he was looking at Ning Qi, and the horns were aimed at Ning Qi. It was as if he was holding a sword with a hint of sharpness. That's right. Ning Qi nodded mildly. I wonder why you have come all the way here from the Heavenly Bull race. Are you playing dumb? Not only did you connive with your spiritual beast to kill Long Sherduo, but you also massacred all the teams that my clan sent to the Saint dynasty to participate in the Divine Races Heavens Pride Tournament. You should know that my Heavenly Bull clan will not let this go, right? The other party said with a faint smile. What? The Great Wilderness King actually killed the Heavenly Bull race's Tao-seeking race. How could this be? The faces of the leaders of the major sects were ashen. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, then looked at the dozens of sky bulls in front of them and gradually felt a trace of despair in their hearts. Taoist Soul Refiner had heard about this before them. Although his expression was unsightly, he didn't feel any despair. Instead, he looked over at Ning Qi. I know your Heavenly Bull tribe won't give up. Haven't many Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators appeared in the great wilderness recently? They should be sent by you, right? Ning Chi smiled faintly. That's right, a total of 5,000 Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators followed us here. We originally planned to attack everywhere and massacre your great wilderness as a sacrifice to our clan's cultivators. However, we happen to know that you are going to summon the leaders of the major sects in the great wilderness. In that case, it will save us the trouble of running around. As for the sects behind you, my Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators will naturally pay a visit to them. From today onwards, the great wilderness will be barren. The other party seemed to be talking about a very ordinary thing. But in fact, there were nearly 100 sects in the great wilderness and countless creatures. If they were to massacre them, the blood that flowed would probably converge into a river. In order to avenge the dozens of Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators, they would have to pay with the lives of countless human cultivators. Charge! After everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Not only were there fear in the eyes of many Emperor Realm existences, there was also a trace of anxiety. It was very likely that their sects were being attacked by the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators. So that's how it is. No wonder the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators were scattered all over the place. They actually planned to massacre the great wilderness. Lin Zio muttered to himself. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of regret. If he had known the other party's intentions, he would have been able to prepare earlier. Right, Saint Virtue also sent a middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator. The other party spoke again. When he finished speaking, he chuckled and looked at everyone's expressions. Seeing Wang Chao and the Duke of England's expressions change, he nodded in satisfaction. Not good. The Heavenly Bull tribe is attacking from both sides? Wang Chao was a little shocked. From the beginning, when they found out that the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators had appeared in the great wilderness, everyone thought that they were preparing to take revenge on Ningqi. Until just now, when they saw the dozens of Tao-querying realm cultivators, they were even more certain of this point. But they never expected that the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators also had no intention of letting the Saint Virtue dynasty go. The Saint Virtue, Saint Leader, would definitely not be able to stop a middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator. Once he died, the middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators would be able to slaughter all life in the Saint Virtue dynasty in a day. By then, it would be too late for the 3 holy tribes to intervene. D*MN. If I had known this, I would have let Brother Ning head to the capital and join forces with the Saint Leader. Then the situation wouldn't be so dangerous. Wang Chao thought to himself. The Fire Qilin facing 5 middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators and 4 middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators were not much different. Even if it could not win, it could hold on for a while. The other party had obviously thought of this as well. Therefore, they did not leak any information and even created an illusion. This was to make Ningqi stay in the great wilderness. However, there was only the Saint Virtue, Saint Leader at the capital. How could he stop a middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator? You have 4 middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators and another one. That means that the Heavenly Bull tribe actually sent 5 middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators and dozens of early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators to take revenge for 1 early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator? Brother Wang, how many middle-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators are there in the Heavenly Bull tribe? Ningqi smiled and asked Wang Chao. A total of 13. Wang Chao looked at the group of Heavenly Bull tribe members and asked with an ugly expression, "What a big move." Ningqi smiled. "You can still smile now. It seems like our guess is right. Your spiritual beast is also in the middle stage Tao-querying realm, right? Although the 4 of us have to spend some effort, it is enough to destroy the Saint Virtue dynasty." Chapter 30, 173. When the sect leaders saw this scene, they shuddered in fear. They thought they would be burned to death by the sea of fire, but they realized that the surroundings were warm. The burning flames did not cause any harm to them. Instead, the 4 mid-stage Tao-seeking realm and the dozen early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators were burned. The bull race cultivators subconsciously retreated out of the hall. They looked at the fire Qilin with solemn eyes. Ning Qi revealed a calm smile. Earlier, Ning Qi had already asked the fire Qilin if she could defeat Jinwu Zhiga with her strength. The fire Qilin's answer was simple. The spirits of mystic realms were not ordinary demonic beasts, nor were they ordinary living beings. Although many spirits of mystic realms were classified as demons, in reality, the spirits of mystic realms were born with the heavens as their mother and the earth as their father. Their strength far exceeded those of the same level. Just like the monkey back then, once he attained Tao, even those who were much older than him could not withstand a blow from his staff. After that, Ning Qi asked Jinwu Zhiga what were the chances of her winning against the mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators of the heavenly bull race with her strength. Jinwu Zhiga's answer was very humble, but from the hint of disdain in her tone, it should not be a problem for her to fight against 2 or 3 mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators of the heavenly bull race. In this way, Ning Qi could already estimate the fire Qilin's strength in the Shenluo mystic realm. Why is the aura of this spirit beast so strong? It's not an ordinary mid-stage Tao-seeking realm. So what? There are 4 of us. Can't we suppress it together? Why don't we wait for Mao Zedong to finish and meet up with us? Then we can suppress this beast? The 4 of them exchanged glances. They could sense that the fire Qilin's aura was much stronger than anyone else's at the mid-stage Tao-seeking realm, so they did not dare to act rashly. To cultivators, it was instinct to cherish their lives. After all, they had cultivated for so long to achieve what they had today. No one was willing to risk losing their lives. This is when the Emperor Realm existences in the hall saw the fire Qilin. They subconsciously compared the auras of the 2 sides. They suddenly realized that the fire Qilin's aura was much stronger than the few Tao querying realm intermediate stage sky bull race beings. They were shocked and delighted. Previously, they had always thought that Ning Qi could become the great wilderness king because he had an early stage Tao querying realm spiritual beast. But today they knew that this spiritual beast was not at the early stage Tao querying realm. It was clearly at the mid-stage Tao querying realm. I see, a hint of realization flashed across spiritual master soul Refine's eyes. Previously, when he saw the fire Qilin, there was no comparison of the same level. He could only see that the aura of the fire Qilin was slightly stronger than that of the Saint Virtue, Holy Lord. But now, comparing it with the 4 Tao querying realm intermediate stage cultivators, he realized that the fire Qilin wasn't just slightly stronger than the Saint Virtue, Holy Lord. It was much stronger. Didn't you come to kill me and avenge Long Sherduo? You can attack now. Ning Qi chuckled. Don't be so arrogant. We're not in a hurry. We'll wait for a day. When the Saint Germain dynasty is destroyed, we'll suppress you, the spirit beast. The other party was not provoked by Ning Qi. Wait for a day. I'm afraid it won't take that long. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a sun descend from the sky. When the 4 Tao querying cultivators of the heavenly bull race saw this sun, their expressions changed. They looked at each other in shock and doubt. Golden Crow race? The 4 of them were shocked. Why would the Golden Crow race suddenly come here? Could it be that they had received the news long ago and were planning to interfere with the revenge of the heavenly bull race? Very quickly, the blinding light faded and a figure walked out. It was Golden Crow Zhiga. In Golden Crow Zhiga's hand was a heavenly bull race cultivator. He seemed to be injured and his aura was very weak. Golden Crow Zhiga threw the heavenly bull race cultivator to the ground. Then he looked at the fire Qilin and said respectfully, Saint, The fire Qilin nodded slightly. Golden Crow Zhiga then looked at Ning Qi. You guessed correctly. There is indeed a Tao querying realm cultivator from the heavenly bull race that plans to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty. Wang Chao, the Duke of England, Taoist soul refined, and the other sect leaders of the wasteland stared at Golden Crow Zhiga with wide eyes and slack jaws. This attire, this aura, could she be the martial goddess of the fiend race's martial god palace? Why is the Valkyrie of the martial god palace here? She seems to know the great wilderness king. Wait, she actually addressed the great wilderness king's spiritual beast as a saint? What's going on? No wonder Brother Ning is so confident, so that's how it is. A smile finally appeared on Wang Chao's face. The mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator sent by the Heavenly Bull tribe to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty had been severely injured by Golden Wu Zhiga and had fallen to the ground without any reaction. The crisis of the Saint Virtue dynasty had been resolved. Now that Golden Wu Zhiga had joined the Great Wilderness, the situation was even more dire. It was not dangerous at all. And Dong? The 4 mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race stared at the figure on the ground, dumbfounded. A sliver of disbelief rose in their hearts. Why would the Valkyrie of the martial god palace of the monster clan help a human? He even injured a mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator from the Sky Bull race? Lady Zhiga, since I guessed correctly, what about our bet? Ning Qi glanced at the figure on the ground. Then his gaze landed on Golden Wu Zhiga, and he smiled. Bet? Everyone was slightly taken aback, and a sliver of curiosity arose in their hearts. What kind of bet would the great wilderness king and the Valkyrie of the martial god palace have? During the Divine Clan's Genius Tournament, there are strict rules that forbid the major races from fighting against each other. Small fights are excluded. As Golden Wu Zhiga spoke, he looked at the 4 Tao querying realm cultivators. As the Tao querying realm cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race, don't you know this rule? The 4 of them didn't know how to answer. Of course they knew this rule, but originally they had planned to destroy the Saint dynasty in a thunderous manner. By then, even if the 3 holy tribes knew about it, they would punish them lightly for the sake of the leader of the Sky Bull tribe. However, they did not expect that they would run into the goddess of martial arts of the demon tribe during their operation. This was a position in the Yao race that was responsible for overseeing the 100 races. Every Valkyrie was definitely a member of the Golden Crow race, and would definitely be an elite among those of the same cultivation level. The same cultivation level. Here was the comparison between the 3 sacred races. Not counting the races on the 100 races ranking, it could be said that even if the 4 of them worked together, he might not even have a 100% chance of defeating a Valkyrie. Goddess of martial arts, this happened because of him. If he didn't kill our Tao-seeking cultivator, we wouldn't have. Chapter 30, 174. What? Annihilate all enemies? The group of Heavenly Bull race members asked, looking at Jean Wu Zhiga in disbelief. Even if they wanted to break the unwritten agreement between the 3 holy clans, didn't they fail? Goddess of martial arts, even if you're from the Golden Crow clan, you can't just kill us because you want to, can you? If we made a mistake, we would admit it. But now, isn't the Saint Germain dynasty safe and sound? How about this? We agree to retreat. As for the grievances between my Heavenly Bull clan and this child and the Saint, before the Prodigy tournament ends, we will not take action again. A bet is a bet. Perhaps it's because our demon clan hasn't made a move for many years that your Heavenly Bull clan has forgotten the prestige of our 3 sacred clans in the divine Luo mystic realm. Jinwu Jizgu coldly stared at the other party. Originally, she only did it because of the bet, but now she really wanted to kill these people from the Heavenly Bull race. In the eyes of the other party, trying to break the rules set by the 3 sacred clans was just a small mistake. Don't talk nonsense with them. You take half, I'll take half. The fire Qilin suddenly spoke. Jinwu Zhiga's expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands towards the fire Qilin and said, "Yes, Saint." The Tao querying realm cultivators of the heavenly bull race finally sensed that something was wrong. They looked at the fire Qilin in shock. What kind of spirit beast was this? Even the golden crow race was so respectful to it? In the next moment, the fire Qilin and the golden crow Zhiga attacked at the same time. Both of them were fire elemental, but the flames on the fire Qilin's body were clearly stronger than the golden crow Zhiga's. With a stomp of her 4 hooves, a sea of fire appeared on the ground, instantly killing the dozen early-stage Tao-querying realm sky bull race cultivators. When Golden Wu Zhiga saw this scene, her heart instantly trembled. If it were her, it would be impossible for her to annihilate more than 10 early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators with one move. From this, it could be seen that the fire Qilin was indeed much stronger than her. The 4 mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators from the Sky Bull clan knew that this battle was unavoidable. The moment the fire Qilin attacked, they were already prepared. A terrifying aura exploded from their bodies, and they soared into the sky. They were planning to escape. The fire Qilin chased after her, and the golden crow Zhiga once again turned into a sun. This time, Ningqi took a closer look and found that when the golden crow Zhigu released the power of the sun, her body instantly changed from a human form to a 3-legged golden crow. However, she was quickly enveloped by the power of the sun and covered up. Chang Yanshi, 2 dazzling beams of light chased after the 4 mid-stage Tao-querying realm heavenly bull race beings. Everyone could only see several balls of divine light lighting up on the horizon, occasionally emitting rumbling sounds. The battle seemed to have lasted for less than 10 minutes before Golden Crow Zhiga and the fire Qilin returned to the crowd. There was not a single injury on his body. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system notification tone rang out 3 times in a row. Another few 100 million merit points were added. This meant that the 4 mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators, the Golden Crow, Zhizgu killed 1, and the Fire Qilin killed 3. Valkyrie, as a member of the Sacred Clan, you are so unfair. You will cause chaos among the hundreds of races in the god Luo mystic realm. The mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator, who had been unconscious on the ground, finally woke up. He looked at the Golden Crow, Zhigu, and the Fire Qilin in despair. He tried to use righteousness to get the Golden Crow, Zhigu, to spare his life. You have already cultivated to such a realm. Do you still not know the principle of the survival of the fittest? It's like you just went to the capital of the Saint Virtue dynasty as a guest, and not planning to massacre the entire Saint Virtue dynasty? Ningqi said with a faint smile. Without waiting for the other party to reply, the Fire Qilin, who was mentally connected to him, had already swallowed the heavily injured Tao-querying realm cultivator into its stomach, fusing it into its essence. Everyone's hair stood on end, even if the one who died was the Tao-querying realm cultivator of the Sky Bull race. Before today, the Tao-querying realm cultivators were like gods in everyone's eyes. But today they saw more than a dozen Tao-querying realm cultivators fall with their own eyes. It gave people a feeling that the Tao-querying realm cultivators were just SOO. They knew that this was an illusion. It was entirely because the Fire Qilin and the Golden Crow Zhigu were too powerful and directly crushed the other party. 5 mid-stage Tao-querying realm and more than a dozen early-stage Tao-querying realm. The Sky Bull race's strength is equivalent to being cut in half. They will probably fall out of the top 20. Wang Chao sighed in his heart. The Duke of England's expression became more and more solemn. He hesitated for a moment and finally said to Ningqi, Great Wilderness King, today we have formed a death feud with the Sky Bull race. If the leader of the Sky Bull race, the great sage of the Sky Bull race, comes personally, I'm afraid the Saint Virtue dynasty will not be able to resist at all. Everyone who was originally ecstatic was woken up by the Duke of England's words. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they looked at each other. It was impossible for the great sage of the Sky Bull race to not take revenge for today's feud. Different situations call for different actions. Could it be that if we kneel and beg for mercy, the Sky Bull race will not massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty this time? Ning Qi said faintly. The Duke of England nodded. It was indeed reasonable, but they had to think of a way now. Otherwise, it was likely to trigger a race war that had not happened in many years. The great sage of the Sky Bull race is breaking through the bottleneck and will not come out in a short period of time. We can only take the initiative and expand our advantage, Ning Qi said with a smile. Jinwu Ji's expression suddenly changed. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the fire Qilin glancing at her. Jinwu Jigo immediately shut her mouth. Although the 3 sacred clans had promulgated a series of treaties to balance the 100 races to show fairness, in fact, the divine Luo mystic realm was under the control of the 3 sacred clans. Even if Ning Qi wanted to do something that violated the treaty, Jinwu Jigo could only silently acquiesce for the sake of the fire Qilin. Brother Ning, are you planning to? Wang Chao's face revealed a trace of shock. He felt that he was very bold, but now he realized that Ning Qi's courage was much greater than his. That's right. How can we not return the favor when others come to our territory to make trouble? Everyone here who is willing to make a trip to the Sky Bull race with me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The scene suddenly fell silent. The leaders of the major sects looked at each other, but no one said anything. The Sky Bull race was ranked 17th on the 100 races list. Before this, the human race did not even have the qualifications to enter the 100 races list. The gap between the two sides was too big. I am willing to make a trip with Brother Ning and do my best. Wang Chao made up his mind and said, Then I will also make a trip. The Duke of England smiled. Chapter 31:75. The 3 ancient Waitians all expressed their willingness to follow Ning Qi to the Heavenly Bull tribe. Many sect masters seemed to have thought of what Taoist soul refining was worried about. They knew that they were now on the same boat as Ning Qi, so they all expressed their willingness to follow. I won't be going, a great perfection emperor laughed. I'm suffering from an unmentionable illness, so it's not convenient for me to fight. There are still cultivators of the Sky Bull tribe in the great wilderness. I have to return to the sect to take a look. Since the beast faculty leader is unwilling to go, I won't force you. Ning Qi glanced at the beast faculty leader. The beast faculty leader heaved a sigh of relief and quickly cupped his hands at Ning Qi. Great Wilderness King, I'll take my leave. He bowed to Golden Wu Zhiga and the rest before turning to leave. But if the secret is leaked, won't the Heavenly Bull tribe be prepared? Ning Qi's voice sounded again. The beast faculty leader stiffened and quickly turned around. Great Wilderness King, please don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone about what happened today. I only know that only the dead can keep secrets. Ning Qi chuckled. What? Before the beast faculty leader could react, Ning Qi had already transformed into an ancient demonic ape. His Emperor Realm physical body was strengthened by more than 10 times. Then he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, and his strength increased by 512 times. At this moment, Ning Qi's aura made all the Emperor Realm existences feel a terrifying pressure. Emperor Realm existences all felt a terrifying pressure. Just one punch. Just one punch. The beast faculty leader, who was at the Great Perfection Emperor Realm, was beaten to a pulp. Even his spiritual soul was destroyed and torn apart by the terrifying power. He really hid his cultivation base. Golden Wu Zhiga looked at Ning Qi with even more fear and solemnity. To her, Ning Qi couldn't be just an immortal lord. Even in the 3 sacred clans, there was no immortal lord who could kill a great perfection emperor with one punch. Even the leaders of the 3 sacred clans, Tao-querying great perfection realm existences, didn't have such terrifying combat strength when they were young. There was only one explanation. Ning Chi had hidden his cultivation base. Looks like the great wilderness king is extremely powerful. Just what kind of cultivation does he have? Taoist soul refiner looked at Ning Chi's monstrous ape body and vaguely sensed a power that could threaten him. After the head of the beast hall died, all the sect leaders of the Great Desolate looked at Ning Chi with fear. The sect leaders who had agreed to follow Ning Chi to the Heavenly Bull tribe let out a long sigh of relief. Those who hadn't answered Ning Chi yet were now fighting to be the first to speak. Great Desolate King, I am willing to follow you to the Heavenly Bull race to fight. Great Wilderness Queen, after a few breaths of time, besides the Dead Beast Institution disciples, everyone else expressed their willingness to follow Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled. Then everyone, get ready to wipe out the Heavenly Bull tribe in the wasteland. From the beginning to the end, Ning Chi had no intention of letting any of the great emperors leave. He used a questioning tone to lure out one of them and use him as a warning to the others. Ning Chi did not expect these people to be as loyal as the disciples of the War God Temple, but as long as they felt the threat of death, he would not hesitate to kill them. They would obediently listen to orders. Miss Zhige, what about you? Ning Chi looked at Golden Wu Zhige. The chief asked me to follow the sage. However, if there is no reason to attack, I will not attack easily. Golden Wu Zhige hesitated and said. When everyone heard this, they felt more confident about their trip to the Sky Bull tribe. No matter what, with a Valkyrie of the demon race following them, even a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator would have to give them some face. After all, the Valkyrie represented the Battle God Hall, while the Battle God was a battle god. The War God Hall represented the highest authority of the demon race. Don't worry, I will not make things difficult for Miss Zhige. After all, this is between me and the Heavenly Bull race. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. As long as Golden Wu Zhige went to the Heavenly Bull race, that was enough. A few days later, the Heavenly Bull race cultivators in the Great Wilderness were basically wiped out. Even if some escaped, they were being chased by the cultivators of the major sections. It was no longer possible for them to escape back to the Heavenly Bull race from the Great Wilderness. Originally, some of the emperors were dissatisfied with Ning Chi. However, when they returned to their sects and saw the tragic scene of their sects being massacred by the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race, anger surged in their hearts. Some of them could not wait to go to the Heavenly Bull race with Ning Chi. If the sphere of influence of the human race was in the southernmost part of the god Luo mystic realm, then the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Bull race was in the northernmost part of the god Luo mystic realm. The distance between the two was very far. Ordinary cultivators did not have the qualifications or could not afford to take the teleportation formation. To the Heavenly Bull race, they would have to pass by the forces of several races and encounter countless dangers. It was difficult to reach safely. Brother Ning, after crossing this Star River mountain range, it is the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Bull race. Wang Chao stood beside Ning Chi and pointed at a majestic mountain range in front of them. Venerable Soul Refinement, the British Duke, and dozens of sect masters were standing behind Ning Chi. When the Fire Qilin was sleeping in the Elder Supreme Lord Pill Furnace, Jinwu Zhige would not show up. He was cultivating in seclusion in the cabin. With the speed of your ferry boat, how long will it take to cross this mountain range? Ning Chi asked. It will take about 10 days. The Star River mountain range is incomparably vast. It will take 7 or 8 days at the fastest speed. Wang Chao said, It seems that this is a natural barrier. There is no teleportation formation that can lead to the Heavenly Bull race. If we want to attack from this direction, we must cross this Star River mountain range. If they set up spies, they will know immediately and have enough time to prepare. Ning Chi nodded thoughtfully. Great Wilderness King, when we cross the Star River mountain range, the first tribe we encounter is the Yellow Bell tribe. Great Wilderness King, do you remember them? The British Duke smiled. How Could Ning Qi not remember that the Saint Virtue dynasty compensated the Yellow Bell tribe with a Shenluo stone mine because of him? Let's go. Ning Qi smiled. Let's go to the Yellow Bell tribe first. As soon as his voice fell, everyone suddenly felt darkness above their heads. Looking up, they saw a ferry boat that was more than 7 or 8 times larger than the ferry boat they were standing on. It was suspended 100 feet above them, blocking the sunlight. The difference between Wang Chao's immortal boat and the other party's immortal boat was like that of a child and an adult. Chapter 3176. It was a fair-skinned, beautiful young man. Well, he could only be described as beautiful. He had dark blue eyes and a high nose bridge. He looked no different from a human, but his aura was a bit more evil. However, his ears were long and sharp. Ning Qi recognized him immediately. He wasn't a human, but a foreign cultivator. His cultivation was around the early-stage Emperor realm. The young man looked around and smiled at Taoist, soul-refined, Wang Chao and the Duke of England. There were only 3 auras on the boat. They were ancient transformation cultivators. As for Ning Qi, he had been ignored as a junior. A blood elf cultivator? Wang Chao's expression changed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The blood elves were one of the few foreign races that looked the most similar to humans. However, unlike humans, the blood elves were ranked 27th. They also had a late-stage Dao querying cultivator, but their overall strength was much weaker than the Skybull tribe. I'm Carlton. How should I address you 3? The young man cupped his hands and smiled. He was only an emperor, but he treated Wang Chao, Taoist soul-refined, and the Duke of England like his peers. One could imagine how low the status of the human race was in the Shenluo mystic realm. Wang Chao and the others looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. Wang Chao said, "We are itinerant cultivators. We're just passing by. Are you going to the Sky Bull tribe to participate in the Sacred Race's prodigy battle?" Carlton's expression turned cold when he saw that Wang Chao wasn't even willing to reveal his name. He nodded with a fake smile. "You guessed correctly. We are preparing to go to the Yellow Bell tribe to participate in the Sacred Race's prodigy battle. I thought you were also going, but looking at your lifespans, you must be over 10,000 years old, right?" When the leaders of the major sects of the Great Wilderness heard the sarcasm in Carlton's words, their expressions turned cold. What kind of joke was this? There were 2 mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivators on their immortal boat. Even if the other party was a blood elf, it was impossible for them to have a mid-stage Dao querying realm leader. They might not even have an early-stage Dao querying cultivator. After all, Carlton said he was going to the Yellow Bell tribe. Their team wasn't very valued among the blood elves. "Carlton, I told you to ask for directions. Did you get it?" A clear and melodious voice came from the celestial boat above Ning Qi and the others. They saw a black figure standing on the edge of the boat. They are only passing cultivators from the human race. They aren't geniuses participating in the saint race's proud children of heaven, so they probably don't know where to go. Carlton replied, "Then come back quickly. There's not much time left. Don't be late." "All right." Kerbottom nodded. Then he looked at Wang Chao and the others and laughed disdainfully. Then he leaped up and flew back to his immortal boat. Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupted from the immortal boat. Then a heat wave attacked everyone, causing the immortal boat that Ning Qi and the others were on to shake violently. When they looked up again, the Blood Elf clan's immortal boat had already flown away without a trace. These blood elves are really savage. Lin Zuyo couldn't help but curse. Many martial emperors also cursed along with Lin Zuyo. Then the group continued towards the Yellow Bell tribe. Ning Qi finally understood why this mountain range was called the Galaxy Mountain Range. Looking down from the sky, he could see that there were constantly white lights flashing in the mountain range like stars in the universe. "Brother Wang, What are these white lights? Ning Qi asked curiously. It's a type of stone. However, it's useless to cultivators. Many mortals would come to the Galaxy mountain range and risk their lives to excavate these stones. They can sell them or use them as ornaments. Wang Chao said. Seeing this, Ning Qi scanned the stone curiously with his divine will. In the end, he found that these stones were not much different from diamonds on Earth. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. Discovered Star Soul Stone. Star Soul Stone. If it was a useless stone, why would the system specially remind him? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. System, what is a Star Soul Stone? Searching for information will require a deduction of 10,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Deduct it. It was just a dragon-slaying crystal. Ning Qi had so many that he could not use them all. Besides the top-notch cultivation training grounds, Ning Qi did not know what else he could buy with the dragon-slaying crystals. Star Soul Stone. The remnant soul left behind after a star falls. It is a unique item in the Shenluo realm and has a miraculous effect on fourth-step cultivators. The system replied, Miraculous effect on fourth-step cultivators? Ning Qi's expression gradually turned solemn. He had never seen a fourth-step cultivator before. He only knew that Jiang Tianshu and the Bei Xian Divine Emperor were in this realm. Something that could have a miraculous effect on fourth-step cultivators would definitely be extremely precious. However, it had appeared so casually in the mountain range. Wang Chao called it useless. Could it be that because there were no fourth-step cultivators in the Shenluo mystic realm, they did not discover the use of these Star Soul Stones? No matter what, these Star Soul Stones are mine. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. When Ning Qi asked Wang Chao and the others to help him collect these Star Soul Stones, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. They did not know why Ning Qi wanted these useless stones. Wang Chao asked casually, but the answer he got was that Wang Muting liked these shiny things. Brother Ning is so filial. Wang Chao sighed in his heart. An imperceptible trace of suspicion flashed across Spiritual Master Soul Refiner's eyes. When he was helping to collect the Star Soul Stones, he had probed the inside and the outside, but in the end he did not find anything. It was just a very ordinary stone that looked transparent and beautiful. Quick, look. What are those humans doing? Why are they collecting these broken stones? I've long heard that the human race transcends the 100 tribes ranking. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. Hey, are you guys going to put these stones in the cave abode to admire? Because of the collection of Star Soul Stones, everyone's speed had slowed down. From time to time, a celestial boat of a foreign race flew over their heads. They stopped curiously and looked at it for a while before laughing mockingly. Eldest senior brother, these guys are a disgrace to the human race. When a huge celestial boat noticed the situation, all the human cultivators standing on the celestial boat looked at Ning Qi and the others angrily. They were led by a young human cultivator who exuded the aura of a great perfection emperor. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper as the foreign cultivators continued to ridicule him. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He flew into the sky and appeared in front of Ning Qi. What are you guys doing? Chapter 3177. The Star Soul Stone was an item that had miraculous effects on fourth-step cultivators. Ning Qi didn't know how much this hill-sized Star Soul Stone would be worth in the Shenluo world, but he was sure that it would be priceless. Yet the other party wanted to break it? How could he tolerate this? Ning Qi didn't use the 8-9 arcane art to transform into the ancient demonic ape's body, but his strength was still terrifying. Bang! Ning Qi's fist collided with the young man's fist, causing a muffled bang to resound. After that, the young man's arm was completely fractured, and the enormous force of the collision blasted him flying before he crashed heavily onto the immortal vessel. Eldest senior brother? When the human on the ferry boat saw that the young man was sent flying by Ning Chi's punch, he hurriedly ran forward to check on his injuries. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his life wasn't in danger. Ning Chi didn't intend to kill him. If he had transformed into the ancient demonic ape's body, that punch would have killed the young man. After putting away the Star Soul Stone, Ning Chi looked around and saw that all the Star Soul Stones in the area had been collected. Wang Chao and the others also handed over the Star Soul Stones to Ning Chi. There were at least 100 tons of Star Soul Stones lying in Ning Chi's spatial bag. That human is a little strange. He's only a great perfection immortal monarch, but he managed to injure a great perfection emperor with a single punch? The foreign cultivators on the immortal boats glanced curiously at Ning Chi. Countless gazes swept across Ning Chi's body, as if they wanted to see how Ning Chi managed to defeat a perfection stage emperor in a single move. At this time, some of the foreign races also recognized the young man's origin. That's the ferry boat of the Xiantai sect, one of the 5 major sects of the human race, right? I heard that the Xiantai sect also sent a team to the Yellow Bell tribe, but I received news that the Blood Elf tribe also sent a team. They will definitely advance this time. That's not necessarily true. Although the Blood Elf tribe is ranked 27th in the 100 races ranking, my Ichthyosaur tribe isn't weak either. The cultivator who spoke looked like a standing fishman. There were gills on both sides of his cheeks, and when he spoke, white gas would come out. Forget it. Although your fish dragon clan is ranked 29th, how many generations has it been since you've produced a heaven's prodigy that is slightly above average? I'm afraid you've all forgotten what it's like to enter the 3 holy lands. What? How good could the Flash race be? Do you want to have a competition now? You too. Don't let the people below laugh at you. If there's going to be a competition, it should be a competition between the geniuses. If not for the ancient transformation realm Xenorace coming out to act as a mediator, both sides would probably have fought. Eldest senior brother, are you all right? A group of people surrounded the young man who had just been punched by Ning Chi with a strange expression. After resting for a while, Lin Yuqing slowly stood up. His broken arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked coldly at Ning Chi, but there was a trace of fear and confusion in the depths of his eyes. The other party was clearly only a heavenly high celestial, but the earlier punch had left him feeling as if he was completely unable to withstand it. What was going on? What's going on? Why is the immortal boat stopping? Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out behind them. Everyone turned around and hurriedly cupped their hands, greeting the Grand Elder. Master! That fellow did something that humiliated the human race. I wanted to stop him, but I was defeated by him in one move. Lin Yuqing lowered his head with a trace of humiliation in his eyes. The Grand Elder of the Xiantai sect, Lin Longhu, looked at Ning Chi indifferently. Then he was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Chao, the British Duke, and the Soul Refiner perfected. What are these 3 fellows doing here? Lin Longhu frowned and then asked Lin Yuqing, Was it one of them who injured you? No. Lin Yuqing was stunned, then pointed at Ning Chi. It was him. Him? A heavenly high celestial? Lin Longhu's expression suddenly changed. Lin Yuqing was one of his personal disciples and was also the youngest among them. His aptitude was extremely good, and he had placed most of his confidence in Lin Yuqing for the Sacred Races Genius Tournament. But now, Lin Yuqing was telling him that he was defeated by a heavenly high celestial? Brother Ning, there are no more stones around here. With so many stones, we should be able to build a house, right? Wang Chao looked at Ning Chi with a slightly strange expression. It's not enough. I plan to build a city, so I'll have to trouble you guys. Ning Chi smiled. Not at all, not at all. Everyone hurriedly responded. Then let's go. There's a flickering light ahead. Clearly, there are a lot of stones. Ning Chi smiled. Just as everyone returned to the immortal boat and was about to continue on their journey, an aura descended from the sky and directly locked the immortal boat in place. beat the small one, and the big one is coming out. A few Tao-seeking realm early-stage cultivators walked out of their mortal boats and looked at Lin Longhu with a faint trace of anticipation, because the infighting between the human race was the best to watch. It's Lin Longhu? Wang Chao and the other two were slightly stunned and exchanged glances. That aura came from Lin Longhu. At this moment, Lin Yuqing was standing beside him, glaring at Ning Qi angrily. The other Xiantai sect cultivators were also glaring at Ning Qi with undisguised hostility. Marquis God Courage, Duke of England, perfected soul refinement. What a coincidence to meet the three of you here, Lin Longhu said with a faint smile. Greetings, Senior Lin. Wang Chao laughed dryly. At this moment, Lin Longhu's gaze landed on Ning Qi. That useless disciple of mine was defeated by you? Are you talking about him? Ning Qi pointed at Lin Yuqing. You. Lin Yuqing's expression changed instantly because she could feel countless mocking gazes landing on her. Unfortunately, the owners of those gazes were mostly from foreign races that the human race could not afford to offend. Yes. Lin Longhu nodded lightly. Should be. Ning Qi smiled. If I'm not wrong, your cultivation base is not even at the Emperor realm, right? Just a perfected immortal lord? What technique did you use to defeat Yuqing just now? Do it again now. If I like it, I'll take you in as my personal disciple, and you'll follow me to the Yellow Bell tribe. Lin Longhu looked down at Ning Qi and said, Openly poaching? Wang Chao and the others had strange expressions. Unfortunately, Lin Longhu had chosen the wrong target this time. Are you sick? Ning Qi frowned slightly. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Do you want to conceal your aura? This human is really bold. He dares to be so rude to a Tao-seeking cultivator? Interesting. The foreign race's eyes lit up and looked at Ning Qi with interest. How dare you? Chapter 30, 178. Ning Qi looked at Lin Longhu indifferently. He was considering whether to let the fire Qilin swallow him when he heard a shout from afar. A Khanate numinous treasure has appeared. Boom! It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded. Several mountains nearby collapsed in all directions, leaving a pitch-black crater in the middle. Lin Longhu's expression changed. He ignored Ning Qi and flew toward the crater on the ferry boat. The other foreign race cultivators also rushed over, looking shocked and excited. Khanate numinous treasure? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. After coming to the god Luo mystic realm, he had met many Tao-seeking realm experts and killed many mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators from the Sky Bull race, but he hadn't seen any Khanate numinous treasures. From this, one could see that even in the god Luo mystic realm, Khanate numinous treasures were uncommon. However, emperors could already use supreme-grade Tao artifacts. If Khanate numinous treasures were extremely rare, what kind of treasures would Tao-seeking realm cultivators use? Would they lower themselves to use supreme-grade Tao artifacts? Or would they disdain to use treasures? Brother Ning, if a Khanate numinous treasure has appeared, you must get it. Apart from the 3 sacred clans and the top 10 clans, the other clans don't even have a Khanate numinous treasure. Wang Chao said solemnly. The Duke of England nodded. That's right. If you really have a Khanate numinous treasure, you'll at least be comparable to an early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator. He paused. But this galaxy mountain range doesn't have any legends. Why would a Khanate numinous treasure be hidden here? Perfected Soul, refined, looked into the distance with anticipation. Because many foreign races were rushing over, it was a bit chaotic. After a few breaths, the anticipation in Perfected Soul, Refined's eyes faded. He knew that he was only in the ancient transformation realm. Even if a Khanate numinous treasure really appeared, it wouldn't be his turn. At this moment, Jinwu Zhiga walked out of the cabin to Ning Qi's side and looked into the distance with a frown. It's not a connate numinous treasure, Jinwoo Jiga suddenly said. Everyone was slightly taken aback and looked at Jinwoo Jiga. It's just a supreme grade Tao artifact. Jinwoo Jiga shook his head and walked back to the cabin. Seeing this, everyone was 90% convinced. Otherwise, with the Golden Crow Ji Ji's middle stage, Tao querying realm cultivation, how could he not participate in the fight? Earlier on, there was a commotion and someone did not know what was going on. For some reason, he shouted that a connate numinous treasure had appeared. That was the reason why everyone was shocked. Now that he thought about it, this sort of thing actually happened quite often. There were all sorts of rumors about connate numinous treasures appearing in the world at every moment. But in the end, it was proven that they were just rumors spread by some ignorant people. Ningqi's eyes flickered, and a trace of divine sense entered his sea of consciousness. Little gourd, have you sensed an aura that is similar to yours? Whether it was the birth of a connate numinous treasure or not, it was best to ask the small calabash. Ningqi did not quite trust Golden Wu Jiga's judgment. No. Oh, it is just the birth of a Tao artifact. The facial features of the little gourd appeared on the celestial slaying gourd. At first, it looked confused, as if it had just woken up. Then, it seemed to have come to a realization. It was obvious that it had sensed the aura of the birth of a Tao instrument nearby. In that case, there is no doubt that it is a Tao artifact. Ningqi nodded slightly. After a pause, Ningqi sized up the little gourd from head to toe. Speaking of which, there are strong and weak connate numinous treasures too, right? Of course. I am the strongest connate numinous treasure. The little gourd nodded. The strongest? Ningqi's eyes flickered. How do you differentiate the strong and the weak? Is it based on the standard? From the 1st grade to the 9th grade, the 1st is the weakest and the 9th is the strongest. The little gourd said proudly, back in the immortal world, there were not many who were stronger than me. I remember you saying that you are the strongest connate numinous treasure? Ningqi looked at the little gourd suspiciously. Oh well, I'm going to sleep. The little gourd smiled awkwardly. Just tell me. I won't laugh at you. What grade are you? Ningqi smiled. I am invincible in the immortal world. Even if there are a few who are stronger than me, we have never fought each other. I don't know who is stronger or weaker. What grade are you then? Even the Lotus platform under Tathagata was no match for me. What grade are you? I've already said, what grade are you? 3rd grade. After saying that, the little gourd seemed to be angry. No matter how Ningqi asked it, it did not say anything. 3rd grade. 9th grade is the strongest. In that case, according to the lower, mid-upper grades, you are lower. That was out of Ningqi's expectations. He had thought that the immortal slaying gourd would be a 7th grade or 8th grade connate numinous treasure. He did not expect it to be an inferior grade connate numinous treasure. Who said I'm lower? At my peak, I can kill a perfected Tao querying cultivator. The little gourd seemed to feel embarrassed and could not help but speak again. That 4th grade connate numinous treasure can kill a 4th step cultivator. Ningqi's eyes lit up. Yes. How much longer do you need to recover to your peak? Do you have a chance to advance to a 4th grade connate numinous treasure? Ningqi's eyes were filled with anticipation. If the immortal slaying gourd broke through to the 4th grade, would it not be able to fight Zhang Tianshu? However, there was a difference in strength among the 4th step cultivators. If Zhang Tianshu cultivated to the peak of the 4th step, even a 4th grade connate numinous treasure would not be able to do anything to him. Not long. Let me sleep for 7 or 8 years, and I will be able to recover to my peak. As for advancing to the 4th grade, if you can go to the Shenluo world and become a numinous treasure master, you might have a chance to help me. However, in my opinion, it is impossible for you to become a numinous treasure master. There are only a dozen numinous treasure masters in the Shenlua world, and each of them has a very high status. Numinous treasure master. The North Mystic Emperor was a numinous treasure master back then. You once said that he was the one who planted you. Ningqi asked, if he was a numinous treasure master, would I only be at the 3rd grade? At least above the 5th grade. The little gourd sighed. Ningqi nodded. Ningqi had no idea what kind of occupation a numinous treasure master was, but from what the little gourd had said, he knew that it was a very rare occupation in the Shenlua world. After all, it was such a bug-like ability to increase the grade of connate numinous treasures. Even the North Mystic Emperor was not a numinous treasure master, so the chances of him becoming one in the future should be 0. Therefore, he could only hope that the little gourd could recover to its peak as soon as possible and kill a perfected Dao-querying cultivator. That would definitely be enough in the deity realm. Even in the Shenluo mystic realm, perfected Dao querying cultivators were the strongest. If I sleep for 7 or 8 years, that would be 7 or 8 billion years. Is there no way to shorten this time? Ningqi said helplessly, if you are a numinous treasure master, you can shorten it to a few hundred years, or even a few decades. Chapter 30, 179. Not now, but not in the future. If I become a spiritual treasure master in the future, you have to curry favor with me. Ningqi smiled. The small gourd choked and shouted, how can you become a spiritual treasure master? I'm going to sleep. Then the small gourd stopped talking. Ningqi pondered for a moment, and his divine sense returned to his body. 4 or 5 breaths had passed in the outside world. Wang Chao and the others saw Ningqi standing in the same place, seemingly thinking about something, and waited quietly. Since it's not the birth of a primordial spiritual treasure, let's hurry up. There are many stones in the Galaxy mountain range. If we don't hurry up, it won't be good if they are taken away. Ningqi smiled. A few black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. Great Wilderness King, are you going to dig up all those useless stones? Venerable Soul Refiner was dumbfounded. Why not? Did I break any rules? Ningqi asked. No, of course it's not against the rules. Spiritual Master Soul Refiner hurriedly smiled in embarrassment, but he was wondering what Ningqi was up to. He could just take some of these useless stones. Even if they looked good, they couldn't be eaten as food. If he dug up all the stones in the Galaxy mountain range, it would have to change its name in the future. The Galaxy mountain range is huge. I'm afraid it can't be dug up in a short period of time. Wang Chao smiled. Why don't we leave some people here to collect these stones for Brother Ning while we go to the Heavenly Bull clan first? The Heavenly Bull sage was in seclusion to break through a bottleneck. Who knew when he would come out? Since they were going to the Heavenly Bull clan, they had to hurry. Brother Wang's words are very reasonable. Let's do that. Ningqi nodded. Then, except for Lin Ziyou, the other sect masters were all left in the Galaxy mountain range by Ningqi to collect stones. The sect masters didn't know whether they should be happy or cry. But after Ningqi and the others left, they felt a little lucky. This time, they had no confidence in following Ningqi to the Heavenly Bull clan. Now that the other party wanted them to stay in the Star River mountain range and collect some useless stones without taking any risks, it could be considered as a turning point in their darkest hour. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a flying sword wrapped in raging flames suddenly flew out of the deep pit. Lin Longhu had been waiting for a long time and directly reached out to grab the flying sword. Lin Longhu, this flying sword doesn't belong to you. Another few early-stage Dao-seeking realm cultivators attacked. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Lin Longhu came out on top and snatched the flying sword. However, the aura of the flying sword continued to drop. Soon, they realized that it was only a supreme-grade Dao artifact. How could it be a connate numinous treasure? So, it's a top-grade Dao artifact. In that case, you can have this flying sword. An early-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivator shook his head with a smile and left with his disciples. To Tao-querying realm cultivators, only connate numinous treasures were worth using. Without connate numinous treasures, they would not use supreme-grade Tao treasures. After all, Tao treasures did not add much to their strength. Any random divine ability or palm strike was not something an ordinary Tao artifact could compare to. Biffed! I thought it was really an innate spiritual treasure. It's fake news again. Which idiot shouted just now? The ichthyosaur asked as he looked around. An immortal lord with a slightly red face turned to leave quietly. He was the one who had shouted just now. When this supreme-grade Tao artifact was born, the aura that rose instantly was too shocking. He had shouted subconsciously. The foreign race cultivators who had gathered because of the news of the innate spiritual treasure's birth also left. It was just a supreme-grade Tao artifact. There was no need to fight with Lin Longhu over it. And those who wanted this supreme-grade Tao artifact were all at the Imperial Emperor realm. How would they dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? They could only look at it enviously before turning to leave. Lin Longhu's expression did not look too good. He shook his head in disappointment and casually threw the flying sword to Lin Yuqing. This Tao artifact is for you. Thank you, Master. Lin Yuqing hurriedly thanked him. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of her eyes. Although she already had 3 supreme-grade Tao artifacts, who would complain about having too many of such Dharma treasures? Every additional Dharma treasure could increase one's battle strength. Suddenly, Lin Yuqing's expression changed as if she had thought of something. She hurriedly looked up, but Ning Qi and the others were nowhere to be seen. That kid ran really fast. Fortunately, the monk can run, but the temple can't run. Lin Longhu smiled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. 7 days later, Ning Qi and the others finally arrived at the territory of the Heavenly Bull clan. Wang Chao had been to the Yellow Bell tribe before. He was in charge of handing over the Shenluo stone mine, so he was familiar with the route and led Ning Qi and the others to the Yellow Bell tribe in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the Yellow Bell tribe seemed to be extremely lively. As soon as they passed through the city gate and entered the inner city, they could see people fighting in the distant sky. It was colorful and very beautiful, and there was the sound of explosions from time to time. Brother Ning, it seems that the sacred race's genius battle here is not over yet. Wang Chao smiled. That's Lin Longhu's immortal boat and the Blood Elf clan's immortal boat. I didn't expect Lin Longhu's destination to be the Yellow Bell tribe. The Duke of England turned his head and immediately saw more than a dozen immortal boats parked there. Among them, 2 were the most eye-catching and extremely huge. Great wilderness monarch, should we make our move now or wait until the sacred race's genius battle is over? Taoist soul refined asked cautiously. He was afraid that Ning Qi would make his move now. If that happened, it would break the rules of the 3 sacred clans. Golden Wu Zhiga was beside Ning Qi. When she heard this, she looked at Ning Qi with a trace of hesitation. With the fire chillin' around, she could not stop Ning Qi if he made his move. Naturally, we'll wait until the sacred race's genius battle is over. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Golden Wu Zhiga also nodded slightly. Not long after, they entered the arena and randomly chose a few empty seats in the corners to sit down. There were originally some cultivators sitting near those seats, but when they noticed that Ning Qi actually had 3 ancient transformation realm cultivators on his side, they immediately moved aside and occasionally glanced at Ning Qi's group. From time to time, they would glance at Ning Qi's group, wondering which human force had sent them. Oh, it's them? Chapter 3180. Brother Ning, that's the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe, a perfected ancient transformation realm cultivator. Wang Chao pointed at the leisurely Heavenly Bull tribe cultivator. The other party seemed to think that he was on equal footing with the other 4 Tao-seeking realm cultivators. Even if there was a slight difference in cultivation level, he could still talk and laugh. Lin Longhu and the other early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators were not angry because of this. Instead, they chatted with him with a smile, occasionally commenting on the battle between the two sides. They also commented on the areas that were lacking. No wonder a few immortal lords and dozens of Grand Unity cultivators were able to make the Saint Virtue dynasty spit out a Shenluo stone mine. The Heavenly Bull tribe is really proud. Ning Qi sighed. Jinwu Zhiga glanced at Ning Qi. This is very normal. The 100 Races leaderboard exists for this purpose. Otherwise, why would those races try so hard to move up? The 100 Races leaderboard was created by the 3 sacred clans. It has an extremely accurate judgment of the strength of each race. If there is a difference in ranking, then there must be a huge difference in strength. Wang Chao and the others could not help but nod. They had lived in the Shenluo mystic realm for many years and had a love-hate relationship with the 100 Races leaderboard. All these years, the human race had always been above the leaderboard. However, unlike the 3 sacred clans, the human race was too weak. Like the other 4 foreign races, they did not even have the right to enter the leaderboard. Precisely because of this, all the races on the 100 Races leaderboard looked down on the human race. When human cultivators met foreign race cultivators, they basically had to lower their heads. Unless there was a huge difference in cultivation level, the foreign races would not give the human race any face. Miss Jiga, what rank do you think the human race's strength can be ranked on the 100 Races leaderboard? Ning Qi smiled. Jinwu Jiga pondered for a moment and said seriously, with the strength of a sage, I'm afraid even 4 or 5 mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators would not be a match for them. With such strength, they can already be ranked around 50th. The top 30 all had late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators, and the races after 30 mostly had many powerful mid-stage Tao-seeking realm patriarchs. Therefore, Jinwu Jiga considered many aspects and came up with a ranking for the human race. 50? Hearing that, Wang Chao and the others were shocked. A sliver of excitement gradually appeared on their faces. They had never thought that the human race would suddenly go from being outside the ranking to being ranked around 50th. However, the ranking had not been updated yet, so only they knew the human race's strength. Things were different now, and all of this was because of the existence of Ning Qi. Half a day later, the competition between the major races gradually came to an end. Lin Yuqing had already gone on stage, but he didn't seem to have performed well. He was absent-minded and was defeated by the prodigy of the Yellow Bell tribe in a few moves. As a result, Lin Yuqing's expression became extremely ugly, and he looked at Ning Qi from time to time. Looks like the Blood Elf clan has advanced this time. Perfected Soul, refined, looked at the graceful figure in the field and sighed. It was a female genius from the Blood Elf race. Though she was also a great perfection emperor, it only took her 3 to 5 moves to defeat an opponent of the same level. She held a small, blood-red bow in her hand that occasionally glowed with red light. She hadn't drawn her bow after so many battles, so she only held it in her hand. She only used it as a close-range weapon. Lady Zhigo, what are the rules of the Sacred Races Genius Tournament? Are you going to let the 100 races compete as they wish, and in the end, let them pick out the strongest prodigies and send them to the 3 sacred races to compete with your prodigies? Ning Qi was confused. There is a limit to the number of spots. The higher the ranking, the more spots they have. For example, the Sky Bull tribe has 50 spots. As long as they win 50 battles, they can go to the 3 sacred races. However, if they can't gather 50 people, they don't have the qualifications to enter the 3 sacred races. Gu. Jigu said, doesn't that mean that the higher the ranking, the worse it is for the race? Ning Qi was startled. Exactly. Ji's lips curled. Everything the three sacred races do is very fair. For example, the human race and the other four races that aren't on the ranking, as long as one of them passes, they will be able to enter the three sacred races. Sounds reasonable. Ningqi nodded slightly. It seemed like the three holy clans had also considered the races that had been weak for a long time. For example, the human race. The three holy lands, 5 sects, and 9 dynasties had each sent out their strongest geniuses, but it was difficult for even one of them to qualify. Therefore, they were especially generous to the human race. As long as one person qualified, they would be able to obtain the golden core, the qualification to enter the 3 great holy lands. Ha ha ha, everyone, thanks for letting me win. The duel was over. This time, it was the female cultivator from the Blood Elf clan. The Blood Elf clan let out a loud laugh and cupped his hands towards Lin Longhu's group of 4 in a slightly proud manner. The leader of the Yellow Bell tribe did not look too good, but he could only force a smile and nod his head. Of the other 3 Dao querying cultivators, 2 of them maintained their smiles. This was because many disciples of their tribes had already passed. The chances of them going to the 3 holy tribes were very high. It did not matter even if they failed this round. Lin Longhu's expression was extremely livid. The genius he had brought was the one with the highest chance of passing. Otherwise he, the Grand Elder of the Xiantai sect, wouldn't have personally led the team. He did not expect to lose so miserably. Just the Yellow Bell tribe, a tribe with only ancient transformation realm cultivators, had a genius whose strength was comparable to Lin Youqing's. Her strength was comparable to Lin Youqing's, and she was even slightly stronger. As for the female cultivator from the Blood Elf clan, she was even more abnormal. Compared to her, Lin Youqing was like the heavens and the earth. Lin Longhu, I heard that the team from the 3 holy lands has been completely annihilated. The 9 dynasties didn't seem to have any outstanding talents. Only the 5 sects are the slowest. Now that you have lost, I think the other sects are also in danger. The human race probably won't have a chance to go on the pilgrimage this time. The leader of the Yellow Bell tribe laughed. Although he had failed, there were still countless tribes in the Tianyo tribe, and there were many strong cultivators everywhere. It was not difficult to gather 50 geniuses to qualify. Now, there were already more than 30. I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. Lin Longhu snorted coldly and cupped his hands casually at the 4 of them. He got up and was about to leave. At this moment, Lin Youqing hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Master, the immortal who spoke rudely is also here. Oh. Lin Longhu's expression suddenly changed. His gaze swept across and landed on Ningqi. At the same time, Ningqi was also about to get up. Since the duel was over, it was time for him to get to work. Wang Chao and the others were a little excited and a little nervous. This was the only time in many years that the human race had a chance to hold their heads high. Chapter 30, 181. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes followed Lin Longhu's gaze and found Ningqi and the others. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. What kind of existence dared to insult Dao-querying cultivators? Even though the human race was weak, other than Dao-querying cultivators, even the prodigies of the 3 sacred clans did not dare to insult Dao-querying cultivators. The dignity of Dao-querying cultivators was guarded by all the Dao-querying cultivators in the Shenluo mystic realm. An immortal lord. There are also a few ancient transformation cultivators. They seem to be from the human race. These people are strong no matter where they go. But why did they insult Lin Longhu, a Dao-querying cultivator? I'm afraid they won't survive today. The human race is extremely ruthless. Even though they are also from the human race, they will probably die here. I recognize one of them. He seems to be the Saint Virtue Dynasty's divine courage Marquis, Wang Chao, the current #1 prodigy of the Saint Virtue Dynasty. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Wang Chao. As for Ning Qi and Jinwu Zhiga, they were ignored. Among the Emperor realm and ancient transformation realm, many people had heard of Wang Chao. After all, he was an ancient transformation realm cultivator under 10,000 years old. Such a cultivator was considered a prodigy in the various tribes. That's strange. What are they doing here? The Yellow Bell tribe chief frowned slightly. Lin Longhu, your matter can wait. Ning Qi waved his hand casually as if he was shooing away flies. Lin Yuqing and the other Xiantai sect disciples were speechless. The cultivators of the various tribes present also looked at Ning Qi with strange gazes. This immortal lord not only called out Lin Longhu's name, but also asked him to wait at the side? This person has guts. I'm afraid he's crazy. Some cultivators admired Ning Qi's guts, while others looked at him mockingly. They were looking forward to seeing what would happen to Ning Qi. Ha ha ha, good. My matter can wait. Lin Longhu was so angry that he laughed. Little brother, may I ask why you came to the Yellow Bell tribe today? It's not a big deal. Previously, the Sky Bull tribe sent many Dao, querying cultivators to kill me. I have to return the favor, right? Ning Qi smiled. The atmosphere was dead silent. Lin Longhu and the other Dao, querying realm cultivators had strange expressions. After a few breaths, the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators were the first to erupt in anger. They looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a dead man. Saint Lord, it's really good to block the news. It's been so long, but the Heavenly Bull race still hasn't received any news. The corner of Wang Chao's mouth lifted slightly. What a joke! You are just an immortal Lord Ant. Why would the Heavenly Bull race send Dao querying cultivators to kill you? Lin Longhu berated loudly before looking at the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe. This kid must have lost his mind. Please don't blame him. The chief of the Yellow Bell tribe looked at Lin Longhu with a faint smile, then glanced at Ning Qi. Crazy? I'm afraid this reason won't work. If your human clan doesn't give us an explanation today, I think it's time to ask the seniors of my Heavenly Bull clan to come out and talk. Master, back in the Star River mountain range, this person did some stupid things and made the various alien races laugh at us. Now that he's saying such things, I'm afraid he's really a lunatic. Why don't we just kill him and get it over with? Lin Yuqing cupped her hands and said, At least we can give the Taoist friends of the Heavenly Bull race an explanation. The human clan is still reasonable. Some of the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race smiled and nodded at Lin Yuqing. Let's do as your disciple says. The chief of the Yellow Bell tribe smiled. All right. Lin Longhu nodded and then berated Wang Chao and the rest. Stand aside. This has nothing to do with you. This kid is spouting nonsense and has lost the face of the human clan. Today, I'm going to take action and clean up the mess for Saint Virtue. Lin Longhu, on account that we are all humans, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Today, we followed the great wilderness king to the Heavenly Bull race to get back at him. Wang Chao said indifferently. Lin Longhu's expression changed slightly. Ning Qi was crazy, but Wang Chao couldn't be crazy too, right? He subconsciously looked at the Duke of England and perfected soul refinement. Both of them looked calm, and there seemed to be a hint of anticipation in their eyes. His heart instantly sank. The human clan is so stubborn. We have to kill all of them. How dare you come to our Heavenly Bull race to get back at us? Are you tired of living? The cultivators of the Heavenly Bull race were instantly enraged. Divine Courage Marquis Wang Chao, I only asked for a Shenluo stone mine and you're already shouting about killing me. Are you not satisfied? The chief of the Yellow Bell tribe looked at Wang Chao indifferently and said with slight mockery, You only killed a few immortal lords and a few dozen Grand Unity cultivators, and you want a Shenluo stone mine? The appetite of your Heavenly Bull race is too big. Ning Qi smiled. Who are you to speak? Who are you? The chief of the Yellowbell tribe looked at Ning Chi coldly. Those immortal lords died in my hands. It seems that you don't take this matter to heart. Ning Chi sighed. He killed the cultivators of our Yellowbell tribe? The expressions of the cultivators of the heavenly bull race changed. Even the human cultivators of the Xiantai sect looked at Ning Chi in a different way. Some looked at him with admiration. Some were shocked and some were gloating. It's you? You killed a cultivator of my tribe, yet you still dare to come to my Yellowbell tribe to cause trouble so brazenly? Ha ha ha, interesting. The chief of the Yellowbell tribe couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Ning Chi took out the Elder Supreme, Lord Pillcauldron. The Fire Qilin leaped out and walked gracefully toward the chief of the Yellowbell tribe. Ah, the chief of the Yellowbell tribe stopped laughing when he sensed the aura of the Tao querying realm from the Fire Qilin. His expression changed drastically. Lin Longhu, what is your human race planning to do today? Are you going to start a war with my heavenly bull race? He immediately looked at Lin Longhu and was shocked. How could an immortal lord have a Tao querying realm spirit beast? In this case, everything that the other party said just now wasn't as simple as a joke. The other party really planned to kill him. A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Longhu's eyes, but he didn't have time to think about it. He flew directly in front of the Fire Qilin. If the Fire Qilin killed the chief of the Yellowbell tribe, the human race would become sworn enemies with the heavenly bull race. The other 3 Tao-querying realm cultivators looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared and were replaced with solemnity. The way they looked at Ning Chi also changed slightly. This kid actually has a Tao-querying realm spirit beast. Lin Yuqing, the female prodigy of the blood elf race, and all the immortal emperors and immortal lords present were very shocked. A trace of jealousy gradually appeared in their eyes. Who are you? Get your spirit beast to back off. Don't mess around. Lin Longhu shouted with a solemn expression. Chapter 3182. Lin Longhu's expression changed when he heard Ning Chi's words. He said with an ugly expression, leave now. Don't harm the human race. Lin Longhu, it seems like the human race is planning to start a war with us. The chief of the Yellowbell tribe said with a faint smile. With Lin Longhu's protection, his safety was assured. Even if the Fire Qilin approached them, he would not be afraid. How would the human race dare to start a war with your race? I will handle this. Lin Longhu turned and smiled. He glared at Ning Chi and scolded, Get lost! Some people have knelt for too long and don't know how to stand up. Ning Chi looked at Wang Chao and sighed. Knelt for too long, Wang Chao muttered to himself. The Duke of England and Venerable Soul Refiner were moved. Wasn't that right? The human race was in such a situation. They've basically had to tolerate and retreat when they met other races. If this continued, how would they have a chance to rise in the future? Marquis God Courage, Duke of England, don't bring disaster to the Saint Virtue dynasty. Lin Longhu knew that Ning Chi was talking about him, but he could not refute it. He could only shout at the two. The Heavenly Bull tribe already has 5 Tao-querying intermediate stage existences and a dozen Tao-querying initial stage existences. They came to the Saint Virtue dynasty and planned to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty. It was the great Wilderness King who killed them that allowed the Saint Virtue dynasty to survive. Lin Longhu, it is meaningless for you to protect this person now. We're not just passing by the Yellowbell tribe. We will visit the other tribes one by one. Wang Chao said loudly, What? Could it be that what he said before was true? How can a mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator be killed so easily? The Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the blood elf race and the other two looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Lin Longhu's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be judging whether Wang Chao was speaking the truth. At this time, The chief of the Yellow Bell tribe said angrily, "Nonsense! How can a Tao-seeking realm cultivator of my race die in the hands of the human race, just based on your inferior race?" Many human cultivators were flushed, but the truth was right there. They did not even have a reason to refute, much less the courage to do so. Some of the outsiders chuckled. Clearly, they were thinking about how they usually encountered human cultivators. "I didn't expect that their team would actually be led by this person." Carlton stood beside a female cultivator and looked at Ning Chi with a jealous expression. As for that female cultivator, she was a blood elf cultivator. Her name was Annabella, and she was one of the 4 great geniuses of the blood elf race who had the highest chance of breaking through to the ancient transformation realm. Originally, her target was the strongest tribe of the Heavenly Bull tribe, the Vibrating Mountain tribe. Unfortunately, in order to avoid any accidents, the tribe decided to send her to the Yellow Bell tribe. This way, she could steadily advance and avoid being defeated by the prodigies of the Heavenly Bull tribe. "It's just an external force," Annabella said coldly. To her, if Ning Chi didn't have the fire Qilin, he would be nothing. He wouldn't even have the right to speak to an emperor, let alone Lin Longhu, an early-stage, Dao-querying realm being. An unranked race? Perhaps it won't be long before this race will be deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Heavenly Bull cultivator. Ning Chi smiled, fire Qilin to it. "Today, don't let anyone from the Heavenly Bull clan live." "Don't you dare!" Lin Longhu immediately let out a roar. He was angry at Ning Chi for being so stubborn. However, before he could make a move, the fire Qilin raised its head and let out a long roar. The terrifying roar was like a monstrous wave that swept in all directions. Aside from Ning Chi's group, all the cultivators present subconsciously covered their ears. Their faces revealed painful expressions. A divine pillar of fire shot into the sky with the fire Qilin at the center. Numerous miniature fire Qilins rushed out of the divine pillar. These fire Qilins were completely condensed from flames, and their target was all the Heavenly Bull clan cultivators present. In an instant, at least tens of thousands of miniature fire Qilins ran out of the divine pillar. They rushed in front of the Heavenly Bull clan cultivators and directly burned them to ashes. Regardless of their cultivation level, all of them were killed in one blow. The Dao-querying realm experts of the Blood Elf race and the Dao-querying realm experts of the other 2 races didn't dare to move. They sat motionlessly on the bronze chairs, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They felt a trace of the aura of death from these miniature fire Qilins. In just a few breaths of time, besides the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe, all the Heavenly Bull clan cultivators present were turned into a pile of ashes. Then those miniature fire Qilins gracefully returned to the divine pillar of fire and gradually retracted into the fire Qilin's body, as though they had never appeared. Middle stage Dao-querying realm, spirit beast? Lin Longhu swallowed with difficulty. He looked at the fire Qilins with a hint of fear in his eyes. Just now he was like the other Dao-querying realm experts and didn't dare to move. He suspected that if there were 100 miniature fire Qilins, they would be able to burn him to death. But there were tens of thousands of miniature fire Qilins just now. The Yellow Bell tribe is finished. Some of the foreign races thought to themselves. They looked at Ning Chi with a hint of respect in their eyes. To be able to possess such a powerful spirit beast, no matter what cultivation level Ning Chi was from or what race he was from, in this world where the strong ruled, he was worthy of respect. It's actually a middle stage Dao-querying realm spirit beast? How is this possible? Carlton was dumbfounded. He suddenly recalled how he had boasted on the immortal boat of Ning Chi and the others, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. If the other party had a bad temper, perhaps he would already be dead. Perhaps even the Dao-querying realm patriarch leading the team this time would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Carlton felt a lingering fear. He looked at Annabella and saw that Annabella was staring at the fire Qilin. There seemed to be a hint of jealousy in her eyes that was hard to detect. Are you going to continue to stop me? Ning Qi moved slightly and appeared beside the fire Qilin. He looked at Lin Longhu indifferently. Lin Yuqing and the other Xiantai sect disciples were already dumbfounded. They had never expected that the fire Qilin would have such a terrifying cultivation level. When the divine pillar of fire rushed up just now, they almost felt like they were in a furnace and were about to be burned to death. They didn't want to experience that kind of terrifying feeling again. No, I don't dare. Chapter 30, 183. Lin Longhu. When the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe saw him retreat to the side, his expression changed drastically. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. He looked fiercely at Ning Qi. Your Excellency, don't make a big mistake because of a moment of anger. From the moment the fire Qilin appeared, he thought that Lin Longhu would protect him. At the very least, the other 3 Dao querying realm cultivators would not stand idly by. But when he realized that the fire Qilin's power was comparable to the middle stage of the Dao querying realm, he lost all confidence. He watched as his tribesmen were killed by the fire Qilin in a few breaths of time. His only thought was to stay alive and then take revenge. The only one that could protect him now was not Lin Longhu, nor the other Dao-seeking cultivators, but the Heavenly Bull tribe. If the other party still had a trace of rationality, he should know that destroying a Heavenly Bull tribe would cause hatred between the two sides. He believed that as long as the other party thought about it carefully, he would not dare to attack him again. Make a grave mistake? You really know how to joke. Ning Qi smiled. So what if you have a middle stage Dao querying realm spirit beast? In my tribe, there are more than 10 middle stage Dao querying cultivators. If you kill me today, then there will be an irreconcilable enmity between us. Not only that, but the entire human race will also be implicated. At this point, the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe glanced at Lin Longhu. Seeing the slight change in Lin Longhu's expression, he suddenly felt confident and continued. If you retreat now, there's still room for negotiation. There are more than 10 middle stage Dao querying cultivators. That's old news. I've long told the great wilderness king that I've already killed 5 of your clan's middle stage Dao querying realm experts. Why don't you believe me? Wang Chao couldn't help but let out a long laugh. Looking at the Yellow Bell tribe's chief, he felt extremely carefree. Impossible. They are all at the mid-stage Dao querying realm. No matter how strong it is, how can it kill 5 mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivators of my race? Unless you can prove it to me. The chief of the Yellow Bell tribe shook his head with a pale face and subconsciously looked towards the fire Qilin. What does it have to do with me, whether you believe it or not? Prove it to you? All right, send him on his way. Ning Qi smiled. Wait, a trace of panic finally appeared in the eyes of the Yellow Bell tribe leader. Just as he raised his hand to block the attack, he saw the fire Qilin spit out a mouthful of immortal flames. The Yellow Bell tribe leader didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a pile of dust that scattered with the wind. He really killed the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe. The human clan cultivators present looked at Ning Qi and the fire Qilin with shock and fear. But in their hearts, there was a trace of satisfaction. It had always been the Heavenly Bull tribe bullying human cultivators. But today, they saw the opposite result. The blood feud has already been sown. Lin Longhu's expression became more and more unsightly. However, due to the power of the fire Qilin, he did not dare to speak now for fear of angering Ning Qi again. Awesome. Lin Zio couldn't help but sigh. Many people nearby looked at Lin Zio enviously because they knew that Lin Zio was with Ning Qi. Venerable Soul Refiner, who was originally unwilling, also felt extremely satisfied when he saw the chief of the Yellow Bell tribe being burned to ashes by the fire Qilin. Ning Chi's gaze swept across all the human clan cultivators present and said indifferently, "Human clan, no more kneeling." After saying that, he called out to the fire Kylin, turned around and left. Wang Chao and the others also soared into the sky and chased after him. In an instant, the figures of Ning Chi and the others disappeared from everyone's sight. From the beginning to the end, they did not communicate with Lin Longhu at all. Lin Longhu looked in the direction that Ning Chi left with an incomparably complicated expression. Many humans and foreign races were pondering over Ning Chi's words. Human clan, no more kneeling? A trace of excitement gradually appeared in the eyes of some of the humans. We'll also take our leave. Wen Dao of the Blood Elf clan cupped his hands at Lin Longhu and flew toward the ferry boat with Annabella and the other disciples. Not long after, the ferry boat soared into the sky and left the Yellow Bell tribe. After that, the other two foreign races also left with their people, leaving only Lin Longhu standing there. Master, his actions today have completely offended the Heavenly Bull tribe. Let's quickly go to the 3 sacred lands and report this matter. Let the 3 sacred lands join forces with the other sects and dynasties to apologize to the Heavenly Bull tribe. Only then can we avoid the disaster of our human clan. Lin Yuqing flew to Lin Longhu and said while cupping her hands, "Pa." Lin Yuqing covered her face in disbelief and looked at Lin Longhu. "Master, you? Even now, you still can't see the situation clearly? Why didn't I know that you're so stupid before? Since there's already a death feud, how can you apologize? By then, won't our Xiantai sect be the first to be destroyed?" Lin Longhu said coldly. Many disciples of the Xiantai sect had a hint of gloating in their eyes. Lin Yuqing lowered her head with a livid expression. "I was wrong. Let's go back to the sect." Lin Longhu said with a solemn expression. He was afraid that the human clan would face the crazy revenge of the Heavenly Bull tribe. At this moment, he hoped that Ning Chi could return to the human clan as soon as possible, so that there was a glimmer of hope to resist the attack of the Heavenly Bull tribe. Half a month later, a piece of news came from the Heavenly Bull race. The leader of the Heavenly Bull race's Pushui tribe, a middle-stage, Tao-seeking realm patriarch, had been killed on the spot by a human. Several early-stage, Tao-seeking realm cultivators under him had also died a violent death. The Pushui tribe had been destroyed just like that. This news was like a bomb, shocking the various outsiders. On the human clan side, Lin Longhu had long since gathered with the leaders of the other 4 great sects to discuss the predicament they might face next. But when they heard the news, all 5 of them trembled. I've seen the leader of the Pushui tribe once. His aura is extremely tyrannical, and he can suppress the 5 of us with a flick of his finger. I didn't expect him to be killed by the Wilderness King of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Lin Longhu, you're the only one of us who's been in close contact with the Wilderness King. Is his spirit, beast, really that strong? Lu Zhengsheng, the head of the Jackdaw sect, looked at Lin Longhu in shock. According to common sense, a battle between mid-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators would mostly end in one side being heavily injured, while the other side would be helpless. It was very rare for one side to be killed. Unless a few mid-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators joined forces to ambush them, then it would be possible. Very strong, very strong. But as for how strong, my cultivation isn't high enough to determine. Lin Longhu smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he thought about how he'd asked to take Ning Chi as his personal disciple, he felt a little awkward. Report. Another great emperor rushed into the hall and said excitedly, "The leader of the Chi-Du tribe of the Heavenly Bull tribe has been killed by the Wilderness King." Chapter 30, 184. News of the Tao-querying realm cultivators being killed from the Heavenly Bull tribe spread. The human race was in an uproar. Even the leaders of the 3 holy lands led people to the Saint Virtue dynasty personally. At the start, Many of the human race did not know why Ning Qi wanted to kill the Tao querying realm cultivators from the Heavenly Bull tribe. However, the news of the Heavenly Bull tribe's intention to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty spread quickly throughout the human race. The human race of the Saint Virtue dynasty was terrified. If Ning Qi had not stopped this calamity for them, perhaps the Saint Virtue dynasty's territory would have been plunged into misery and suffering. As for Ning Qi's reason for going to the Heavenly Bull tribe, everyone gradually understood. This was revenge for the Heavenly Bull tribe's previous actions. Great Wilderness Queen is really invincible. I did not expect her to bring the Marquis of Divine Courage and the others to charge into the Heavenly Bull tribe and kill so many Tao querying realm cultivators. That's really satisfying. If not for Great Wilderness Queen, how can we still sit here and drink tea and chat? The Heavenly Bull tribe has been arrogant for a long time. Back then, they asked for our Shenluo stone mine. Now it seems like they have to pay us back double. But won't this incur the crazy revenge of the Heavenly Bull tribe? As far as I know, the great sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe is a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Once he attacks, who in the human race can stop him? Even the Great Wilderness Queen is not his match. Some people felt that it was satisfying, while others were pessimistic and opposed. They felt that Ning Qi was too radical. As long as the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators were chased out of the human race's territory, wouldn't it bring disaster to the human race if he charged into the Heavenly Bull tribe to massacre them? This Taoist friend, what are you thinking? Do you think that the Heavenly Bull tribe intends to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty? Do you think we can't resist and hope that they will forgive us and not attack us? That's too naive. Great Wilderness Queen is right. Take this opportunity to attack the Heavenly Bull tribe. If we can kill more Tao querying realm cultivators, the human race will be safer in the future. A group of people happened to pass by this tea stall and heard the conversation between the cultivators in the tea stall. The three cultivators in the lead exchanged glances and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. As for the rest of the cultivators, they remained silent. However, there was a hint of shock and curiosity in their eyes. The Celestial Bull Sage is indeed in seclusion to break through to the full realm. He won't come out for a while. I don't know where he came from. I'm afraid he will bring disaster to our human clan. If we wait for the Celestial Bull Sage to come out, how can we fight against him? The person who spoke was an old man in a Taoist robe. He had a head of silver hair, but his face was ruddy. However, there was a hint of worry between his brows. Fellow Ling Xiao, what has happened has already happened. Let's find fellow Shengde and ask him about it. Another bald monk said in a deep voice. He was wearing a gold-plated kasaya and had a majestic figure, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Some cultivators had already noticed them, but they felt that this group of people didn't seem to be easy to provoke, so they didn't dare to look at them. Monk Wu Chan, you are still able to remain so calm even now. I really admire you. A middle-aged man in a scholarly robe said indifferently. Fellow Taoist Limitless, you're mistaken. Monk Wu Chan smiled. The middle-aged man smiled non-committally. Let's go. Shengde is already waiting for us. These three people were the masters of the three great holy lands of the human clan. Ling Xiao, Sacred Ground, Zen Sacred Ground, and Limitless Sacred Ground were the strongest forces of the human clan. However, in reality, they were only stronger than the other sects and dynasties because they had one more early-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Now that Shengde had the Great Wilderness King, their strength had long surpassed that of the three great holy lands. Not long after, the group of three arrived at the palace and saw Shengde Holy Lord who had been waiting for them for a long time. Fellow Ling Xiao, Monk Wu Chan, fellow Taoist Limitless, the four of us haven't seen each other in many years, right? Shengde stood up with a smile and greeted the three of them. The three of them looked at each other, then smiled and greeted Shengda. After a while, Ling Shao said, "Fellow Taoist Shengda, have you heard the news from the celestial bull race?" "Yes." Shengda smiled and nodded. Limitless said, "What is the background of the great wilderness king? Why haven't I heard of such a person after so many years?" "The great wilderness king's background is extremely mysterious. I actually don't know much." Shengda shook his head. "Fellow Taoist Shengda, actually we are here for the great wilderness king." Monk Wu Chan said with a serious expression, "The great wilderness king killed his way into the celestial bull race, and 4 Tao, querying realm, intermediate stage, cultivators died in his hands. What does fellow Taoist Sheng to think of this? What trump card does the great wilderness king have? If the celestial bull sage breaks out of seclusion, he will use this reason to suppress the human clan. What should we do then?" "Monk Wu Chan, you have so many questions. Which one should I answer first?" Shengda smiled. "The great wilderness king has his reasons for doing things. In reality, even if the great wilderness king doesn't go to the celestial bull race and kill their Tao-querying realm cultivators, the celestial bull race will not let the Shengda dynasty off. Do the 3 of you think that we should just sit and wait? The Shengda dynasty is the Shengda dynasty. The human clan is the human clan." Sun Luo looked at Shengda meaningfully. "If we act rashly and cause the human clan to be exterminated by the celestial bull sage, I'm afraid it won't be good." "Fellow Taoist Sun Luo, do you mean that the Shengda dynasty should sit and wait to die to protect the human clan?" Shengda looked at Sun Luo with a faint smile. In the past, he was still very afraid of Sun Luo because the other party's cultivation was slightly higher than his. In a battle, Shengda felt that he could at most last about 100 moves against Sun Luo. But now he believed that even if Sun Luo was given 100 guts, the other party wouldn't dare to do anything. "That's right. Our 3 sacred lands have always been careful and never offended those foreign races. But because of your Shengda dynasty, the human clan can no longer be at peace. No matter what, you have to give the 3 of us an explanation." Sun Luo said plainly, "So the 3 of you are here today to denounce me." Shengda smiled. "Fellow Taoist Sun Luo, don't misunderstand. Fellow Taoist Sun Luo's temperament is like this. Please be tolerant." Taoist Ling Shao came out to be the peacemaker. After a pause, he looked at Shengda and said sincerely, "We are all born for the human clan. This matter concerns the rise and fall of the human clan. I ask fellow Taoist Sun Luo not to hide it. If you don't have a trump card, we can start to arrange a backup plan to avoid being caught by the celestial bull sage." "Fine." Shengda sighed. He knew that if the 3 did not get an answer today, they would not leave easily. As for that matter, there was no need to hide it now. Chapter 30, 185. What? Taoist Ling Shao, Monk Wu Chan, and Sun Luo were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. The martial god palace of the demon clan could almost represent the entire demon clan. It was the highest authority in the demon clan. The martial god would only be chosen from the Golden Crow clan. Among the 4 priests, there were 2 from the Heavenly Fox clan and the Xian Turtle clan, respectively. There was only the martial god who was 1 level lower than the martial god. There were other branches of the demon race in the guard. It could be said that the Valkyrie was already at an extremely high position in the demon race. Even the Valkyrie called the Great Wilderness King's spirit, beast to saint? Wasn't the origin of the Great Wilderness King a little too terrifying? Taoist Shengda is the Great Wilderness King from the Shenluo world. Taoist Ling Shao was the first to react. He gasped. Monk Wu Chan put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He then looked at Shengda with anticipation. Only Sun Luo's expression did not look good. A strange look flashed in his eyes. "I don't know about that. Why don't the 3 of you ask the Great Wilderness King personally when he returns?" Shengda smiled. "How dare you be so rude?" Taoist Ling Xiao gave a sheepish laugh. Only someone who had been kicked in the head by a donkey would ask such a question. After exchanging pleasantries, Xingda invited the three to stay in the palace for a while. The three of them stayed. Not long after, Lin Longhu and the rest arrived. It could be said that the strongest people of the human race were all in the Shang dynasty. Only the three holy lands each had an early stage Tao querying realm. After all, what Ning Qi was doing in the Heavenly Bull tribe was too serious and sensitive. If anything went wrong, the human race would be at risk of being overthrown. They wanted to wait here for first-hand news. At the same time, if something unexpected happened, they could gather their combat power to resist and delay for a while. Suddenly, in fact, all the human Tao querying realm cultivators, including Shangda, had a trace of fear in their hearts. When people were afraid, they liked to huddle together. Heavenly Bull tribe, vibrating mountain tribe. This was the strongest tribe of the Heavenly Bull tribe. The tribe leader was the Heavenly Bull, Great Sage. He was also the tribe leader of the Heavenly Bull tribe. Brother Ning, in front of us is the vibrating mountain tribe. Do we really want to go in? The middle stage, Tao querying realm cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe are almost all dead. There are only 3 left in the vibrating mountain tribe. Wang Chao looked at the bustling city in the distance and said to Ning Qi with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. From his point of view, Ning Qi had already beaten the Heavenly Bull race to the brink of destruction. Who knew how many mid-stage and early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators had died? The Heavenly Bull race's strength had plummeted. If not for the Heavenly Bull Great Sage, the Heavenly Bull race might have fallen from the 17th position to the 50th. Spiritual Master Soul refined, and the Duke of England sighed inwardly. They never thought that there would be a day when they could run amok in the Heavenly Bull tribe. Thinking about the expressions of the Heavenly Bull tribe members when they died, the two of them couldn't help but glance at Ning Qi. He was decisive and merciless. If we're going to fight, we'll cripple him completely. Once the great Heavenly Bull Sage comes out of seclusion, there won't be another chance like today. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Great Wilderness King is right. Lin Zio nodded excitedly. Seeing this, Wang Chao smiled too. In that case, let's follow the Great Wilderness King to see the vibrating mountain tribe. Speaking of which, I've never been here before. Me too. The Duke of England smiled. Golden Wu Zhiga hadn't spoken all this while. But recently, she saw Ning Qi killing one Heavenly Bull tribe member after another. She couldn't stay calm. In this case, there would definitely be a fierce battle between the human tribe and the Heavenly Bull tribe. At that time, unless the 3 great perfection realm patriarchs of the 3 sacred tribes appeared, no one would be able to stop the great Heavenly Bull Sage's anger. No one could stop the wrath of the great sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe. However, this could only happen if the Dragon tribe and the 3-eyed tribe were on the same side as the Demon tribe. If one of the 2 tribes leaned towards the Heavenly Bull tribe, it would lead to a battle between the 3 sacred tribes. Golden Wu Zhiga felt some regret in her heart. But it was a pity that it was all too late. With a thought, Ning Qi took out the Lao Jun pill furnace. The fire Qilin jumped out and landed next to Ning Qi. Then everyone followed Ning Qi and the fire Qilin, flying towards the huge city where the vibrating mountain tribe was. Even the outsiders outside had received the news. How could the vibrating mountain tribe not be prepared for such a big commotion that Ning Qi had caused in the territory of the Heavenly Bull tribe? So when Ning Qi and the others appeared, there were already people from the vibrating mountain tribe who discovered Ning Qi and the others. They were scared out of their wits and roared. The human tribe is here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another flew into the sky. These Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators had serious expressions. Their cultivation bases ranged from the early ancient transformation realm to the great perfection. There were more than 100 of them. After a few breaths of time, another dozen figures arrived. These dozen Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators all gave off the aura of the early Tao querying realm. One of them glanced at the fire Qilin and compared it with the information he received. He immediately said, "It is indeed that human scoundrel. ***, he killed so many of our Tao querying realm cultivators when our Heavenly Bull sage was in seclusion. How shameless! Open the shaking mountain formation and stop them." With a cold shout, a huge Heavenly Bull tribe cultivator flew into the sky. Then 2 figures followed closely behind. These 3 were the only 3 mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe left. When the ancient transformation realm cultivators saw the 3, they all looked very sad and angry. "3 patriarchs, let's join forces and kill them. Let's avenge our patriarchs." Yes, with 3 patriarchs joining forces, I don't believe we can't kill them. We have more than a dozen Tao querying realm cultivators, and they only have 1 mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. There is no need to be afraid of them, since when can mere ants of the human tribe ride on our heads? Not only did the ancient transformation realm want to fight, but even the dozen early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators agreed to join forces to suppress Ning Qi and the others. If they opened the shaking mountain formation, they could indeed stop the other party, but they would not be able to leave. Since when did you decide the matters of the shaking mountain tribe? One of the mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators glanced at everyone coldly. Everyone, including the dozen early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators, shut their mouths immediately. The tribe leader is in seclusion to break through to the great perfection of the Tao querying realm. If he succeeds, our Heavenly Bull tribe will become a sacred tribe. At this critical moment, no mistakes can be made. Another mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator said plainly, "But no buts. Open the shaking mountain formation. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." The last mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator snorted coldly. Chapter 3186. This formation wasn't easy to break. Ning Qi was startled by the fire Qilin's words. If the fire Qilin didn't think it was easy to break, then he probably wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. Jinwu Zhiga heaved a sigh of relief and nodded at Ning Qi. The Saint is right. This is the protective formation of the mountain shaking tribe, the mountain shaking formation. Right now, the 3 mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators are the eye of the formation. A dozen early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators are the support, and over 100 cultivators are the cornerstones. Even if the Saints and I join forces, we won't be able to break it without dozens of days of effort. Ning Qi frowned slightly. 10 days was too long. He had planned to quickly clean up the place and leave. If it took too long, and if the great sage of Heavenly Bull broke out of seclusion, things would not be easy to handle. At this time, the hundreds of figures in the city all stared at Ning Qi and the fire Qilin with furious eyes. "Human scoundrel, you've been acting like a tyrant in the Sky Bull tribe and killed countless Tao-seeking realm cultivators. When the Sky Bull Great Sage breaks out of seclusion, it will be the end of the human tribe." A mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the Sky Bull tribe said coldly. Although the other 2 didn't say anything, they noticed an extremely shocking detail. This detail was something that no one had noticed in the previous news. That woman seems to be the martial goddess of the demon race's martial god palace. I think I've seen her. Wait, her name is Jinwu Zhiga. She's indeed one of the martial goddess of the demon race's martial god palace. The 2 exchanged looks and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The martial goddess of the demon race's martial god palace was actually standing with the murder of the Sky Bull tribe's Tao-seeking realm cultivators. Could it be that the demon race was going to attack the Sky Bull tribe? The 2 couldn't help but tremble at this thought. If that was really the case, the mountain shaking formation wouldn't be able to stop the enemy at all. As long as one of the 4 priests of the demon races, Martial God Palace, made a move, they would be able to break the formation in less than half a day. By then, not only would they be unable to escape, even the Sky Bull Great Sage, who was in seclusion to break through to the Great Perfection realm, would be in danger. The 2 immediately transmitted the news to the mid-stage, Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the demon races, Martial God Palace, who hadn't discovered this yet. The 3 were all shocked. May I ask if you are the Martial God Palace's martial goddess, Jin Wujiga? The mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator who had scolded Ning Qi first looked at Golden Wujiga, his voice trembling slightly. Monster race, Martial God Hall? Valkyrie? Golden Crow, halting spear? The remaining dozen early Tao-seeking realm cultivators and over 100 ancient transformation realm cultivators, as well as the rest of the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators who had rushed over after hearing the news and were glaring at Ning Qi and the others, were all shocked. Even the mountain-shaking array seemed to flicker, but it was immediately stabilized. Many cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe who were in charge of the array had a layer of cold sweat on their backs. You recognize me? Jinwu Zhiga frowned. She didn't want to reveal her identity this time, so she felt a little helpless. It's really the Valkyrie of the Martial God Palace of the Monster Clan. The 3 mid-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators had an additional hint of grief and indignation on their faces. Goddess of martial arts, may I ask if the demon race is dissatisfied with our race and wants to attack us? One of the mid-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators asked with a pale face. Jin Wujiga said indifferently, during the pilgrimage, your Heavenly Bull tribe planned to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty and break the rules set by our 3 sacred clans. Don't you know about this? Massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty? Everyone was a little shocked. They looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Clearly, they knew nothing about this, but it was also possible that they were pretending to deceive Jinwu Zhiga. Ning Qi carefully sized up the expressions of the Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators. Finally, he saw a hint of suspicion on the face of one of the mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators. This mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator was called Long Haitu. When Jinwu Zhiga spoke just now, a hint of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. From this, it could be seen that this person definitely knew about this matter and was related to Long Sherduo, who had been killed by Ning Qi. Goddess of martial arts, we know nothing about this matter. Has the Saint Virtue dynasty already been massacred by our Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators? Long Haitu suddenly said. Then it seems that the people below you made the decision on their own. Jinwu Zhiga nodded slightly. Indeed, there were 5 mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators and a dozen early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators. They went to the Saint Virtue dynasty together and planned to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty. However, they are all dead. Today, I followed the great wilderness king of the Saint Virtue dynasty to your Heavenly Bull tribe. This is an eye for an eye. All dead? The cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe were dumbfounded. With a turn of their minds, they knew what this meant. Their faces became paler and paler, and the anger in their hearts increased. In just this period of time, several mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators of the Chi-Du tribe, the Pushui tribe, and the other mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe had died. And that didn't include those early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators. If what Jinwu Zhiga said was true, wouldn't the Heavenly Bull tribe only have 3 mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators left? This was a huge weakening of the Heavenly Bull tribe's strength. Goddess of martial arts, my Heavenly Bull tribe is ranked 17th on the 100 races list. The human ants can't even get on the list. Even if there are people below us who broke the rules set by the 3 holy clans, they have already failed. Why did you follow this human to my Heavenly Bull tribe and massacre my Tao-querying realm cultivators? This isn't fair. I wonder if the Dragon Clan and the Three-Eyed Clan know about this? Long Haitu said solemnly, "You were the ones who broke the rules first. Are you saying that you can't hit someone back after hitting them? How can there be such logic in this world? Miss Shiga, don't you think so?" Ningqi laughed and looked at Golden Wujiga. Jinwu Jiga nodded slightly. When Long Haitu and the others saw this, their expressions became extremely ugly. They didn't know why Jinwu Jiga would help a human. There were probably many other reasons behind this, but they didn't have the time to figure it out right now. The most important thing now was to protect the vibrating mountain tribe. When the Heavenly Bull Great Sage successfully broke through, the Heavenly Bull tribe would become the fourth great holy tribe. At that time, all the humiliation that had been inflicted on the Heavenly Bull tribe would be paid back one by one. Seek justice. Valkyrie and you human ants, the humiliation you brought to our Sky Bull tribe this time, we will definitely repay you one by one when the Great Sage breaks out of seclusion. Chapter 30, 187. You've done something wrong, yet you're still so stubborn? I think you should know that we're going to wash the Saint Virtue dynasty with blood. Don't tell me that you don't feel ashamed that your actions have caused the death of so many of your people? Ningqi said to Long Haitu with a faint smile. Whoosh whoosh. The members of the Heavenly Bull tribe around Long Haitu looked at him. Even the mid-stage Tao-seeking state patriarch of the Heavenly Bull tribe had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Nonsense. How could I, Long Haitu, ignore the rules set by the three holy clans and do such a thing? Long Haitu said righteously. The other two mid-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivators also nodded slightly. They understood Long Haitu's personality, especially during this special period. The Celestial Bull Sage had already instructed them not to cause trouble outside. Logically speaking, Long Haitu would not do such a thing. Everyone, this human has used some unknown method to bewitch the Valkyrie of the martial god hall of the Demon Clan and committed a monstrous crime in our Heavenly Bull tribe. When the Great Sage breaks out of seclusion, it will be the day our Heavenly Bull tribe becomes a sage. At that time, we will crush the human clan and go to the Demon Clan to seek justice. Long Haitu continued. His words made all the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe excited. They let out tsunami-like roars. There was no longer any fear in their eyes when they looked at Jinwu Jiga. Instead, there was endless hatred. They were no longer afraid of the Demon Clan. Jinwu Jiga's expression became more and more serious. She said to Ning Qi telepathically, "This mountain-quaking array can't be broken for a while. Why don't we leave this place first?" Fine. The interest we collected this time is enough. After this incident, no other foreign clans will dare to look down on the human clan for a while. Ningqi nodded with a smile. Venerable soul, refiner, heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally return to the human clan unscathed. Thinking of what he had done with Ningqi this time, he suddenly had a feeling that he had only felt when he was young. It was hot-bloodedness. I'll spare your lives if you don't come out today. The next time I see you, I'll kill you. Ningqi smiled at Long Haitu and the others. Remember, I'm the great wilderness king. I'm the one who crippled your Heavenly Bull tribe. With that, he turned around and led the crowd away. Long Haitu and the others went silent for 10 minutes before someone said, Grand Desolate Queen, Great Wilderness Queen, today I swear a blood oath that I will behead him in the future to avenge my clan's blood feud. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. The corners of Long Haita's mouth curled up slightly as he looked in the direction where Ningqi and the others had left. On the way back, Ningqi suddenly looked at Golden Wujigo and said, Miss Jigo, your complexion was a little off. Did you notice something? Golden Wujiga was silent for a moment before saying, Great Wilderness King, didn't you notice that the group of Heavenly Bull race cultivators seem to be certain that Great Sage Heavenly Bull can break through the bottleneck and become an existence at the perfected Tao querying realm? Venerable soul refined Wang Chao and the Duke of England were taken aback. Their expressions turned ugly. Before Great Sage Sky Bull broke through, he was already a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. The human race would find it hard to deal with him. If he broke through, the human race would not be far from annihilation. Isn't it normal for the Heavenly Bull clan to have confidence in their clan leader breaking through the bottleneck? Ning Qi was slightly puzzled. At this moment, Golden Crow Zhiga sent a voice transmission. Do you know why, from ancient times till now, other than the 3 sacred clans who have perfected Tao querying realm patriarchs, the strongest existences of the other races can only reach the late-stage Tao querying realm? Could it be that there's some secret behind this? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Not bad. Golden Wu, Zhiga nodded. There is a terrifying chasm between the late-stage Tao querying realm and the perfected Tao querying realm. This isn't an ordinary bottleneck. There are very few who can break through it alone. Perhaps there are such geniuses in the divine Luo realm. This bottleneck is known as the bottleneck in the late-stage Tao querying realm. Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace? Ning Qi asked in surprise. Why is it called the Immortal Palace? When you reach the late-stage Tao querying realm, a door will condense in your sea of consciousness. If you can open that door, you will be able to see an immortal palace. At this moment, you are at the perfected Tao querying realm and not far from the 4th step. As for those at the perfected Tao querying realm and the late-stage Tao querying realm who possess an immortal palace, the difference between them is like the difference between a mortal and a late-stage Tao querying realm. No matter how strong the geniuses are, they can't fight above their cultivation levels. Even if there are 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators, they definitely won't be a match for a perfected Tao querying realm cultivator who has opened an immortal palace. As Golden Wu Zhiga said this, she looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. You should know all this. Ning Qi didn't seem to hear the latter part of Golden Wu Zhiga's words. Instead, he was immersed in the door that she had mentioned previously. Miss Zhiga, only those at the late-stage Tao querying realm will condense a door in their sea of consciousness. Behind the door is the immortal palace? Ning Qi asked without batting an eyelid. That's right. Golden Wu Zhiga nodded. In the Shinluo world, there's an elixir known as the Immortal Palace Elixir. This elixir can help late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators to open that door and see the immortal palace behind the door. Once they reach the perfected Tao querying realm, they will be qualified to take the 4th step. In that case, the 3 sacred tribes have the Immortal Palace Elixir? Ning Qi was enlightened. That's right. Every time our races, perfected Tao querying realm cultivators die or ascend, someone from the Shinluo world will bestow the Immortal Palace Elixir to help the remaining late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators of our race to see the Immortal Palace and reach the perfected Tao querying realm. Golden Wu Zhiga nodded slightly. That's why I'm curious about the attitude of the Sky Bull race cultivators. If the Sky Bull Sage hadn't shown absolute confidence, they wouldn't have been so sure that the Sky Bull Sage would definitely break through. That's why they said such treacherous words. Even the top 10 races didn't dare to say that they would seek justice from us. Ning Qi's expression turned solemn. In that case, the Sky Bull Sage might have obtained an Immortal Palace Elixir? Golden Wu Zhiga shuddered and looked at Ning Qi in shock. Then she said softly, I have to send a message back to the tribe immediately. Miss Zhiga, I wonder what's in the Immortal Palace? Ning Qi suddenly asked. I naturally don't know what the Immortal Palace is like. After all, given my cultivation realm, I can't even see that door. However, legend has it that as long as I see the Immortal Palace, I will be able to obtain countless treasures, elixirs, and cultivation techniques. At the same time, the Immortal Palace is divided into different grades. Great Wilderness King, you don't know about this? Golden Wu Zhiga was suspicious. If Ning Qi was really from the Shenluo world, there was no reason that she wouldn't know about this. Miss Zhiga, hurry up and send the message. Chapter 3188. Once Jinwu Zhiga left, Ning Qi instructed Wang Chao to call him when he reached the Galaxy Mountain Range. Then he went to the cabin and sat down cross-legged. His spiritual will entered his sea of consciousness. Ning Qi's spiritual will came to the prison suppression gate with a solemn expression. At this moment, there was still an endless stream of power surging out from the prison suppression gate and flowing into Ning Qi's 8 extraordinary meridians. Is there an immortal palace behind the prison suppression gate? A trace of doubt rose in Ning Qi's mind. If not for Jinwu Zhiga's words today, he would still be guessing what was behind the prison suppression gate. However, Jinwu Zhiga's words made Ning Qi suspicious. If there was an immortal palace behind the prison suppression gate, wouldn't it mean that he had condensed the gate before reaching the advanced Dao querying realm? If he opened it, would he reach the perfected Dao querying realm immediately? He would have to cross several realms. Ning Qi thought about it and laughed at himself. It was impossible. At this moment, the prison suppression gate was different from what Jinwu Zhiga had said before. The gate was either closed or open, but there was a gap in the prison suppression gate. Endless power flowed out from it. But looking through the gap, it was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. And if only I had the immortal palace elixir, I could swallow one and try. If it is effective on the prison suppression gate, I can confirm this, Ning Qi thought to himself. It was a pity that the immortal palace elixir was considered a precious elixir in Shenluo world. After all, it could help the advanced Dao querying realm break through the bottleneck. If he wanted to obtain the immortal palace elixir, he could only head to Shenluo world. What are you looking at? A voice suddenly sounded behind Ning Qi. The immortal slaying gourd had appeared behind Ning Qi. The features of the small gourd appeared on the gourd, and it sized up the prison suppression gate curiously. Small gourd, you are a third-grade connate spiritual treasure. Do you have any insight into the origin of this gate? Ning Qi smiled. Please don't keep saying third grade. The small gourd said righteously, in the immortal world there has never been a ranking system for connate spiritual treasures. That is a rule only in Shenluo world. The immortal world only looks at the strong and weak. I am the strong. All right, since you are a very strong connate spiritual treasure, how much do you know about the origin of this gate? Ning Qi corrected himself. I don't know. You've cultivated the 4 spirits' sacred art, and now that there are 4 symbols guarding this door, I think there might be a lot of treasures hidden behind it. Otherwise, with the grade of the 4 spirits' holy art, even if I condense the 4 symbols, they would still come to protect me. The small gourd harumphed. Protect you? Look at the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Although they do not have true intelligence, they are still condensed from your cultivation technique. They will subconsciously protect the most important things to you. But right now, they are not guarding your soul, nor are they guarding your statue condensed from the ancient immortal incense body refinement technique. Everything is clear now. Without this door, they will definitely protect me, who is the second most important to you. The small gourd said matter-of-factly, All right, I got it. Go back to sleep and recover your cultivation as soon as possible. Ning Qi waved his hand. The little gourd harumphed and hopped away. Ning Qi looked at the prison-suppressing gate with a serious expression. If what the small gourd said was true, then the prison-suppressing gate was probably the most important thing in the sea of consciousness. The possibility that the immortal palace was behind it was getting higher. With a thought, Ning Qi sent his divine will into the dragon-slaying mall and the merit service tower. It had been a long time since he had last been here. Previously, he had needed to use his merit points to derive the 3rd tier of the 4 spirits' sacred art. Now he had gone to the Heavenly Bull tribe and killed a Dao-seeking realm cultivator, and he had earned over 100 million merit points. There were also tens of millions of ancient realm cultivators. Before he knew it, Ning Qi's merit points had already broken past 5 billion. Back then, it was difficult enough to collect 10 million merit points. But now I'm a billionaire. Ning Qi couldn't help but let out a sigh, then walked into the Merit Service Tower. A moment later, the Merit Service Tower underwent an enormous change. The scenery around him was constantly changing. Ning Qi's expression flickered, but he stood there with a serious look in his eyes. He didn't do anything to stop it. Soon, the shelves were gone, and he was surrounded by the endless depths of the universe. Next, a stone path appeared beneath Ning Qi's feet. The stone path floated in the universe and glowed with all sorts of colors. From a distance, it looked like a rainbow. Ning Qi smiled and walked forward. No matter what had happened, he was still in the dragon-slaying mall, so he wasn't afraid of any danger. After walking for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a temple appeared at the end of the stone path. In the center of the temple was a plaque. 5 Billion Club. Ning Qi stood there in shock, looking at the plaque in silence for a dozen breaths of time. He had already guessed what this place was. This was likely because, after his merit points reached 5 billion, the system had opened another place similar to merit points. However, the threshold to enter this place should be the same as what was written on the plaque. At least 5 billion merit points. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up as he walked towards the 5 Billion Club. When he entered the shrine, he saw many unusual items floating in the air. These items were all wrapped in golden light, and there were words written on the golden light, as if they were introductions. At a glance, there were hundreds of different kinds of objects floating in the air. Ning Qi's eyes were quickly attracted by a ball of flame. This ball of flame was also wrapped in golden light, and the introduction on it was, Tusada Dark Flame, able to burn all things. If there is no matching cultivation technique, buy with caution. Price, 5 billion merit points. 5 billion merit points. This flame is so expensive. If I let the fire Qilin devour it, perhaps it can advance again? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The stronger the fire Qilin was, the stronger he would be. The two shared a common bond. However, the words "buy with caution" made Ning Qi not immediately exchange for it. Instead, he looked at the other objects wrapped in golden light. There were quite a few medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, magical items, and even spirit beast eggs. There were even materials for forging items. Furthermore, all of them were priced at 5 billion merit points. The quality of the items was obviously extraordinary, as could be seen from the magical items on display. Morning Staff, a first-grade connate spiritual treasure. It has a special enhancement for the ghost race. If the ghost race wields it, it is comparable to a second-grade connate spiritual treasure. That's right. In this 5 billion club, almost all the Dharma treasures were connate spiritual treasures. However, they were all first grade, 2 grades lower than the immortal decapitation gourd. There are even connate spiritual treasures. Ning Qi was a little shocked. If not for the immortal decapitation gourd, he might have already chosen to exchange for one of the connate spiritual treasures. Chapter 30, 189. The Immortal Palace Pill was a Tao-class superior-grade immortal pill made from 9,999 rare spiritual ingredients. It had been refined by a pill Tao supremacy with 500 years of small fire and 500 years of fire. When consumed by a later stage Tao querying realm cultivator, it could break the locked palace gate and reveal the Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace Pill. It was the Immortal Palace Pill that Golden Wujiga had mentioned. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Tao class Immortal Pill. It should be the name of the immortal pill that Tao querying realm cultivators can consume. As for the locked palace gate, could it be referring to the gate condensed in the later stage Tao querying realm cultivators' sea of knowledge? Ning Qi's eyes flashed. The introduction of the Immortal Palace pill had stated that it could break the locked palace gate. He was not at the later stage of Tao querying realm, but he had the Hell suppression gate. Would it be useful? Could he break it ahead of time and reach the great circle of Tao querying realm? Should he buy the Tusita Dark Flame or this Immortal Palace pill? The former should be able to improve the fire Qilin greatly. After all, it was a flame on the same level as a connate numinous treasure. The latter could help Ning Qi reach a higher cultivation level. Ning Qi glanced at his status panel again. The quest details section was empty. The quest to become a Soul Emperor hadn't been announced yet. He didn't know if his realm would be locked here because of this. If that was the case, there were 3 possibilities for him to consume the Immortal Palace Dan. One was to break the Hell suppression gate and advance to the Tao querying realm. 2, because his cultivation level was insufficient, there would be no effect. 3, because of the system. Even if there was an effect, he might be stuck at the great circle of Immortal Lord and not be able to advance. The first possibility was the smallest. The second possibility was the highest. As for the third, Ning Qi could not be sure. After all, the system had not issued an advancement mission. Perhaps it required some conditions. After thinking for a long time, Ning Qi's eyes flashed. He decided to take a gamble. No matter how high the fire Qilin's cultivation level was, it was just an external force. If he could become a third-step cultivator, he would have the right to compete with the higher-ups. Exchange for the Immortal Palace pill. Ning Qi said plainly. 5 billion merit points were deducted in an instant. Then, the golden light that enveloped the Immortal Palace elixir gradually disappeared. Ning Qi reached out and grabbed the Immortal Palace elixir. Then his body was involuntarily ejected by a force, and he appeared outside the hall. Ning Qi tried to walk forward, but he was blocked by a strange force outside the door, unable to enter. If you don't have 5 billion merit points, you can't even enter? Ning Qi glanced resentfully at the 5 billion club, then turned around and left. He walked along the rainbow gravel path to his original spot, then took another step and returned to the outside of the Merit Tower. Ning Qi took another step into the Merit Tower and discovered that the Merit Tower was no longer the same as before. I am now an Immortal Lord. The 9th level should be open by now. I should head up and take a look. Ning Qi murmured to himself as he walked towards the Merit Tower. Ning Qi wasn't interested in the items on the first 8 floors, but when he reached the 9th floor, he discovered that there were all sorts of spiritual materials that couldn't be found in the immortal world. Ning Qi's eyes focused as he glanced at the spirit materials one by one. 9 void dragonstone, universe gold, million-year silver willow branch. Soon enough, Ning Qi discovered that all the spirit materials required to create a great Emperor Realm puppet could be found on this floor. Not only that, but there were also many other spirit materials that Ning Qi couldn't identify. All right, I'm done. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. In the 9th chapter of the Mo clan's mechanism technique, there were 5 kinds of refining methods and spiritual materials required to create a great Emperor Realm puppet. Among the spiritual materials on this floor, he could gather 4 of them. Only one of them was missing a few spiritual materials, but it was enough for Ning Qi. I spent 5 billion merit points on the Immortal Palace pill. I still have more than 200 million merit points left. I wonder how many great Emperor Realm puppets I can create. Ning Qi's mind moved. He kept a few 100,000 merit points in reserve and used the rest to buy these spiritual materials. Suddenly, there was a small mountain of all sorts of rare spiritual materials in his spatial bag. There was no need to worry about the puppet for now. Ning Qi's divine sense returned to his body, and he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the top cultivation training ground. I hope it won't disappoint me. Ning Qi held the Immortal Palace pill in his hand and secretly prayed before throwing it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, but it didn't rush into his stomach. Instead, it condensed into a mysterious power that appeared directly in Ning Chi's sea of consciousness. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and his divine sense immediately followed it. He saw that the power gathered together and madly rushed toward the gate of the prison. Seeing this scene, Ning Chi was already certain that behind the gate was the immortal palace. Can it be broken? Ning Chi's eyes showed a trace of anticipation as he watched this scene. Soon, the power completely enveloped the gate of the prison, and part of it seemed to want to rush in through the slight gap. Boom! There was a loud noise out of nowhere. Ning Chi suddenly felt dizzy, and his divine sense almost scattered. Returning to his body, his expression was extremely solemn. His divine sense immediately entered his sea of consciousness again, but he saw that the gate of the prison was the same as before. The power of the immortal palace pill had long disappeared. What? That's it? Ning Chi was dumbfounded. He looked around and didn't see the power of the immortal palace pill. The immortal palace pill that he bought with 5 billion merit points was gone just like that. And not to mention opening the gate of the prison, it didn't even expand a tiny gap. What the hell was that just now? It almost deafened me. The immortal slaying gourd appeared beside Ning Chi, and the facial features that appeared on the surface of the gourd were filled with shock and confusion. Have you heard of the immortal palace pill? Ning Chi said with an ugly expression. When he thought about how 5 billion merit points would vanish into thin air, he felt a little upset. But at the same time, he understood one thing, and that was that the immortal palace pill probably couldn't open the gate of purgatory. That loud bang just now was clearly the gate of purgatory's counterattack. Just a tiny gap, and it can continuously transmit power to nourish my body. If it is completely opened, I should be able to use this power to break through to a higher cultivation realm. What a pity, immortal palace pill. How did you get this thing? Do you think that this gate of yours is the gate of a palace? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You're just an immortal lord, not even at the Tao querying realm. Why do you think that it's the gate of a palace that can only be formed at the advanced stage of the Tao querying realm? The little gourd said with glee. If it wasn't for the palace gate, why would the immortal palace pill attack it just now? Ning Chi said plainly. Chapter 3190. Smack. Ning Chi couldn't help but smack the little gourd. The immortal palace pill recognizes the wrong person? The Tao grade pill recognizes the wrong person? The little gourd shook its body. Why can't it recognize the wrong person? Everyone makes mistakes. You're just an immortal monarch now. So how can you lock the palace gate? This can only happen at the late stages of the Tao-seeking realm. Which of the great sages in the celestial world didn't reach the Tao-seeking realm? They broke the palace gate and saw the immortal palace before becoming a great sage? There are exceptions to everything, and I'm one of them. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Go to sleep. Ning Chi shook his head. The little gourd was still muttering to itself before it left. Seeing that Ning Chi was about to give it a kick, it shut its mouth and left quickly. Prison suppression gate, prison suppression gate. 5 billion merit points. You just gave it to me. No matter what, I'm going to open you and see what kind of immortal palace is behind you. Ning Chi saw that the prison suppression gate didn't move after threatening it, so he left his consciousness with a pained heart. He tried his best not to think about it and pretend that he never got the 5 billion merit points. There were many alien races in the Shenluo mystic realm anyway, so there would be opportunities in the future. If one immortal palace pill couldn't open the prison suppression gate, then he would buy 10. If 10 didn't work, then he would buy 100. In short, Ning Chi was going to open the gate. Luckily, I still have some merit points left, so I can make a few emperor puppets. Ning Chi muttered to himself, then took out a huge pile of materials, sat down and thought for a while, then started to make the Mahis puppets. Chapter 9 of the Mahis Mechanic Arts recorded 5 types of puppets in the Emperor realm. One of them was lacking a few crucial materials, so it was impossible to construct it. The other 4 could be constructed, and these 4 had their own strengths and weaknesses, as well as their specialties. The first type was called the Dubhi Godarmament dragon. It was a dragon several hundred kilometers long, with hundreds of thousands of cannons attached to its body. It had the strength of a perfection emperor. However, due to its large size, it was clumsy. It was only suited for fighting in groups, not one-on-one. If it was a one-on-one battle, any cultivator of the same level as it would be able to defeat it as long as they were a bit smarter. When the Demon Clan's army descends, there will definitely be a lot of them. With it, we can resist for a while, and it can also be used as a mount for Yuer and Linger, controlled by them. Ning Qi nodded slightly. The second type was known as the Giant Miracle Generals. These puppets were 100 zhang tall and had the strength of a perfection emperor. They were suitable for the battlefield and had the ability to regenerate themselves. As long as their core wasn't destroyed, they could be reborn again and again. Their vitality was so strong that few in the same realm could rival them. This isn't bad either. It can be used to guard the door for my mother, and it can also be used on the battlefield. Ning Qi nodded again. The third type was called the Ink Guard, and just like its name, this type of puppet was used as a guard. There was a special formation on it, and it could normally be invisible. Even existences of the same cultivation realm would be unable to detect it. Moreover, according to the records of the Ink Clan's mechanism technique, even ancient transformation realm experts would be unable to detect it. It should have something to do with the fact that the puppet itself was not a living body. Otherwise, this kind of invisibility technique would have long surpassed ordinary Tier 9 immortal arts. If there are enough materials, every upper echelon of the War God Temple will be given an Ink Guard. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The fourth type was called the Bloodthorn. Its function was the exact opposite of the Ink Guards, but the forging method and materials were similar. This type of puppet was used for assassination. Not only did it have the invisibility ability of the Ink Guard, but it also had explosive power. Its instantaneous burst of power probably far surpassed ordinary great emperors. Perfection. However, there was a shortcoming, and that was the lack of stamina. If it could block the first move of the Bloodthorn, then there would be no need to fear it. All good stuff. It's a pity that the Ink Clan's mechanism technique only has 9 chapters, and the strongest puppet is only a perfection emperor. If I could make a Dao querying puppet, then that would be amazing. Ning Qi couldn't help but sigh. He then calculated the time it would take to make these puppets. Even in the top-grade training ground, one would take at least 30 years. That was equivalent to a month in the outside world. I should be arriving at the Star River mountain range soon. After collecting all the Star Soul Stones, I'll return to the Saint Virtue dynasty and try to make these puppets. Ning Qi left the top-grade training ground with a thought. A few days later, the ferry boat once again arrived at the Star River mountain range. Ning Qi quickly contacted the various sect leaders in the great wilderness. Great, desolate king, we have gathered all the stones that you wanted. However, during this period of time, many foreign tribes saw us collecting these stones. They tried to snatch a few of them. However, most of them are with us. I'm afraid that we won't be able to see the Milky Way mountain range in the future. Yes, an Emperor Realm existence saw Ning Qi and hurried forward, a fawning smile on his face. Although they didn't go deep into the Sky Bull tribe, they heard from the passing cultivators about what happened in the Sky Bull tribe during this period of time. They admired Ning Qi from the bottom of their hearts. Once upon a time, the human race would lower their heads when they saw the cultivators of the Sky Bull tribe. But now they actually took the initiative to charge into the territory of the 17th ranked Sky Bull tribe and wantonly killed. Although they didn't follow personally, they were filled with admiration and regret that they didn't follow Ning Qi on this trip. Very good. All of you have done well. Ning Qi glanced at the space bag full of Star Soul Stones. The depression of wasting 5 billion merit points instantly dissipated. He wasn't stingy with his praise for these emperors. Everyone listened with a strange expression. Collecting some ordinary stones made them meritorious. Wang Chao and the rest increasingly suspected that these stones had other uses. Otherwise, why would Ning Qi collect so many? Along the way, the star soul stones that could be seen everywhere were now very rare. Even if they were seen, their size was pitifully small. There seems to be a statue in the residence that was also carved from this stone. I can study it when the time comes. Wang Chao thought to himself, but he still didn't know that a long time later it was because of this statue that not only saved his life in the God Luo world, but also allowed him to live like a fish in water. Sky Bull Tribe, Vibrating Mountain Tribe, Lon Haitu and the other two middle stage Dao seeking realm cultivators waited for a long time. Seeing that Ning Qi and the rest had no intention of returning, they finally removed the vibrating mountain formation. However, they also let the other Dao-seeking realm cultivators lead Gu Huagu to guard the surroundings in case Ning Qi and the rest sneak attacked them. The three of them headed towards the forbidden area of the vibrating mountain tribe. That was where the Sky Bull Great Sage went into seclusion. Ever since the Great Sage returned from the Eternal Dead Sea, he has been in seclusion for more than 1,000 years. I don't know when he will come out. Just as the three of them had this thought, they felt a tremor in the forbidden area. Then a thunderous voice suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha! I, the Sky Bull Great Sage, will also break the door of the locked palace and see the immortal palace one day. It's the Great Sage. Chapter 30, 191. Long Haitu and the other two flew into the forbidden land and saw a majestic figure standing in the void. The two pairs of horns on his head were completely different from the ordinary members of the Heavenly Bull tribe. They were covered with faint golden patterns, which were like golden rivers flowing with golden light. At the same time, behind the figure, there was an illusion of a palace that was dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. At the entrance of the palace, there were two statues. Each statue was similar to the members of the Heavenly Bull tribe, but they were very different. At this moment, this figure stood in front of the illusion of the palace, like a supreme emperor, majestic and extraordinary. Come here. The figure smiled and reached out to grab the void. A purple gold hammer flew out of the palace and landed in his hand. This purple gold hammer exuded an aura that made Long Haitu and the other two feel oppressed. Khanate spiritual treasure. This is a third-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Long Haitu and the other two looked at each other in shock, then hurriedly bowed to the figure. We greet the Great Sage of the Heavenly Bull Tribe. Congratulations to the Great Sage of the Heavenly Bull Tribe for reaching the pinnacle of the Tao realm and achieving the Great Perfection realm. You have seen the Immortal Palace and will definitely ascend in the future. As the three spoke, they couldn't help but show joy on their faces. The Great Sage of the Heavenly Bull Tribe had broken through, and the Heavenly Bull Tribe would become the fourth holy tribe in the God Luo mystic realm in one fell swoop, standing side by side with the other three holy tribes. Ha ha ha, if there are benefits for me, there will naturally be benefits for you. The Great Sage of the Heavenly Bull Tribe laughed and waved his hand. A large pile of porcelain bottles flew out of the illusion of the immortal palace behind him and landed in front of Long Haitu and the other two. The three subconsciously used their divine will to check and said in shock, Vitality, nourishing Tao protection pill. Advancing from the second step to the third step was actually a kind of sublimation of the Tao talisman and the sublimation of the soul. The third step, Tao querying cultivator, would shift the core from ordinary spiritual qi and the power of the great Tao to the Tao talisman and primordial spirit. These two were the most important cores of the Tao querying realm. The primordial spirit was much more important than the Tao talisman. Not only could this vitality, nourishing Tao protector pill strengthen the primordial spirit, but it could also increase the strength of the Tao talisman. To Tao querying realm cultivators, it was a spiritual medicine that could increase their cultivation. The vitality, nourishing Tao protector pills that they originally consumed were all purchased from the 3 sacred races. For cultivators at the middle stage of the Tao querying realm, they could only consume 3 to 5 pills in 100 years. Because the essence nourishing Tao protector pill was too expensive, one could only buy one with 1 million Shenluo coins. Moreover, the 3 saint races even had a limit. If it were a small race like the human race from before, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to buy it. However, all the porcelain bottles in front of him were filled with vitality, nourishing Tao protector pills. There were 10 pills in each bottle, and there were 30 bottles in total. If they split it evenly, it would be equivalent to each of them getting 100 origin, nourishing Tao protection pills. That was equivalent to about 2,000 years. Moreover, this place was the god Luo mystic realm, and the time here couldn't be compared to the immortal dimension. Even if a fellow with the most ordinary natural endowment cultivated in the god Luo mystic realm for a year, it would be equivalent to a few hundred years in the immortal dimension. 2,000 years was long enough to the cultivators of the god Luo mystic realm. My immortal palace has just been built, and I only have these pills now. There might be more in the future, so the 3 of you can take them for now. The great sage of Sky Bull smiled. Long Haitu quickly said, "Great sage, you should take these pills. The stronger you are, the stronger our Sky Bull race will be." Bootlicker, the other 2 mid-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators couldn't help but look at Long Haitu, and they were very unhappy. This guy took their benefits as his own favor, and then returned it to the great sage of Sky Bull? Although they thought so, the 2 of them quickly agreed. I'm already at the perfected stage, and the vitality, nourishing Tao protection pill is no longer of any use to me. As long as I can ascend to the god Luo world, I can probably get as many of these pills as I want. The corners of the great sage of Sky Bull's mouth curled up slightly. The 3 of them trembled. If he could ascend to the god Luo world, he must have reached the 4th step. The 3 of them didn't even dare to think about such a mysterious realm. Did anything happen in the race while I was in seclusion? The great sage of Sky Bull suddenly asked. Long Haita's eyes lit up, and he immediately told the great sage of Sky Bull everything that Ning Qi had done in the Sky Bull race recently. Great sage, although our subordinates acted on their own and broke the rules of the 3 sacred tribes, it would be enough to punish them slightly. However, the Valkyrie of the Golden Crow race brought that human ant to kill so many Tao-seeking realm cultivators of our race. I'm afraid they're using public power for personal gain. Long Haitu cupped his hands and said, "There's such a thing." The great sage of Sky Bull's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect to find out that the Sky Bull race had been humiliated by the human race when he had just broken through to the perfected stage of the Tao-seeking realm. Most importantly, the Valkyrie of the martial god palace of the demon race was actually on the side of the human race. Great sage, why don't you lead us to kill the human race and destroy this race first? Then we will head to the sacred land of the demon race to seek justice. How about that? Long Haida said excitedly. The other 2 middle-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators looked at each other, and their breathing became heavier. It was obvious that they were ready to make a move. They could make use of this opportunity to announce to the world that the Sky Bull race had become the 4th sacred tribe. Those who were at odds with the Sky Bull race in the past would probably tremble in fear. That old bird is not to be trifled with. I just broke through, and my foundation is not stable. If we fight, I'm afraid I'm not his match. Let me go into seclusion for a period of time and stabilize my foundation. Then we will settle this matter. The great sage of Sky Bull pondered for a moment and said slowly. Long Haitu and the other 2 were slightly stunned and surprised. The great sage of Sky Bull only told them not to cause trouble for the next few days, and then he went into seclusion in his cave abode again. Only when one saw the immortal palace, would one know that the great perfection of the Tao-seeking realm was not as simple as it seemed. There were strong and weak immortal palaces. One was innate and the other was acquired. The former was determined by one's foundation and cultivation method. The stronger one's foundation and cultivation method, the stronger the immortal palace they would see. The former was strong, while the latter was acquired through hard work and cultivation to increase the power of the immortal palace. Be it the former or the latter, the great sage of Sky Bull admitted that he was much weaker than the old bird of the demon race. Only by stabilizing his foundation would he have the right to speak on equal footing in the future. If he rushed over now, even the immortal palace would be destroyed. Long Haitu and the other two naturally could not understand this. They thought that once they reached the great perfection of the Tao-seeking realm, their abilities would be similar. But in reality, there was a world of difference. Forget it, I'll let them live for a while longer. Long Haitu and the other two exchanged glances, and then left with the dozens of bottles of energy, nourishing Tao protector pills. Chapter 3192. Greetings, Holy Lord. When Ningqi and the rest saw Shangda, they stood on the ferry boat and bowed from afar. Great Wilderness King, you don't have to be so polite. Shangda was slightly startled. Then he smiled and led Ling Xiao and the rest onto Wang Chao's ferry boat. Ling Xiao, monk Wu Chan, Sun Luo, and the leaders of the 5 major sects and dynasties. Well, except for the Sky Eagle dynasty, the rest are all here. Wang Chao looked at the crowd and transmitted his voice to Ningqi. There was a trace of pride in his heart. Even the lords of the 3 holy lands had come over. Wasn't it because the Saint Virtue dynasty was very different today? Great Wilderness King, let me introduce you. This is Ling Xiao, the leader of the Ling Xiao Holy Land. This is Monk Wu Chan, the leader of the Enlightenment Holy Land. This is Taoist Sun Luo, he is. Xingde introduced everyone to Ningqi. Everyone was also looking at Ningqi with different expressions. After Shengde's introduction, they immediately smiled and bowed, calling him Great Wilderness King. Only a few of them had a hint of scrutiny in their eyes, but they concealed it. Others couldn't see it. San Luo's gaze swept over Wang Chao and the others. His eyes flickered as he smiled casually. I heard that the great desolate king was accompanied by the martial god Hall's Valkyrie when he went to the heavenly bull tribe. I wonder where is that Valkyrie. We naturally have to pay our respects to him as well. Taoist Sun Luo is really well informed. Ningqi looked at him with a faint smile. Shengde was slightly startled. Obviously, even he didn't know about this. Wang Chao quickly transmitted. Holy Lord, there was indeed a Valkyrie who went with us to the Sky Bull tribe. It was the one from last time. If she hadn't stopped the Tao querying realm cultivator that the Sky Bull tribe sent to our Saint Virtue dynasty, I'm afraid the Saint Virtue dynasty would have been in a terrible situation. Hearing this, Shangde felt his blood run cold. Then he heaved a long sigh of relief and rejoiced inwardly. Lin Longhu's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Then he recalled and his body suddenly trembled. He finally remembered that he had seen a female cultivator at that time, but he didn't think about it in detail. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that female cultivator wearing clothes similar to the Valkyrie of the martial god palace of the monster race? But there was. The slight difference made him unable to see it for a moment. It seems that Shengde didn't lie. This great wilderness king does have a close relationship with the demon clan. She actually has a Valkyrie by her side. The Heavenly Bull tribe probably won't dare to take revenge openly because of this. Lin Longhu heaved a sigh of relief. The rest of the humans asked. They looked at each other and then looked at Ningqi. Since Sun Luo had said this, it meant that he had received some information. Ningqi's answer also proved this. However, they could not rest assured until they saw the Valkyrie. Great desolate king, you flatter me. I only came across this news by accident. I do not know if it is true or not. Sun Luo smiled. Lady Jigu has already returned to the demon race's sacred land. Ningqi laughed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sanluo smiled and nodded, but everyone could hear the doubt in his voice. The Sanluo lord doesn't seem very friendly. The eyes of Wang Chao and the rest flickered. Seeming to notice that the current atmosphere was slightly awkward, Taoist Ling Xiao hurriedly laughed and said, Everyone, the great Desolation Monarch has killed many Dao querying realm experts during her trip to the Sky Bull clan this time. I presume she's extremely exhausted. Why don't we return to Taoist Shengda's palace first and have a detailed discussion? All right. Sun Luo nodded plainly. Palace. Ning Qi had a faint smile on his face. After chatting with Taoist Ling Xiao and the rest for a while, Sun Luo finally said, Great Wilderness King, you have killed so many Dao querying realm cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe this time. Have you thought about how to deal with the great sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe? Everyone immediately shut their mouths, and the atmosphere in the palace became a little tense. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. From Sun Luo's words, he had already sensed the purpose of this group of Dao querying realm experts in coming to the Saint Virtue dynasty. They were probably here to denounce him. However, due to the presence of the fire Qilin, they did not dare to say too much and could only beat around the bush. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Sun Luo. Never thought about it. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. Never thought about it. They had initially thought that Ning Qi would say something else. They did not expect Ning Qi to reply with these 3 words. Sun Luo's expression suddenly turned solemn. Great Wilderness King, if the great sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe comes to take revenge on the human race, not only the Saint Virtue dynasty, but the other 8 dynasties, 5 major sects, and 3 sacred grounds will also suffer. Did Great Wilderness King really not think about this when you went to the Heavenly Bull tribe? Never. Ning Qi said plainly. At this moment, many Dao querying realm experts were already angry. Such a reckless act had pushed the human race into a dangerous situation, and yet he had such an indifferent attitude? Then aren't we the fish in the moat? Sun Luo sneered. Ning Qi looked at him with a faint smile. What do you think is the relationship between the 3 sacred grounds, 5 major sects, and 9 dynasties? Sun Luo frowned slightly as though he did not expect Ning Qi to suddenly ask such a question. Are they all humans? We're bound together for good or ill. Ning Qi said plainly, before I went to the Heavenly Bull tribe, they had already sent 5 middle-stage Dao querying realm cultivators and dozens of early-stage Dao querying realm cultivators to massacre the Saint Virtue dynasty and the Great Wilderness where I am. May I ask Taoist Sun Luo, if you were in their shoes, what would you do? What? Everyone looked at each other in shock. Only Lin Longhu knew about this long ago, but he did not say it easily. After all, he could not verify whether the news was true or not. We can't just stand there and let the Heavenly Bull tribe hit us without fighting back, right? None of you are fools. Would you do such a stupid thing? Ning Qi's eyes were filled with mockery. He looked at Sun Luo and said, So I killed all of them. One of them was killed by the Lady of War. In this way, do you think the Heavenly Bull tribe will let it go? Naturally, I have to take advantage of the time when the great sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe is in seclusion to get back at them. If we can weaken the strength of the Heavenly Bull tribe, there will be more hope for the human race. I wonder if Taoist Sun Luo has a better idea than mine? Sun Luo closed his mouth and his expression changed a few times. In the end, he did not speak because he could not think of a better idea. If we did not offend the Heavenly Bull tribe previously, these things would not happen now. After a pause, Sun Luo said coldly, I didn't know that Taoist Sun Luo had such a good temper. You can endure under any circumstances. I'm impressed. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Then he nodded at Saint Virtue and smiled at everyone. I am a little tired. I will take my leave first. Great Wilderness King, take care. We will send you off. Chapter 30. 193. After Ningqi left, Saint Virtue and the others did not disperse immediately. Taoist Ling Shao suddenly said, "Great Wilderness King is actually right. If Saint Virtue dynasty is massacred, sooner or later it will be our turn." Great Wilderness King took advantage of the time when Great Sage Heavenly Bull was in seclusion to go to the Heavenly Bull tribe and kill a lot of them. This is good news for the human race. Other than that, I can't think of a better way to deal with it. Monk Wu Chan smiled and nodded. Since we've offended them, we can't expect them to be magnanimous. The more we concede, the more they will take advantage of us. Over the years, who has not been bullied by them? Lin Longhu and the others thought about it carefully and couldn't help but nod their heads. Not to mention that the Saint Virtue dynasty had just been extorted of a Shenluo stone mine. They had also suffered a lot at the hands of the Heavenly Bull race in the past. I also realized that these years, Heavenly Bull tribe cultivators have become more and more arrogant. They have scolded the human race lightly and killed them. They don't give us any face at all. There is one thing that everyone should know. The Great Desolate King's actions this time are all based on reason. It was the Sky Bull tribe that broke the rules of the 3 sacred clans. During the Sacred War, they wanted to massacre hundreds of millions of human beings. This is something that the 3 sacred clans will definitely not allow. Otherwise, the martial god Hull's female martial disciple of the monster tribe otherwise. The martial god Hull female martial artist will not accompany Great Wilderness King to Heavenly Bull tribe. Heavenly Bull Sage will probably have to explain this to the demon race first. Saint Virtue smiled. Taoist Saint Virtue is right. Everyone nodded. They were not as frightened as before. After all, with the demon race before them, Heavenly Bull Sage had to pass this hurdle if he wanted revenge. Sun Luo didn't say a word. After everyone expressed their opinions, he said indifferently, "Don't forget why the great sage of the Heavenly Bull tribe is in seclusion this time. If he breaks through the bottleneck and advances to the Great Perfection realm, the Heavenly Bull tribe will be the 4th great sacred clan in the divine Luo mystic realm. In his eyes, we humans are just like ants, as insignificant as dust. Break through the realm of Great Perfection? Is that possible?" Many people chuckled. If it were in the past, they would not have dared to act so disrespectfully in front of Sun Luo. This was because before Ningqi appeared, Sun Luo was the strongest expert of the human race. Taoist Ling Shao and Monk Wu Chan were even weaker than him. But now, the strongest expert of the human race was tacitly acknowledged as Ningqi. They naturally lost the respect they had for Sun Luo. Moreover, based on Sun Luo's attitude today, he seemed to be very concerned about this as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indifferent whenever he saw Ningqi. Sun Luo smiled. He glanced at everyone present and shook his head. "A calamity is about to befall you, but you still don't know. I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again soon." Then he left the main hall. Everyone looked at Sun Luo's back. After he left, someone said with dissatisfaction, "Taoist Sun Luo is too pessimistic." But Taoist Ling Shao and Monk Wu Chan seemed to hear some special message from Sun Luo's words. Their expressions gradually turned solemn. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. During this time, the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull tribe had become extremely low-key. Everyone thought that they were afraid of Ningqi. From then on, the attitude of the major alien tribes towards the human clan had become completely different. The human cultivators were the first to discover this. The alien races that had always been high and lofty now spoke with great equality, without the slightest bit of mockery. They immediately regarded Ningqi as their idol. It was because of Ningqi that the status of the human race had risen so much in a single year. And when the new 100 races list came out, everyone was shocked to discover that the human race was ranked 49th. From being unranked to 49th, it had only taken a little more than a year. Now, as long as one was a human cultivator, there was no one who didn't know of the Great Desolate King. Even amongst mortals, the name of the great desolate king, was widely spread. At the same time, the Sacred Races Prodigy Battle was also gradually coming to an end. The various alien races had already gathered their qualified prodigies and were preparing to head to the three sacred races for the final battle. Just as many humans were feeling dejected, a female martial god from the monster clan came with a piece of shocking news. The demon race had actually given the human race 10 spots to participate in the Sacred Races Prodigy Battle. This was not an ordinary spot, but a spot equivalent to having already qualified. As long as the human race picked 10 people, they could directly head to the three sacred races. They would no longer need to compete with other races. This news shocked the human race, but the demon race had a request. They specifically said that Ning Chi could lead the team, and at the same time he could bring 2 deputy team leaders. Because of this news, Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan once again rushed to the Saint Virtue dynasty. After learning that Ning Chi had returned to the great desolate lands, they hurried there again. Only one person did not show himself. That was the master of the Sunluo sacred land. Everyone, please wait a moment. The great desolate king is currently in seclusion. Lin Zio was trembling in the great hall. He led a group of ancestral Yu courtyard disciples to serve tea to Taoist Ling Xiao and the other Tao querying realm experts. At this moment, in the ordinary great hall, there were more than 10 Tao querying realm existences. Every one of them was a famous figure among the human race. If it was in the past, Lin Zio would probably not even have the right to see one of them, let alone see more than 10 of them at once. Luckily, he had already seen Taoist Ling Xiao and the others when he returned to the imperial capital. Otherwise, his hands would probably be trembling just to serve tea. "You're welcome." Taoist Ling Xiao smiled kindly. They had come with a request. In addition, Ning Chi's battle strength was comparable to the middle stage Tao querying realm. Even an emperor realm figure like Lin Zio did not dare to put on airs. Who knew if Lin Zio and Ning Chi were close? The ancestral Yu courtyard disciples outside who did not have the right to enter were extremely excited. More than 10 Tao querying realm experts had come to visit Ning Chi in the great desolate lands. Among them were Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan from the three sacred lands. This made them feel honored. A top-notch cultivation training ground. A huge dragon that was hundreds of miles long stood in the air. This huge dragon was not made of flesh and blood. Its entire body was made of various kinds of refined steel. Every part of its body was supported by something that looked like a bearing. At the same time, its body was covered with densely packed cannons. It looked more like a tower. Below the huge dragon, there was a giant miracle general standing. He held a hammer with both hands. His body also shone with a metallic luster, and his eyes flashed with a red light. Then in front of Ning Chi stood 10 figures that were too petite compared to the previous 2. There were 5 men and 5 women. The men wore black battle armor and were the Ink Guards. The women wore blood-red robes and were the Bloodthorns. Chapter 30-194. A Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon. A mighty spirit general. 5 Ink Guards proficient in protecting their masters, and 5 Bloodthorns proficient in assassination. A total of 12 perfection Emperor Realm puppets. If they could have created them back in the immortal world, the ancient heavenly court wouldn't have faced so much pressure at the border of the immortal world. Right now, after Ning Chi returned to the immortal world, he planned to hand over the heavens' Pivot Divine Armament Dragon and the giant Miracle Divine General to Dongfang Haojie to protect the War God Hall in case of emergencies. As for the 5 Ink Guards, he would give one to Little Yuer and Little Linger, one for Wang Muting, one for Xueling, one for Meng Qingling, and one for Meng Qingling. 5 blood spikes would be distributed later. Perhaps Ning Chi would be able to refine another batch of great perfection Emperor puppets when he returned to the immortal world. It's a pity that the Mo clan's mechanical arts are limited to the great perfection Emperor realm. Ning Chi sighed, then asked the system, "System, is there a stronger mechanical art in the dragon-slaying maul?" No, the system beeped. "Is there a way to raise the strength of these puppets to at least the ancient transformation realm?" Ning Qi changed his train of thought. This time, the system didn't reply. Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after a few breaths, the system finally replied, "Using Star Soul Essence can raise the realm of these puppets." Star Soul Essence? Ning Qi was delighted, although he didn't know what it was. As long as there was a way to raise it, the puppets he refined wouldn't go to waste. What's Star Soul Essence? Where can I get it? Ning Qi was excited. Star Soul Essence is refined from Star Soul stones. As long as the host is willing to spend 500,000 merit points, the system can refine it for him. The system beeped. Star Soul stones? Ning Qi was slightly startled. He had a lot of these things in his spatial bag. However, the system had mentioned before that Star Soul stones were extremely valuable in the divine Luo realm. Ning Qi would have to reconsider if he had to spend a large amount of Star Soul stones just to upgrade the 12 Great Perfection Emperor Realm puppets to the ancient transformation realm. Yes. The system mentioned before that the Star Soul stone is a remnant soul left behind after a star dies. How long does it take for a star to die? Moreover, ordinary planets wouldn't have any remnant souls left behind. The fact that there were so many Star Soul stones in the Star River mountain range was a very strange thing. After they perish, will they take the initiative to land on the Galaxy Mountain Range? Ning Qi recollected his thoughts and asked the system, "How many Star Soul stones are needed to condense an Astral Soul Essence? How much Astral Soul Essence is needed to allow these puppets at the perfection stage of the Emperor Realm to evolve? And to what extent? What use does the Astral Soul Essence have?" If he didn't figure this out, Ning Qi was afraid that he would suffer another loss. Even now, he still felt the pain of losing 5 billion merit points. Host has too many questions. Please spend your merit points to search for them. The system's voice sounded coldly. When Ning Qi heard this, he smiled and spent a sum of merit points to search the system. Ning Qi almost cursed out loud. None of the questions he asked could be found in the system, and he had spent 200,000 achievement points. System, it's not bad to be able to do business like this, Ning Qi said indifferently. The system didn't reply, but Ning Qi knew it wasn't because it was guilty, but because it didn't intend to respond. After a long moment of silence, Ning Qi spoke. 500,000 achievement points to condense a Star Soul stone? Then let's try condensing one first. Host, please confirm again. Confirm. Ning Qi was only left with 500,000 achievement points. After the deduction, his achievement points were reduced to 3 digits. Then he discovered that there was a strange object in his spatial bag. The Star Soul stone that was the size of a small mountain was missing by a 30th. In other words, Ning Qi's Star Soul stone could only condense 30 Star Soul essences. With a thought, the Star Soul essences appeared in Ning Qi's hand. At this time, the 12 Emperor Realm puppets seemed to have sensed something and turned their gazes to Ning Qi's hand. A miniature planet floated above Ning Qi's palm, surrounded by a layer of hazy mist that formed a whirlpool. The originally useless Star Soul stone can actually be condensed into something like this. If it grows up, won't it be a planet? Ning Qi's divine will probed into the Star Soul essence. Everything around him was constantly magnified. After an unknown number of times, his divine will finally reach the surface of the Star Soul essence. At a glance, it seemed to be a planet that had just sprouted. Although there was no life in it, there was a majestic vitality. If the Star Soul stone was in the state of Star Soul essence from the beginning, I'm afraid it would have been snatched away by others, Ning Qi sighed. Although he didn't understand the other uses of the Star Soul essence, just from its embryonic form, he could see that it was extremely extraordinary. I wonder how to use it to increase the strength of these puppets. After Ning Qi fiddled with it for a while, he suddenly noticed that the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon was slowly stretching its head over. Its eyes, which originally only had simple intelligence, were now staring at the Star Soul Essence in Ning Chi's hand, revealing a trace of anticipation and eagerness. Ning Chi looked at the mighty Miracle General, Ink Guard, and Bloodthorn, and found that their eyes were similar to the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragons. Interesting. Ning Chi smiled. Originally, these puppets only had simple intelligence, which was completely different from Ning Yi's blood-maned puppet. However, because of the Star Soul Essence, they had a trace of intelligence. If he put the Star Soul Essence into one of the puppets, what would happen? A look of anticipation flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Astral Soul Essence flew into the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon's mouth. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon swallowed it in a single gulp, after which, from the dragon's head, a layer of hazy light gradually enveloped the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, extending to its tail. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, which was hundreds of miles long, was now completely covered by the light, and its aura was constantly changing. As for the other 11 puppets, because the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon had swallowed the Star Soul Essence, the trace of intelligence in their eyes disappeared again. They stood still on the spot. Several days later, the hazy light on the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon gradually faded. Starting from the dragon's head, Ning Chi was surprised to find that the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, which was originally full of mechanical feeling, now had some flesh and blood on its body. After the light faded, a completely different Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon appeared in front of Ning Chi. In its eyes, there was a trace of intelligence. It seemed to have become a half-mechanical creature, and it had a life. Chapter 30, 195. Give life? Ning Chi looked at the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon with interest. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon's intelligence was not even comparable to the blood puppets. Although its grade was much higher than Ning Yi's blood puppets, the refining method was different. Emperor Realm puppets were not allowed by the Mo clan to have intelligence. The disciples of the Mo clan studied in this direction because they were afraid that one day they would not be able to control them and become the master. But now, not only could the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon speak, but its eyes also had a hint of intelligence. Its half-machine, half-flesh body gave off an indescribable pressure. You are the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon and the Star Soul Essence. Ning Chi's eyes flashed as he smiled. Master, I am the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, but the Star Soul Essence gave me life, so it is also the Star Soul Essence. Master, please take a look. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon said respectfully. Then it opened its mouth, and the Star Soul Essence floated out. At this moment, the Star Soul Essence seemed to be much bigger than before. Ning Chi scanned it with his divine will and found that the connection between it and the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon had become very strange. This connection was similar to, after thinking for a dozen breaths, Ning Chi's eyes lit up. Soul. The connection between the Star Soul Essence and the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon was a bit like the connection between the soul and the body. The Star Soul Essence is your soul. Ning Chi was surprised. He originally thought that after the Star Soul Essence was integrated into the puppet, it would only increase the puppet's combat strength. He did not expect that the Star Soul Essence would replace the soul and directly give life to the puppet. Then, how much did it add to the puppet's strength? Or did it only give the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon intelligence and a half-flesh, half-mechanical body? Soul. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon's eyes flashed with confusion, but it immediately nodded. Master is right. The Star Soul Essence is my soul. If it dies, I die too. Then how strong are you now? Ning Chi smiled. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon pondered for a moment, then shook its head. Your subordinate does not know. You don't know? Ning Chi was startled, and then he smiled. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon had just gained intelligence, so it was normal that it did not know what level its strength was at. Ning Chi glanced at the attribute panel of the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon. His eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, followed by a trace of disbelief. Then, Ning Chi couldn't help but laugh hysterically. His laughter was earth-shattering, causing the surrounding leaves to fall to the ground. Dubhe Divine Opportunity Dragon, MO Family's puppet. Level: Initial Tao Querying Realm. Can grow. Initial stage of the Tao Querying Realm. After absorbing the Astral Soul Essence, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's strength directly rose from the Great Circle of the Great Emperor Realm to the early Tao Querying Realm, and even the Ancient Transformation Realm. This wasn't what excited Ning Chi the most. What made him happy was that the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's attributes clearly indicated that it could grow. What did that mean? Ning Chi had obtained a Tao Querying Realm cultivator who was completely loyal to him and could even cultivate and grow on its own. In the future, it might even break through to a higher realm. To Ning Chi's knowledge, only connate spiritual treasures, like the immortal slaying gourd, were similar to the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's current state. However, connate spiritual treasures needed its master to control them, while the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon could be an independent entity. Ning Chi didn't have to worry about it in terms of combat. "Master, why are you so happy?" The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon grinned. However, its half-metal, half-flesh head gave off a very eerie feeling when it smiled. Ordinary people would definitely be frightened by this smile. "You'll know in the future." Ning Chi smiled. The Dubhe God Armament Dragon fell into deep thought because of these words. As for Ning Chi, his gaze landed on the mighty miracle general, Inkguard and Bloodthorn. As long as he could refine 11 more star soul essences, these 11 puppets would all become early Tao Querying Realm cultivators. Thinking about the terrifying flesh of the mighty miracle general, who would most likely become a cutting machine on the battlefield. And Mo Wei's defensive capabilities would be even stronger. As for Bloodthorn, an early Tao Querying Realm cultivator who specializes in assassination, would probably be a nightmare for those of the same cultivation level, Ning Chi sighed. "Master, do you still have more astral soul essences?" The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon looked at Ning Chi with some embarrassment. It hesitated for a long time before asking. "Oh, you still want more? What use is it to you? Giving birth to another soul can still increase your strength." "Wait a minute." Ning Chi's eyes flashed. Could it be that the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's attribute panel stated that he could use astral soul essences to increase his strength, and not like an ordinary cultivator who could cultivate on its own? "Master, astral soul essences can increase my strength. I feel that I can break through after eating another 10 or so," the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon said. 10 Ning Chi got people to move all the astral soul stones in the Galaxy Mountain Range. Refining 1 astral soul essence used up 1/30th of the total amount of astral soul stones. The remaining astral soul stones could at most refine 29 astral soul essences. "I can advance to the early Tao Querying Realm with just 1 astral soul essence. If I need 10 astral soul essence to advance to the middle Tao Querying Realm, doesn't that mean that I have to eat 100 astral soul essence to advance to the late Tao Querying Realm and 1,000 astral soul essence to the perfected Tao Querying Realm? 1,000 astral soul essence. This is probably a bottomless pit." Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. The system had already said that astral soul stones were miraculous for 4th step cultivators. Their value in the God Luo realm would definitely be very high and rare. Ning Chi was completely lucky to be able to get one from the Galaxy Mountain Range. There were no 4th step cultivators in the God Luo mystic realm. Naturally, no one could recognize the astral soul stones. Therefore, Ning Chi collected a large pile of astral soul stones, which piled up like a small mountain. However, such a quantity could only refine 30 astral soul essences. Now that the fire Qilin is at the mid-stage Tao querying realm, I don't lack the combat strength of this realm. Another one is useless. It's better to keep it. I can have dozens of early-stage Tao querying realm combat strength. Thinking of this, Ning Chi had already made a decision. He smiled at the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and said, I don't have any astral soul essence left. I'll give it to you when I have more in the future. Thank you, Master. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's body trembled with excitement. Then Ning Chi sent it and the other 11 puppets into the creation realm. Mistress, what's that? There was a small courtyard in the creation realm. It was where the sacred concubine Cold Sky and the others used to live. There was also a huge tree in the courtyard that was already 10 meters tall. That was the purple void divine tree that Ning Chi had planned to use to enter the immortal world. However, after Ning Chi found his own way, he never watered it again. Chapter 3196. You too. Have you forgotten where you are? Wang Muting said with a smile. The two girls reacted instantly. This was Ning Chi's creation field. Enemies would not appear here. Even if Ning Chi was killed by the enemy, the creation field would shatter. So it's young master. Little Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Following which, the three girls sized up the Dubhe God Armament Dragon curiously. They could already feel the Tao querying initial stage aura from it. They did not know where Ning Chi got this thing from. It was half machine and half flesh. They had never seen such a strange thing before. Little Chi, come out. Wang Muting smiled reproachfully. Ning Chi moved and appeared beside the three girls. He smiled. Mother, I thought you would be shocked. Young master, what is this thing? It seems to be very strong. Little Yu asked curiously. This is the Dubhe God Armament Dragon. It is a puppet that I refined using the Mahis technique. Ning Chi smiled and narrated the whole story. The more the three women listened, the more surprised they were. There was actually such a thing in this world. A so-called star soul essence could turn a great perfection realm puppet into a Tao querying initial stage existence, and it even had its own intelligence. When I gather more star soul essence, this mighty miracle divine general, the 5 ink guards and the 5 blood thorns will be able to advance. At that time, they will be responsible for your safety. Ning Chi smiled. The three girls were stunned. Zueling, I was pleasantly surprised. Young master, are you saying to let them be our subordinates? Won't we have a Tao querying cultivator as our subordinates? Sort of. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. The two girls were extremely excited. With a Tao querying cultivator as their subordinates, they would be able to do many things. Little Chi, why don't you keep them by your side? Wang Muting said. Mother, don't worry about me. I have the fire Qilin. Ning Chi smiled. Wang Muting pondered for a moment. Since that was indeed the case, she did not say anything else. After chatting with the three women for a while, Ning Chi returned to the great Wilderness King Palace. The original Sacred Jiang had long changed his name, and no one would mention the Sacred Jiang of the past anymore. Now, which cultivator in the great wilderness did not know that Sacred Jiang had offended the great Wilderness King? As a result, they were annihilated by the great Wilderness King. Great Wilderness Queen, Daoist Ling Xiao and company are already waiting in the Grand Hall. Seeing Ning Chi appear, Ji Qiaojin quickly stepped forward and said, What are they doing here? Ning Chi felt a little strange. Ji Qiaojin was stunned for a moment before she said, Great Wilderness King, don't you know that the demon race Valkyrie sent a decree some time ago? Ning Chi shook his head. He had been in seclusion in the top cultivation training ground. How would he know what order the demon race had sent? Upon seeing this, Ji Qiaojin quickly explained the situation. After listening, Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the hall. As for the purpose of Taoist Ling Xiao and company's visit, Ning Qi already knew. The moment Ning Qi walked into the hall, Taoist Ling Xiao and company welcomed him warmly. "We greet the great wilderness king. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone." Ning Qi smiled and sat on the main seat. No one had any objections to this. In all these years in the divine Luo world, Ning Qi was the only one who could make more than 10 Dao querying realm cultivators willingly sit down with his immortal Lord Cultivation. "Great Wilderness King, we are here today because we have a presumptuous request." Taoist Ling Xiao looked at everyone and was the first to speak. "Please speak, Taoist Ling Xiao." Ning Qi smiled. Everyone exchanged glances, secretly. Other than Taoist Ling Xiao and Monk Wu Chan, the rest, like Lin Longhu, looked at each other with a tinge of wariness and hostility. Before heading to the great wilderness, they knew that among the 10 places that Ning Qi had, one would be Wang Chao, one might be the British Duke, and then one would be Saint Virtue, followed by Taoist Ling Xiao and Monk Wu Chan. As such, there would only be 5 places left. Ning Qi had plans to bring a few elites to the 3 sacred clans to participate in the Sacred Clans Prodigy Tournament. In that case, there would only be 2 or 3 spots left, while they had more than 10. This situation was like having too many monks and not enough meat. It's like this. It has been many years since the human race has gone to the 3 sacred clans to participate in the Sacred Clans Prodigy Tournament. This time, the demon race has given the great wilderness king 10 places. I was wondering if you could give some to us. Of course, we will not take it for free. Today, I brought a Shenluo stone mine to exchange for one of them. A spot. Taoist Ling Xiao smiled. A Shenluo stone mine? Everyone was slightly shocked. They subconsciously looked at Monk Wu Chan, seeing that he was calm and composed, as though he was prepared. Their expressions turned ugly. Even the masters of the 2 sacred lands wanted to exchange a Shenluo stone mine for a spot. All the more so for them. However, the 5 major sects and the 9 great dynasties could not compare to the sacred lands. Just the Spirit Firmament sacred lands alone had more than 20 Shenluo stone mines, so it was not a loss to exchange one. However, the 5 major sects and the 9 great dynasties only had 2 or 3 Shenluo stone mines, while the most only had 7 or 8 Shenluo stone mines. If they were to exchange one, they would be distressed for a long time. Seems like they've been holding it in for too long. That's why they're so passionate about the opportunity to go to the 3 sacred clans. Ning Qi thought to himself. He then smiled and nodded at Taoist Ling Xiao. 1 Shenluo stone mine, 1 slot. Great Wilderness King is generous. Taoist Ling Xiao shouted like a wild forest. He could not contain his joy, as though he had not expected Ning Qi to agree so easily. He was already prepared to exchange 2 Shenluo stone mines for a spot. Seeing this, Monk Wu Chan chanted. Then he took out the treasure that he had specially brought this time to exchange for a spot with Ning Qi. Ning Qi did not bargain and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Longhu and the other Dao querying realm experts thought that Ning Qi was so easy to talk to. They surrounded him as though they were in a market. Seeing this, Lin Ziyou could not help but smile. No matter which dynasty master or sect master you were, you had to put in a good word for a spot in front of the great wilderness king. Everyone, please be quiet. The 10 spots have all been taken. Ning Qi smiled. All gone? Aren't there a few more? Lin Longhu forced a smile. I have already made arrangements for the rest. Ning Qi looked at Lin Longhu with a faint smile. Seeing this, Lin Longhu shut his mouth. He had almost forgotten who the great wilderness king was. Chapter 30, 197. Taoist Limitless. You're a subordinate of Great Sage Heavenly Bull? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback by Dao Bing Ling Zhao's words. Lin Ziyou's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he looked at Taoist Ling Xiao. These words were too shocking. How could the lord of the Sanluo sacred land be a follower of the celestial bull, great sage? If any other cultivator had said those words, Lin Zuyo would have slapped them. But now, the one who said those words was the leader of the Ling Shao Holy Land. This couldn't help but make Lin Zuyo's hair stand on end. The conflict between the human race? Or was it true? I can testify for Taoist Ling Shao. Monk Wu Chan chuckled. Actually, the two of us suspected Sun Luo a long time ago. 1,000 years ago, he returned from the eternal Dead Sea with serious injuries. It was then that the great sage of the Sky Bull went into seclusion to break through to the great circle of the Tao querying realm. People from the tribe often come and go from the Sanluo Holy Land. I'm afraid you can't just say that you're the Heavenly Bull Sage's man just because of this, right? Since the two of you have concrete evidence, why don't you take it out and have a look? Ning Qi laughed. I told the monk that the great desolate king has the heart of 7 ingenuity, but the monk did not believe me. Taoist Ling Shao smiled faintly and shot a glance at monk Wu Chan. The monk gave an embarrassed laugh and said I was wrong. I never expected the great wilderness king to have guessed this. Without further ado, great wilderness king, please take a look at this item. Taoist Ling Shao took out a very ordinary stone, but Ning Qi sensed a special aura from it. It was an image recording stone that had functions similar to a camera. Ning Qi reached out to receive it and scanned it with his divine will. With a boom, the scenery around him changed. In an instant, Ning Qi appeared above an ocean. At this moment, there seemed to be a storm in the ocean. The waves were turbulent, and each wave could reach hundreds of feet high. Occasionally, there would be fishes and prawns at the golden immortal level being swept away by the waves. Then it was smashed into smithereens by the waves. At this moment, a heaven-shaking gigantic wave swept towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi didn't move at all. He calmly stared at the gigantic wave. The gigantic wave passed through his body, unable to cause any damage to Ning Qi. Because all of this was fake, it was just an illusion. When the wave fell, Ning Qi suddenly saw 2 figures in the distance. One was the lord of the Sanluo sacred land, and the other was from the Heavenly Bull clan, but his body was more majestic than the ordinary Heavenly Bull clan. His aura could even be felt through the image recording stone. It far surpassed the Fire Qilin, late-stage Tao querying realm. Looks like this is the Celestial Bull Sage. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed. The fact that Sun Luo and the Celestial Bull Sage were together was enough to prove that the relationship between Sun Luo and the Celestial Bull Sage was close. Great Sage, the waves in the eternal Dead Sea are getting bigger and bigger. If they get any bigger, even I won't be able to withstand it. I'll be sucked into it and die. The Sanluo Great Sage said, Don't worry. I've spent so many years to find out that there's a cave abode of the human clan's ancestors here. How can I retreat because of these small waves? The Celestial Bull Sage said with a faint smile. When Sun Luo heard this, he frowned and looked around. Another gigantic wave rose into the sky. The Celestial Bull Sage waved his hand lightly, and a barrier appeared to block the wave for Sun Luo. Ning Qi was very curious. The eternal Dead Sea was not a simple place just from the name alone. Sun Luo was at the early stage of the Tao querying realm, but he was actually afraid of these waves. It seemed that the power of these waves was extraordinary. The fact that the fish and prawns with golden immortal cultivation were smashed with one blow proved this. Be careful. Great Sage, your news may not be true. Ever since I can remember, I've never heard that the human clan was the #1 sacred clan in the Shenluo mystic realm, and I've never heard of a mighty person in the human clan called Feng Jiuxian. You said that he ascended to the Shenluo realm, so he should have left some clues, right? Sun Luo frowned. Feng Jiuxian? Ning Qi was instantly stunned, and a trace of seriousness gradually surged in his eyes. I actually heard my father's name from Sun Luo. A coincidence? The same name? The The celestial bull sage glanced at Sun Luo with a faint smile. Who said that there are no clues left? It's because of these clues that I found this place. It's just that the era of your human clan senior is too long ago. Even the current leaders of the 3 sacred clans may not have heard of him. But as long as I find the cave abode he left behind, there may be the immortal palace elixir inside. With this elixir, I can break through to the great perfection realm and make the celestial bull tribe the 4th sacred clan in the Shenluo mystic realm. In the future, there will also be a chance to ascend to the Shenluo realm. As for the other treasures, I'll give them all to you. What you need to do is to use your human blood to open the door of the cave abode for me. Fine. Sun Luo nodded. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. However, he had followed the celestial bull sage to this place today. There was no way he could stop now. The celestial bull sage would not let him go either. He could only take a gamble and see if the cave abode that the celestial bull sage was looking for really existed. Ning Qi was getting more and more excited. He was prepared to patiently observe the next scene to see if he could find any clues from it. In the end, the scene suddenly began to flicker. Ning Qi cursed inwardly. 3 breaths later, the surrounding scene returned to its original state. Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan looked at Ning Qi. Lin Zio also looked at Ning Qi nervously. They wanted to know if there was any evidence in the shadow recording stone that Sun Luo had betrayed the human clan. Ning Qi glanced at Taoist Ling Xiao calmly and nodded slightly. I did see Sun Luo with a celestial bull tribe cultivator. Is that the celestial bull sage? Yes. Monk Wu Chan nodded. I didn't expect that there would be such a traitor in the human clan. He's even the leader of the sacred ground. Fortunately, I discovered it early. With the strength of the great wilderness king, killing Sun Luo is a piece of cake. Lin Zio sighed in his heart. This shadow recording stone has always been in the belly of a fish demon. Some time ago, one of my disciples went to the eternal Dead Sea and killed that fish demon. That's how I obtained it. Unfortunately, there's no footage of what happened after that. I don't know if the great sage, Heavenly Bull, obtained the immortal palace pill. It's very likely that he will obtain the immortal palace elixir. Taoist Ling Xiao said with a solemn expression. Wu Chan nodded his head, subconsciously, and chanted, Amitabha, great wilderness king. If the sky bull sage breaks through to the great perfection realm, it will be the end of the human race. If you want to know whether he obtained the immortal palace pill, why don't you ask fellow Taoist Limitless? Chapter 30, 198. When Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan saw that Ning Qi intended to head to the Shenluo sacred ground personally, they stood up and bade farewell. Other than the quota, they also wanted Ning Qi to capture the traitor, Sun Luo. As the number 1 expert of the human race, he had colluded with the Heavenly Bull race. When they found out about this, they were not only shocked, but also furious. If not for Ning Qi's sudden appearance, who in the human race could control Sun Luo? As long as the Heavenly Bull race sent a random mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator to support him, Sun Luo could do whatever he wanted in the human race. Great Wilderness King, you don't have to send us off anymore. The 2 of us will pick an elite and send him to the Sun Luo wilderness. By then, we hope that Great Wilderness King can take care of him. Sure. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan left, Ning Qi's expression changed, and he said to Lin Zio, I'm going to the Sun Luo sacred ground. If there are Heavenly Bull race cultivators attacking the Sun Luo wilderness, it's more important to stay alive. There's no need to fight to the death. I understand. Lin Zio nodded slightly. In a vast forest, there was a quaint giant city. The city walls were covered with green vegetation. From time to time, cultivators would fly down and walk into the giant city. Often, a few immortal boats could be seen moving side by side. However, when they reached the entrance of the giant city, they would keep the immortal boats and walk on the ground. Ning Qi looked around and realized that the green vegetation on the giant city was not simple. It seemed to be natural and grew by itself. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the green vegetation seemed to have complicated patterns and runes. This was a huge array. "Who are you?" A few cultivators at the entrance frowned when they saw Ning Qi. The cultivators entering and exiting were all wearing the same attire. Even if there were some differences, there were only slight differences to show their status. However, Ning Qi's attire was obviously not a disciple of the Sunluo sacred ground. The moment he handed over the name card, the cultivator guarding the door subconsciously raised his guard. Many cultivators who were entering and exiting the place paused and looked at Ning Qi with curiosity in their eyes. Great Wilderness King of the Saint Virtue dynasty is here to visit Taoist Sunluo. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Great Wilderness King? A look of astonishment flashed across everyone's eyes. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Ning Qi immediately became respectful and curious. Many of them revealed looks of worship and subconsciously wanted to walk towards Ning Qi. However, after taking 2 steps, they stopped in their tracks. They had only heard of Ning Qi. Ning Qi was very bloodthirsty. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend Ning Qi and harm his own life. Today, who in the human race did not know about the Great Wilderness King? Ning Qi was someone who could even defeat the leader of the Sunluo sacred land. In private, even the disciples of the Sunluo sacred land secretly called Ning Qi an expert of the new generation of the human race. He had killed countless Tao-seeking cultivators of the Sky Bull tribe, but they still didn't dare to say a word. "You are the Great Wilderness Queen." The cultivators guarding the gate of the Sunluo sacred land stared at Ning Qi in shock. His face was pale, handsome, immortal monarch cultivation. These characteristics seemed to match what they knew about Ning Qi. "Could it be that someone dares to impersonate me?" Ning Qi laughed. "So it's the Great Desolation King. Please wait for a moment. I'll go inform the ancestor right away." The cultivators guarding the gate were a little terrified. One of them turned and left quickly. It seemed like he was going to inform the Sunluo sacred land. "How can you neglect the Great Wilderness King?" A thunderous voice sounded, causing the cultivators guarding the gate to tremble. They turned and bowed. "Greetings, Ancestor Cheng. I'll settle the score with you later." Ancestor Cheng glanced at the few cultivators guarding the gate coldly. Then he walked quickly to Ning Qi and said passionately, "You are the Great Wilderness King? I am the great elder of the Sunluo sacred land, Cheng Bujin." Cheng Bujin's hair and beard were all white, but his body was strong and muscular. Just from his appearance, he was almost the same as the Sky Bull Great Sage that Ning Qi had seen in the Shadow Recording Stone. However, his aura was much weaker. He was only at the early stage Tao-seeking realm. Compared to the Sunluo sacred land, he was much weaker. At most, he was on par with the Saint Virtue Sacred Lord. "So it's Taoist Cheng. It's an honor to meet you." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. "I didn't expect the Great Wilderness King to know me." Cheng Bujin looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. After a while, he realized that the joy on Cheng Bujin's face wasn't fake. "This old man is interesting." Ning Qi smiled in his heart and said to Cheng Bujin, "Taoist Cheng has shocked the human race for a long time. Who doesn't know you? Great Wilderness King, you are too polite. Come, come, come. Quickly enter the city with me. It is our honor that the Great Wilderness King can come to our Sunluo sacred land today." Cheng Bujin said passionately. Ning Qi smiled and followed Cheng Bujin into the city. He wasn't afraid of an ambush. After all, the Sunluo sacred land probably didn't know why he was here. On the way, through Cheng Bujin's endless chatter, Ning Qi finally knew why the other party was so enthusiastic. When Cheng Bujin was young, He had a feud with the Heavenly Bull tribe because he had killed his parents. Therefore, since he had obtained the Tao, his attitude towards the Heavenly Bull tribe could be said to be the most radical before Ning Qi appeared. Of course, Ning Qi killed his way into the Sky Bull tribe and killed many early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. This made Qing Bujin see Ning Qi as a confidant. Therefore, when he sensed Ning Qi's aura and knew that Ning Qi was the great wilderness king, Qing Bujin welcomed him warmly. "Great, desolate king, your actions have truly made old Qing admire you greatly. When you go to the Sky Bull clan next time, old Chang will go with you." Qing Bujin said excitedly, "It shouldn't be too long." Ning Qi smiled. He paused. "Is Taoist Sun Luo here?" From the time he reported his name and origin and strolled around the city with Qing Bujin, it should have been 10 minutes. But Sun Luo still hadn't appeared. Was he putting on airs? Sun Luo has always been in the sacred land. He should be here soon. Qing Bujin looked around, but didn't see any trace of Sun Luo. His face darkened. This guy, even the great wilderness king, came here personally, but he is still putting on airs. After a pause, Qing Bujin said to Ning Qi, great wilderness king, "Come with me to Sun Luo's cave abode. I want to see if he is asleep or dead." "That's my wish." Ning Qi smiled. Soon, the two of them arrived at a building in the center of the city. This building was the sage palace of the Sun Luo sacred land. At the same time, it was where Sun Luo cultivated in seclusion. Behind the two of them stood many higher-ups of the Sun Luo sacred land. There were more than 30 ancient transformation realm cultivators and hundreds of emperor realm cultivators. They looked at Ning Qi with complicated expressions. There was surprise, excitement, awe, and fear. A few of them had a hint of hostility, but it was not obvious. "Sun Luo, the great wilderness king, is here as a guest. Come out quickly." Qing Bujin walked into the sage palace and shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After a few breaths, Qing Bujin's expression changed slightly. He said with a strange expression, "Is Sun Luo not here?" Chapter 30, 199. Qing Bujin searched around, and in the end, he discovered that not only was Sun Luo gone, but even his direct disciples had all disappeared. If not for Ning Qi's sudden appearance, no one would have noticed this slightly strange matter. "That's strange." Qing Bujin scratched his head, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. "It seems that Sun Luo isn't here today. I'll have to visit next time." Ning Qi smiled. "Don't. Since you're here, stay for a few more days. I still have many questions to ask you." Qing Bujin hurriedly said, "The demon race is really pressing me. When I return, I'll invite you to the great wilderness as a guest." Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. "The demon race?" Qing Bujin looked at Ning Qi with a puzzled expression. Then he slapped his head in realization and said, "That's right, the monster race gave us 10 spots to go directly to the 3 saint clans to participate in the saint race's Pride of Heaven battle. I actually forgot about this." With that, he looked at Ning Qi with some admiration. "Great wilderness monarch, it has been many years since the human race had a supreme talent that could advance. Now, the demon race has given you 10 slots. It seems like the demon race values you very much." Ning Qi modestly smiled and waved his hand. Before leaving, Qing Bujin mentioned that he had a talented grand disciple and wanted Ning Qi to bring him to the 3 sacred clans. "Great wilderness monarch, look, my grand disciple has cultivated for less than 100 years and is already an emperor. He will definitely reach the ancient transformation realm in the future. If you bring him to the 3 sacred clans, he won't embarrass you." Qing Bujin grabbed a youth by the neck like he was grabbing a chick and lifted him before Ning Qi with a proud expression. The young man was much shorter than Qing Bujin. With this grab, his feet left the ground and hovered in midair, facing the recently renowned great wilderness queen of the human race. The young man's face turned red as he started to blame his grandmaster. Not far away, an ancient transformation realm cultivator subconsciously lowered his head. He couldn't bear to watch the scene. An emperor who has cultivated for less than 100 years. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up the young man. He did have the aura of an early-stage great emperor, and there was a hint of childishness in his eyes. Cheng Bujin wasn't lying. He must have only cultivated for a short period of time. Either that or the young man was too good at disguising himself. It could even deceive Ning Qi's eyes. With a talent like this, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the great perfection emperor realm. The reason why he didn't make it to the next round was probably because he had just reached the great perfection emperor realm not long ago. No wonder Cheng Bujin wanted to get a spot for him. Fellow Taoist Cheng, how should I address your grand disciple? Ning Qi laughed. Aren't you going to greet the great desolate king? Cheng Bujin immediately glared at the youth. The youth hurriedly cupped his hands in the air and said, Junior Jiang Buxu pays his respects to Senior Great Wilderness King. Jiang Buxu? Surnamed Jiang? Ning Qi had an innate loathing towards this surname. However, he also knew that it was just a coincidence that this person's surname was Jiang. He had no connection to the Jiang family of the Tiandao family. Ning Qi laughed. Jiang Buxu, not a bad name. He looked at Cheng Bujin. Fellow Taoist Cheng, please put him down. It's quite tiring. Jiang Buxu looked at Cheng Bujin with a hint of bitterness. He felt a trace of gratitude towards Ning Qi. His martial ancestor was always muddle-headed and didn't know how embarrassing his actions were. Cheng Bujin took a glance at Jiang Buxu and immediately reacted. He laughed dryly and quietly released Jiang Buxu's neck. Once Jiang Buxu's feet touched the ground, he immediately kowtowed towards Ning Qi, Senior Great Wilderness King. Please bring this junior to the 3 Saint clans. Cheng Bujin looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi smiled and said, All right, follow me back to the Great Wilderness. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Buxu was extremely excited. Cheng Bujin also thanked Ning Qi repeatedly. There were also many Emperor Realm geniuses nearby who were looking at Jiang Buxu with envy and jealousy. They had lived for so long and had never stepped into the 3 Saint clans. They didn't expect that Jiang Buxu, who was picked up from the streets, would be able to obtain such an opportunity. Even if he didn't perform well in the 3 Saint clans, he was still a human. Even if he didn't perform well in the 3 Saint clans, he would at least be famous in the tribe. At the same time, Heavenly Bull Tribe, Vibrating Mountain Tribe. Sun Luo brought 8 ancient transformation realm experts and dozens of martial emperors. He was confronting Long Haitu and the other 2 Dao-seeking realm experts with anger in his eyes. Behind the 3 of them, there were more than 10 Dao-seeking realm experts at the initial stage. The difference in aura between both sides was huge. The Heavenly Bull Tribe had completely crushed Sun Luo. Sun Luo, your great wilderness king, committed a heinous crime in the territory of the Heavenly Bull Tribe. I didn't expect you to come to my Vibrating Mountain Tribe. Today, I want you to die a horrible death. Long Haita laughed hideously. The other 2 Dao-seeking realm experts also laughed coldly. Everyone looked at Sun Luo with intense killing intent in their eyes. Presumptuous! I have been friends with your great sage for 10,000 years. You dare to kill me? Sun Luo shouted coldly. Long Haitu and the other Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators were slightly stunned when they heard Sun Luo's words. Then they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! You are friends with our great sage despite the difference in age? A mere Tao-querying early-stage cultivator like you dares to cling to the great sage of my race? Long Haitu laughed loudly. Hee hee! Sun Luo suddenly laughed coldly. This strange action made Long Haitu and the others stop laughing and frown slightly. Your great sage should have broken through to the great perfection realm, right? Have you seen the Immortal Palace? Sun Luo chuckled. Sun Luo, how do you know about this? Long Haita's expression changed drastically. The Tao-seeking realm experts of the Heavenly Bull tribe immediately soared into the sky and surrounded Sun Luo and the others from all directions. As long as the three Tao-seeking realm experts gave the order, Sun Luo and the others would die on the spot. The ancient Transformation Realm disciples and Martial Emperor Grand disciples behind Sun Luo couldn't help but have a flash of fear in their eyes when they saw the scene. If it wasn't for their extreme trust in Sun Luo, they probably wouldn't even dare to take half a step into the vibrating mountain tribe today. How do I know? If it wasn't for me, the Heavenly Bull Great Sage probably wouldn't have been able to break through the Immortal Palace's gate and see the Immortal Palace. Sun Luo laughed coldly. Make your move. If you kill me, your great sage will bear the name of being ungrateful. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Long Haitu and the others looked at Sun Luo in bewilderment, not knowing how true his words were. Suddenly, a voice floated over from the vibrating mountain tribe's forbidden area. Let him in. I want to see him. Chapter 30, 200. Sun Luo snorted and walked expressionlessly toward the forbidden area of the Heavenly Bull tribe. He didn't even look at Long Haitu and the others. The ancient Transformation Realm disciples and Emperor Realm disciples he brought with him stood there, looking at Sun Luo's back and then at Long Haitu and the others with a trace of fear in their hearts. Could it be that what he said was true? Long Haitu and the others were bewildered. In the forbidden area, as soon as Great Sage Heavenly Bull saw Sun Luo, he laughed and greeted him. At this time, Sun Luo's expression changed, as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. He quickly walked towards Great Sage Heavenly Bull with a smile and cupped his hands. Sun Luo greets Great Sage. Congratulations on breaking the door of the locked palace and seeing the Immortal Palace. What are you talking about, brother Sun Luo? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach the consummate realm and see the Immortal Palace. But why did you come to the Heavenly Bull tribe today? It wouldn't be good if the humans saw it, would it? The Heavenly Bull Sage smiled. Forget about the humans. I received news that Taoist Ling Xiao and the others have found evidence of my friendship with the Great Sage. Now, the great wilderness king of the Saint Virtue dynasty is the leader of the human race. I'm afraid he has already made a trip to the Sun Luo sacred land. Sun Luo sneered at the mention of the human race. Oh, I know about the great wilderness king. The Heavenly Bull Great Sage's expression turned cold and he chuckled. This time while I was in seclusion, he entered the territory of my Heavenly Bull tribe and killed many of my tribe's middle-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. Now, the huge Heavenly Bull tribe only has 3 middle-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators and a dozen early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. If I can't break through, even if I ignore the 3 sacred clans, I must take revenge. Sun Luo's eyes flickered. He wanted the Heavenly Bull Sage to kill Ning Qi and send a mid-Tao-seeking realm cultivator back to the human race with him. Then, even if Taoist Ling Xiao and the others had doubts, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. He would still be the number 1 expert of the human race. But now, the Heavenly Bull Sage didn't intend to take revenge. Great Sage, you've already broken through and seen the Immortal Palace. Even if you kill this kid, the 3 sacred clans will turn a blind eye, right? Sun Luo asked suspiciously. Back then, I also thought the same as Brother Sun Luo. But when I really broke through the Immortal Palace's gate and saw the Immortal Palace, I finally understood how terrifying the 3 sacred clan masters' strength was. Any one of them could suppress me in a short period of time. If they knew that I had already seen the Immortal Palace, Brother Sun Luo, I would definitely be killed. What do you think they'll do? The Heavenly Bull, Great Sage, smiled. Sun Luo was shocked when he heard that. The 3 sacred clans had been suppressing the divine Luo mystic realm for many years. If there was another sacred clan, it would cause undercurrents to surge in the divine Luo mystic realm. In that case, The three sacred clans would probably find an excuse to suppress the Sky Bull Great Sage. If the Heavenly Bull Great Sage attacked the human race, wouldn't that be sending his weakness to the three holy clans? At that time, the three saint clans could bring up the matter of the Heavenly Bull tribe breaking the rules of the saint clan again. At that time, after suppressing the Heavenly Bull Great Sage, the 100 races of the divine Luo mystic realm would probably only clap their hands and cheer. The saints were in even greater awe. That's why, Brother Sun Luo, I need to cultivate in seclusion first. Only when I'm strong enough to fight against those three old geezers can I openly take action. The Heavenly Bull, Great Sage, said. Sai, that's the only way. Let the great wilderness king be arrogant for a period of time. Sun Luo said with some pity, Brother Sun Luo, there's no need to be afraid. I heard that the great wilderness king has a spiritual beast that's at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm. Even the Golden Crow tribe's Valkyrie calls this spiritual beast a sage. Now that he has gained face from the Heavenly Bull tribe, the other foreign races are starting to fear him. However, the Heavenly Bull tribe's reputation is not that good. Take it? Even if I can take action, I can write a letter for you to bring to the Sword Sage tribe and ask the old Sword Sage to take action. We can kill this kid secretly without anyone knowing. The Heavenly Bull, Great Sage, smiled. The Sword Sage tribe? Sun Luo was shocked. He looked at the Heavenly Bull Great Sage in surprise. He did not know that the Heavenly Bull Great Sage had such a relationship with the Sword Sage tribe. He just needed to write a letter to ask the old Sword Sage to take action. On the 100 Races leaderboard, the Sword Sage tribe was ranked 13th, for ranks higher than the Heavenly Bull tribe. Below them, their strength was about the same. However, the old Sword Sage's strength was too terrifying. It was said that he had already cultivated the essence of the Sword Sage tribe. Sooner or later, he would break the door of the Lock Palace and see the immortal palace. Great Sage, you and the old Sword Sage, Sun Luo looked at the Heavenly Bull Great Sage carefully. We're on good terms. It's possible to ask him to take action once. The Heavenly Bull, Great Sage, smiled. After a pause, he changed the topic. However, it's too much of a waste to use such a relationship on the Great Wilderness King. How about this? You go to the Ghost Shadow tribe first. They are good at assassination. A few Tao querying realm middle stage will be enough to take care of this kid. What? The Great Sage is on good terms with the Ghost Shadow tribe? Sun Luo's face was filled with shock. The Ghost Shadow tribe's ranking was not high, only in the 30s. There were no late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators in the tribe. However, because they were secretive, no one knew where the Ghost Shadow tribe lived or which place was their territory. Moreover, the Ghost Shadow tribe was good at assassination. Other than those large tribes with late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators, the remaining tribes were wary of the Ghost Shadow tribe. We're on good terms. We're on good terms. Take this jade scroll. Head here. The Heavenly Bull, Great Sage, whispered mysteriously. The shock on Sun Luo's face grew. After he turned and left the forbidden ground, the Heavenly Bull Great Sage looked at Sun Luo's back mockingly. He chuckled coldly. He was already unhappy with Sun Luo's shouting. This time he was going to show off his skills. Everyone thought that the Heavenly Bull Great Sage was uncouth. However, he had worked with dozens of middle-stage Tao querying realm cultivators to kill a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. How could he be simple? Saint Virtue Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Sun Luo disguised himself and went to the Imperial Capital alone. He found a simple and unadorned house in the northern suburbs. The moment he walked into the house, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was as if a terrifying gaze was staring at him. I was sent by the Heavenly Bull, Great Sage. Sun Luo immediately whispered. Very quickly, the goosebumps disappeared. Only a butler, who looked like he was dying of old age, walked to San Luo with a few servants. Do you have a shadow token? Chapter 3201. It is indeed my tribe's shadow token. Who do you want to kill? The old butler put away the token and looked at San Luo indifferently. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of mockery. The dignified master of the San Luo sacred ground holds the shadow token of the celestial bull Saint. Ah, you recognize me? San Luo subconsciously took a step back, his eyes filled with shock. He had already disguised himself. Even if Daoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan were here, they would not be able to recognize him in such a short time. But the other party had recognized his true identity immediately. In terms of disguise, my ghost shadow tribe is the pioneer. The old butler smiled ambiguously. I am showing off in front of an expert. San Luo laughed awkwardly. He then looked left and right. Is this place safe? Of course it is. The old butler nodded plainly. If I want to kill a mid-stage Dao querying realm, can your ghost shadow tribe complete the mission? San Luo asked again. Our ghost shadow tribe has killed late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators before, much less mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivators. The old butler was amused, but the expressions of the servants behind him didn't change from beginning to end. They only glanced at Senro, and their eyes were like those of a corpse. They were turbid and lightless, but they carried a thick aura of death. Killed late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators before? San Luo was shocked. Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He remembered the battle that great sage Celestial Bull had once presided over. It was a battle that people still talked about enthusiastically. Dozens of middle-stage Dao querying realm cultivators had trapped and killed a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. Could the ghost shadow tribe have participated in that battle? Before San Luo could figure it out, the old butler spoke. Please tell us your name. We will act quickly to repay Great Sage Sky Bull's favor. Great Wilderness King Ning Bei Xian. San Luo said directly. He looked into the old butler's eyes. He wanted to see how he would react when he heard the words Great Wilderness King. In the end, the old butler only grunted softly. We will hand over the head here in a month. Great. Then I wish you all success. San Luo smiled and nodded. He turned and left. He was relieved. The old butler's expression clearly showed that he did not care about Ning Qi. Great Wilderness. There were 6 figures standing in front of Ning Qi, including Jiang Buxu. The rest were Daoist Ling Xiao, monk Wu Chan, Shengda, Wang Chao, and the elites sent by the British Duke. Wang Chao stood beside Ning Qi and glanced at the 6 of them. His gaze lingered on Jiang Buxu for a few breaths before he turned to Ning Qi and smiled. Brother Ning, the demon race has given you 10 quotas. There are only 6 people here. Who do you intend to give the remaining 4 quotas to? Jiang Buxu and the rest pricked up their ears as they were curious about the identity of the remaining 4 teammates. No hurry, no hurry. You'll know soon enough. Ning Qi laughed. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Longhu suddenly broke through the air and arrived. Behind him were a few early-stage Dao querying realm cultivators. They were all leaders of other dynasties and sections. Great, desolate king, this is what you wanted. Are you satisfied with it? After Lin Longhu landed, he immediately bowed respectfully and handed Ning Qi a universe ring. Lin Yuqing hid half of her body behind Lin Longhu and did not dare to look at Ning Qi. She was a little nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xiantai sect did not have any other prodigies besides him, Lin Longhu would have died. He would not have brought Lin Yuqing here. The other Dao querying realm cultivators also handed Ning Qi a universe ring, like Lin Longhu. Wang Chao was instantly curious and asked a Dao querying realm cultivator secretly, Senior Black Dragon, what's in the universe ring? Sacred Lord Black Dragon was the leader of the Black Dragon dynasty and was even stronger than Saint Virtue. Normally, He would not care about a mere ancient transformation realm cultivator like Wang Chao. However, everyone knew that Wang Chao and Ning Qi were good friends. Sacred Lord Black Dragon did not dare to be disrespectful. He only sent a voice transmission with a strange expression. It's just some ornamental stones. They are useless. He did not believe what he said. If they were really useless, why would Ning Qi secretly send them a voice transmission when they left last time and ask them to collect these stones to exchange for quotas? Moreover, both the Black Dragon Dynasty and the Xiantai sect were very close to the Galaxy Mountain Range. This was definitely not a coincidence. Close. Therefore, Sacred Lord Black Dragon carefully studied those useless stones for a few days. However, he could not find any use for them. Ornamental stones? The first thing that came to Wang Chao's mind was the Star Soul Stones. He had already determined that these Star Soul Stones would definitely be very useful to Ning Qi. However, only Ning Qi knew exactly what they were used for. While Ning Qi was inspecting these universe rings, Lin Longhu and the others looked at Ning Qi uneasily. After a while, Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Not bad. You can keep them here. Really? Lin Longhu's heart skipped a beat. Then he could not contain his joy and thanked Ning Qi with cupped hands. If the other sects and dynasties found out that they had used these useless stones to exchange for a quota, they would definitely be shocked. Although Lin Longhu and the others did not collect as many Star Soul Stones as Ning Qi did in the Galaxy Mountain Range, they could at least refine 15 Star Soul Essences. This was equivalent to 15 early-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators, or 1 mid-stage Dao Querying Realm and 4 early-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. Back when Wang Chao had said that many mortals would risk their lives to come to the Star River Mountain Range to pick up those Star Soul Stones, Ning Qi had firmly remembered this point. That was why he had secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Longhu and the others, asking them to find Star Soul Stones to exchange for a spot. Because there were not many quotas, Ning Qi was too lazy to bother. He also did not want the matter of the Star Soul Stones to spread, in case it would be difficult to collect them in the future. Therefore, he had chosen Xiantai sect and a few other sects that were close to the Galaxy Mountain Range. Yu Qing, you will follow the Great Wilderness Queen in the future. Be obedient and don't be rude. Do you understand? Lin Longhu said to Lin Yuqing sternly. Disciple understands. Lin Yuqing hurriedly bowed. However, she felt a tinge of bitterness in her heart. The other Dao Querying Realm cultivators also briefed the juniors they had brought with them before leaving with Lin Longhu. The Great Wilderness Queen likes those stones. I can think of a way to collect more when I return. The few Dao Querying Realm early stage cultivators exchanged glances before looking away. Unlike Lin Yuqing, the other 3 Emperor Realm geniuses were extremely excited to be able to follow Ning Qi to the 3 sacred clans. They quickly walked to Ning Qi and knelt before standing beside Jiang Buxu and the others. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing could only kneel before Ning Qi and bow before lowering her head. She stood to the side. With the Star Soul Stones, I'm only lacking merit points. Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. 500,000 merit points could be used to condense a Star Soul Essence. To Ning Qi, he could just kill some idiots on the way to the 3 sacred clans and collect it. It's a pity that I don't know when I will be able to collect another 5 billion merit points. Ning Qi sighed in his heart before sweeping his gaze across. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Chapter 3202. From the Great Wilderness to the 3 sacred clans, they had to pass through the territories of more than 70 races. However, Jinwu Zhiga had left a jade token with only 1 word on it: demon. By hanging the jade token on the ferry boat, no races would dare to harass them along the way. This meant that this team was going to the 3 sacred lands to participate in the sacred war. Anyone who dared to harass them would be breaking the rules of the 3 sacred clans, just like the Sky Bull race. At the same time, because the human race had been in the limelight recently, they were ranked around 50 on the 100 races list. Ordinary races were afraid that the human race would find trouble with them. After all, which race had more or less bullied the human race in the past? On the ferry boat, Wang Chao was in high spirits. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the fearful gazes of the races along the way. He was very pleased. As Ning Qi was only an immortal lord, he could be on equal footing with a Tao querying intermediate realm cultivator with the help of the fire Qilin. However, with his cultivation, he couldn't teach Jiang Buxu and the rest. Therefore, he brought Wang Chao along. Although Ning Qi was the leader in name, he didn't care about anything. He let Wang Chao worry about it. Great Wilderness Queen! The prodigies on the deck were looking at the surrounding scenery, curiously. The foreign races' buildings were very different from the human races. It was a different feeling the first time they saw it. Seeing Ning Qi walk out, they hurriedly bowed with respect in their eyes. Only Lin Yuqing was unwilling, but she didn't dare to show it on the surface. If they were to follow Ning Qi and Wang Chao to the 3 sacred clans, they might just kill him and throw him somewhere. Even the Xiantai sect wouldn't be able to find an excuse. You guys rarely went out. Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Buxu took a step forward and said shyly, Great Wilderness Queen, the furthest we went was the few foreign races near the human race. If we went any further, we probably wouldn't be able to come back with our cultivation. Master often warned us that in the god Luo mystic realm, only Tao querying beginner realm cultivators can go further. Even ancient transformation cultivators will encounter danger if they go further. He's right. Actually, this is also my first time going so far. Haha. Wang Chao walked over and nodded with a smile. If not for the demon race's token, we probably wouldn't have been able to go this far. The Emperor Realm Prodigy, sent by the British Duke, sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the gazes of the people around him weren't right, and he immediately reacted to it and hurriedly said, Of course, with the great, desolate queen here, we have nothing to fear no matter which Xeno race comes to cause trouble. Jade token? Ning Qi nodded thoughtfully, then smiled at Wang Chao and said, Brother Wang, take off the token. Wang Chao was slightly startled. Brother Ning, if we take off this command token, I'm afraid that some of the foreign clans might come looking for trouble with us. I was just worried that no one would come looking for trouble. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Chao suddenly felt that Ning Qi was somewhat mysterious. Although he didn't know what Ning Qi was planning, he still obediently took off the jade tablet. The next day, an immortal boat made from the bones of an unknown giant monster tore through the air and quickly caught up with Ning Qi's immortal boat. This immortal boat was more than 10 times bigger than Wang Chao's. The difference between the two was like the difference between a 3-year-old child and an adult. A huge shadow covered the immortal boat that Ning Qi's immortal boat was on. The prodigies on the deck all looked up, their eyes flashing with eagerness. They're here. Inside the cabin, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. He walked to the deck and stood next to Wang Chao, looking at the immortal boat made of white bones. Brother Ning, this is a celestial boat made from the corpses of the hill race. 500 years ago, I heard that the hill race had a fierce battle with the scarab race and many hill giants died. Judging from the cold air that this celestial boat emits, it must have been at least in the ancient transformation realm when it was alive. Wang Chao smiled at Ning Qi. Why do you think they came looking for us? Ning Qi smiled. When the scarab race crossed the border, not even a blade of grass grew. Most of their cultivators are bandits. I'm afraid they think we're fat sheep. Wang Chao said, If the other party thought so, then they probably wouldn't be able to return this time. You guys are humans? Dozens of figures flew out from the immortal boat and landed around Ning Qi's group. From the looks of it, they wanted to surround Ning Qi's group. The aura of the person who spoke was similar to Wang Chao. He was an existence in the ancient transformation realm, and the rest were existences in the Emperor realm. So this is what the scarab race looks like. They look like beetles. Ning Qi sized them up with a smile in his eyes. Although this group of cultivators was wearing clothes, their exposed skin was covered by a black carapace. Even their faces looked like insects. However, their eyes shone with intelligence, which proved that they were a race with intelligence. We are indeed humans. What business do you have? Wang Chao smiled. Ha ha ha. He asked us what business we have. The ancient transformation realm cultivator of the scarab race couldn't help but laugh, and his mouth kept opening and closing. There were a few female cultivators in the emperor realm behind Ning Qi. When they saw this, they felt disgusted. The scarab race was very far from the human race. Therefore, apart from Wang Chao, Jiang Buxu, and the others had never seen a sage before. The scarab race. We are cultivators of the scarab race. Since you are humans, why don't you take the initiative to offer treasures, elixirs, and spiritual materials to buy your way? The ancient transformation realm cultivator of the scarab race stopped laughing and went straight to the point. You are actually planning to rob us. Jiang Buxu and the others looked at each other in shock. Then a smile appeared in their eyes. In the past, they would still be afraid of these foreign races. However, even the Sky Bull race had suffered at the hands of the great Wilderness King. Why would they be afraid of the scarab race if they followed Ning Qi? In the 100 races leaderboard, the scarab race was only ranked around 40. It couldn't compare to the Sky Bull race, which had the great sage of the Sky Bull race. What if we don't take the initiative to offer? Ning Qi smiled. The other party glanced at Ning Qi. Seeing that he was just an immortal lord, he immediately shouted, "Then only death awaits you." I don't think so. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He took out the elder Lord Pill Cauldron, and the fire Qilin leaped up. The aura of the Tao querying realm instantly spread in all directions. That is,